Board members, welcome to board meeting this morning. I guess I should check with Jerry that we are streaming.
We are streaming the YouTube. There is an issue with YouTube, but they are streaming and they're working on it. It just might look different.
So there's an issue with YouTube. It might look a little bit different. Do we need to pause or we? It's,
No.
okay.
You still have audio, you still have video, just not all the extras.
Okay. Thank you. Well, let's get moving then. Joining with us this morning is our Utah Highway Patrol Trooper Chris Horrock and Security Davon Booth. We want to thank them for their service. In case of emergency, use the two west boardroom doors to access the hallway, and then use the north or south doors to exit the building. Let's open up with a roll call vote, and we will begin here with Member Bogus, Member Bollinger, Member Booth, Member Brenton,
Here.
Member Davis, Member Earl,
Here.
Member Green, Member, I understand she'll be online around 10 o'clock. So we'll keep an eye out for her. Member Hall, I am here. Member Kelly, here. Member Carey, here. Member Lear,
Yes.
Member Reel,
Yeah.
Member Wood.
Yes.
And let's move forward then on to agenda item 1.1, our Pledge of Allegiance. We've invited Member Carey to lead us in that. Thank you, Member Carey. Moving on to agenda item 1.2. This is a board member message, and I have the message this month. I'm grateful to share just some of my thoughts, and this might give you a little bit of insight that you didn't want to know about me, but you're going to hear it anyway because I have the microphone. So many of you, or some of you may know, a few years ago, I talked about this book called The Daily Stoic. I still read it. And I shared some quotes from there, and every time I read it, it's only one a day, so 365 a year, you can forget them easily. And so I was looking through this list of things that as I'm reading them daily, and I thought, I wonder if I can share one of these for board meeting. I was looking through this list, and this was from September 17th, and it's called Dealing with Haters. Now, I don't want you to look at yourself as the hater, board members. I want you to look at yourself as the hated, right? And put yourself in the stoic position here. And this is something that I try to strive by as well, understanding that perfection is something we're constantly reaching for. We're not there and achieving it. So as we read this, you might even say, well, Matt, you're hypocritical. Well, yeah, I am, because I'm human, right? I make mistakes, but it's something that I'm constantly striving for. So this one's titled, again, September 17th, from that book, The Daily Stoic, Dealing with Haters. What if someone despises me? Let them see to it. But I will see to it that I won't be found doing or saying anything contemptible. What if someone hates me? Then let them see to that. But I will see to it that I'm kind and good-natured to all, and prepared to show even the hater where they went wrong, not in a critical way or to show off my patience, but genuinely and usefully. We all have haters out there, and we recognize that if we don't, we're doing something wrong. Or if you think you don't, then open your eyes. They're out there. I can show some to you, right? They hate me too. When someone has a strong opinion about something, it usually says more about them than whatever or whomever the opinion happens to be about. This is especially true when it comes to resentment and hatred of other people. It is a sad irony that the prejudiced often harbor secret attractions to those they so publicly hate. For this reason, the Stoic does two things when encountering hatred or ill opinion in others. They ask, is this opinion inside my control? If there is a chance for influence or change, they take it. But if there isn't, they accept this person as they are and never hate a hater. Our job is tough enough already. We don't have time to think about what other people are thinking, even if it's about us. We have a work to do on this board, and we have a goal and a focus. And the students are those who are impacted or should be. Whether that's up here when we talk about board policy and how processes look, or talking about standards, the students are always impacted. And I want you to consider when a hater comes along, you can hear it, you can adjust the way you feel you need to adjust, and then you get back to work and do what's right. So thank you for that. All right, let's move to agenda item 1.3, employee recognition. Superintendent Dixon.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair Hymas, and thank you for that great message. I love that. I had my own share out there, and we all need to remember that. Thank you. Let's see, is Melissa in the room? Melissa, come on up. Just stand in front there if you would. Just right there, yes. There's not a podium there, but just kind of right in the middle so all the board can see you. You can be okay. Keep coming, Melissa. Whenever Melissa's on camera, she is like this. She sits back and she's this little person in the corner of her view. And that just speaks volumes about who Melissa is. So I feel so honored, Melissa, that in my final board meeting, I get to honor you. Melissa is our June Employee of the Month, and she is a valued member of the travel team. And I can't imagine your job. It has to be so frustrating with all that we throw at you. But Melissa, she has really been instrumental in the transition to Concur. And if there's ever bureaucracy, it's with travel. And there's so many things to track and so many changes. And this Concur system actually has made it so much better. But it's been a huge shift. And Melissa has really led that charge. She actually tested it out. She became the player in this sandbox. And like we all try to do, you try to break things so that you can figure out that won't happen to other people. So she really did all the testing to the point where she became a technical expert and really is helping Concur figure out how to use the system and train others on it. She's been doing all the training, creating PowerPoints, helping with Qualtrics documents and getting the SharePoint travel page up and running. So she could have just easily said, oh, we've got this new system and we'll just turn it over to Concur. But no, Melissa leaned in and said, I'll take ownership. I'll learn how to do it. I'll become an expert. I will help others. I will fix it and get better. Now, there's all of that. She's one of two travel specialists who does all of the USBE travel, and I know you've seen her because she's helped you as well. I think there were 27 different trainings, Melissa, that you did for staff alone, at least close to 30. So I know she's helped you out. But as we do each month, we have a little brag fest when we have the person on camera. And I listened to all the comments, and I want to summarize them in these character traits of Melissa. She's tenacious. She has a yes, we can attitude with everything. She is the opposite of a no person. She just leans in and figures out how to do it. She values relationships above all, and you get that in every interaction with her. She figures things out when there isn't a manual. We've been writing desk manuals and trying to figure things out in all of our jobs. And she just figures it out to a clear path that makes it easier for everybody. So for all those reasons and many more, and you can see how Melissa hates the spotlight, it is so fun to honor Melissa for her hard work, but just the way that she leans in every day to solve problems and values people above all in her role. And so for that and many other reasons, we are honored, Melissa, to have you as our Employee of the Month. Thanks, Melissa. Kelsey, back to you.
We are on to the education highlight. Is that right? Okay, perfect.
I'm going to invite my guests up here. You should notice, or you should recognize at least one of them, Kun Nguyen. He is, you've probably seen him before, maybe even talking about Do the Right Thing. If you want to come up and have your students come up and just sit in this front row here, I will hand it over to them. We've got some very special students, and I believe we have one on Zoom, so I'm going to make sure I get the screen switched. But, oh, there's no chairs. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize there were no chairs. But oh. Okay. So, board, if it's good with you, or board chair, if it's good with you, I will hand things over to Kun there, and he will walk us through the program and introduce us to our special guests.
Yes, please, Kuhn.
Good morning. My name is Kun Nguyen. I am a prevention specialist with the Utah State Board of Education, and I am trying to connect here. Give me 1 second to the code. Got it. There you go. Okay. So, thank you, Kelsey, and good morning, Chair Hymas and esteemed board member. Good morning to Superintendent Dixon, and a warm welcome to Superintendent Hart, soon to be. It is a privilege to be here with you all today, and it is an honor to be among the first few staff to present to two superintendents simultaneously. Today, I'm joined by 4 remarkable students, their families who are here today, and then their dedicated teacher to share with you the outstanding academic achievement on the Do the Right Thing Challenge. First, I want to share with you about the challenge here. The purpose of the Do the Right Thing Challenge is to involve youth from the country of Kuwait and the U.S. to establish a way to keep peace throughout the world. The first step to end youth violence is actually to talk about it. The Do the Right Thing Challenge makes an initial step possible by creating a platform for youth, giving them a voice about how violence affected their life and how to prevent. The Do the Right Thing Challenge empowers youth, young people in Utah and around the country to make a personal, written commitment to combat youth violence in their community. The challenge works because it targets youth in the community where violence takes place, then recognize the same community can hold the greatest power to create solution. Part of the, nationally sponsored by the Kuwait American Foundation and managed by the National Campaign to Stop Violence. Locally, it's sponsored by the Utah State Board of Education and managed by the prevention team, and that's where I staff and part of that group. For the 2025 challenge, over 1,300 students participated in classroom discussion. 950 students decided to write something about and their experience with violence, and then 338 decided to submit to us for evaluation. And then we recognized 28 students earlier in April just to recognize there. The program elements is the students participating right answer the 3 questions. How has youth violence affected my life, affecting their life? What are the causes of youth violence in their perspective? And then what can the students do to reduce and stop violence? So those are the 3 questions that we pose here, and then it's nationwide and the same question in that manner. It is for 7th and 8th grade students. We encourage students to make a commitment, as I said, to make a positive change to the problem, change the problem, break the cycle of violence in their home, community, and their neighborhood. So on April 18, we recognized the students and the committee and the prevention team. Want to thank you, Chair Hymas, Board Member Green, and Board Member Real for accepting the invitation to be VIP judge and then attend the events. The award the attendees were about 130 people, recognizing 28 students from 16 schools. 24 students were state finalists and received a $300 scholarship. 3 students as a runner-up, and they are representing here today. Each student received $400 deposit to my 529 education saving account, just kind of planning for the future, put a seed in the education saving. And then one student recognized as a national finalist for receiving $500 scholarship. So collectively, about 9,000 were giving at this event. It's just a note there, there's no USBE fund, and it was privately donated. USBE sponsored by providing my time to help run the program. This is just some of the pictures it was at the University of Utah Alumni House, and we have a very nice lunch for the attendees as well. Part of this, one of the speaker, as is top right in there, is the 2024 National Ambassador. So then she came and speak to the student about her experience. And then our Superintendent Dixon provides some appreciation work to 16 teachers that were there, as one student wrote. And that'll be Leo Kahorikra, and if I say your name wrong, I apologize. And if he's online, saying there, so that's. And he's from Sandridge Junior High, and the teacher is Amy Kendall, and this is the certificates that you see that was awarded with the governor's signature and the Superintendent Dixon signature on that day. So can you wave, say hi?
Hi.
Anything you want to say to the board here?
Yes. Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to thank you all for this recognition. I am deeply grateful for all your support. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Youth violence is like a parasite. It needs a host to pass its filthy negativities to others. Jaden Tenlin. So she's right here, so thank you for being here today. You want to stand up and say anything you want to say to the board there?
I'd like to thank you all for inviting me and allowing me to be here, and it means a lot to me and my parents. Thank you.
And are your families member here? If Leo's family, Jaden's family, if you want to. Oh, this.
Where's Jaden's family?
I do apologize for being late.
Oh, we're not calling you out for that. We just want to say hello and thank you.
Thank you for being here. Youth violence is like an abstract art piece. You have to think from different perspectives to truly understand what it is being portrayed and the often complicated story behind it. Miriam Jensen, she's right here. You want to stand up? And then her family as well on the back. You want to stand up and say hi? Is there any few words that you want to say? Teachers Mario Giorgio and from Roy Junior High. Thank you for being here. We did offer of them to speak, and they all shine. Did have a chance to go and stay overnight at Snowbird at the same time with the Promising Youth Conference, and was recognized in front of 250 students in attendance. So that was a nice, I guess, recognition for our students. It's not about recognition, but beyond that would be to speak on the message and student writing on their experience. So that was just an awesome experience, opportunity. The ambassador, along with one parent and the teacher in this July, will travel to Washington, D.C. to represent Utah, along with other ambassadors around the nation. The ambassador will participate and will meet with members of Utah congressional delegation to talk about their experience. and then we'll attend a reception hosted by the ambassador to the United States from the state of Kuwait. So that will be a nice gesture on that event as well. And there, a book containing all of their writing will be placed at the Library of Congress as part of the event. So there'll be a nice ceremony for our ambassador. So with that, the real questions that my eyes have not yet found the answer to is, how long will it take for the consequences of those actions to happen to the person who did the bad act rather than their victim? How long until the world can look at violence through this very tired 14-year-old's eyes and see what I see? Abigail Owens from Fort Harriman Middle School and the teachers Riley Oslo. And this is the two certificates we recognize at both events. Is there things that you want to say? So, no. And then the teachers here and mom as well. There we go. So with that, board member, thank you for your time and support in highlighting our outstanding student who raises their voice on the issue, the impact on them personally and the community that they serve. Thank you to the parents, teacher, and all involved in creating a platform and support the student, providing opportunities for them to speak their mind. To the students, thank you for your courage and resilience to take on the challenge to do the right thing. I hope your personal story and experience will be leading light to others to see and learn from you. You can and will make a difference in people's life. So small acts such as kindness can make a real difference in people's life. The book is not ready, but when it's ready, I will leave you with the book of 28 writers for our state, and you can read their story when they're ready. And the 2026 Do the Right Thing Challenge information will be available this fall, so I encourage you can reach out to 7th and 8th grade student teachers around the state for their participation. So with that, board members, thank you, and I return the time.
Superintendent. Well, let me just, can I ask a question here? Okay, sorry. I just want to thank Kuhn and students for their work. The event was fantastic. It's always a pleasure to be amongst students and to read their work. Unfortunately, sad and heartbreaking, but happy to see students be able to speak what's in their heart and their experiences. I do encourage board members, if you have not participated as a VIP judge in the Do the Right Thing Challenge, then keep an eye out for an email. Kuhn is very good about sending that to us, and see if you can make time in your schedule to take part in that. It's a wonderful event and an experience, so thank you. Is there any comments that board members have before we move on? Thank you, students, for being here. Although you didn't say anything, we are grateful. You said enough in your writings. We are grateful for your efforts, and we're grateful for the families that support you and that have come here with you. So thank you. All right. With that, we will move into agenda item 2, our superintendent's report, and turn time over to Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. Thank you for allowing me to do this first thing in the morning so I can enjoy the rest of board meeting and not be thinking about this during the day. My goal is to get through it, and I just want to thank you all for allowing me this time right at the beginning of your meeting. I thought it might be interesting, while Ryan is queuing this up, to talk about, I guess we can't get it up, but while he's queuing, I thought I would give you just a little background of how I came to the state board. Many of you, or most of you, may not know this. So I was a teacher, started out as an elementary teacher in Jordan District, making a whopping $11,400 a year. And as many teachers do, supplementing that with summer fun, working odd jobs just to pay the rent and have a good time as a teacher and keep going. While I was teaching, I found myself encountering family issues that I was just young and single, and I really didn't know how to support families. So I wanted to get a master's, and I became a school counselor. And while I finished my master's in a couple of years, Jordan District sent their school counselors into the secondary schools and replaced them with school psychologists, and felt that there was a great need to support students with disabilities and do more assessment. So suddenly there were no elementary counseling jobs, and I needed to find another job. And if I wanted to stay in Jordan, they didn't have any openings. So I opened the phone book one day and was just trying to think about, gosh, how do you leave a district? I've been there for 7 years. Where do I go? And this is divine intervention. I opened the phone book, and it popped open to Murray School District. And I thought, I live in Murray. I didn't know this was a school district. And so I called, and I asked for the director of human resources, and told this person what I was interested in. And there was this pregnant pause, just silence. And I thought, oh my gosh, did he hang up on me? And then he said, who told you to call? And I said, God. And he said, can you come in and interview right now? We just had a very long time female counselor quit, and we have just felt so upset not knowing what to do because we're getting ready to start school in a month and we really need somebody in here. So I went in for a visit, and it just felt so right. And I was hired on the spot and started at Murray High as a school counselor. And then from there, they had never had a female administrator. And they asked me to step in and be a vice principal at the high school. So that's how I got into administration. And they were very gracious and supported me while I was getting my certificate. And BYU had a great program. It's still in existence, but at the time I was released on Wednesdays. We had a full summer slate of courses, and then I was released on Wednesdays to go down and finish coursework. From there, I started interviewing a lot of students and working with them, trying to find out where school broke down for them. And it just so happened that it was back at the elementary level. They started to feel disconnected in those upper grades, and I'd been a teacher of those grades. So I wanted to become an elementary principal. That was sort of my next move. And Murray District was such a great little district, nobody wanted to leave. They had 7, I think there were 6 or 7 elementary schools. And so that's how I ended up in Davis District, where schools were growing and they needed more administrators. And they generally didn't invite outsiders to apply, but they opened it up to outsiders, and I was an outsider. And I interviewed in front of a large group of parents and got the job. And I'll just share a little fun fact. It was the era of IBM, so everybody showed up for interviews in blue suits and white shirts, including the women. And I bought a lavender suit. And I remember a man that was on the committee, a parent, said to me, I think you'll be really good as a principal. We haven't had a female before, but I really liked your suit. So just know that sometimes it's okay to be an outlier. So from there, I started doing a lot of work with adult learning theory and supporting principals. And that's how I ended up in Granite District. They were opening a new section of curriculum and a new section on professional learning. And I was very passionate about it. I was a newlywed, had a little 4-year-old stepson and needed to be closer to home, and went to Granite District and really worked on revamping their new teacher program, supporting new teachers, supporting principals, doing a lot with school culture and raising academic levels and expectations. And that was a gig that lasted 10 years, and I loved every minute of it. I grew from a department of 1 of developing a catalog of courses to a robust staff of 20, really supporting in a lot of areas. So while I was there, my friends started retiring, and I had 29 years in, and they said, you should retire and buy a year. And I thought, all right, that sounds okay. I got called to a meeting, and I was in this room full of tech people. And again, the only female and the only non-techie. And I thought, what am I doing in this room? And I don't even remember who invited me or why I was there. but it was to talk about the way forward with technology, which was fairly new. We were past the old Apple IIes, but it was new enough that they were talking about how do we create this connective tissue between UETN and schools. And while I was there, Larry Shumway was in the meeting, and he just kept staring at me, and it was making me very uncomfortable. So I went to him and said, Larry, why are you staring? He was an old friend, and his wife and I were college friends. And he said, you know, there's an opening at the State Office of Education, and I think you should apply. And I said, why would anyone want to work there? That sounds so boring. And he said, well, we really want to revamp licensure and support for teachers, new teachers, thinking about mentoring differently and revamping some standards for teachers and principals. And I thought, all right, I could do that. That sounds interesting. So I applied with Superintendent Patty Harrington and got the job. And the rest is history. So that's how I came. It's a very long way to say, I've just given you 44 years of a career in a nutshell to tell you how I came here to the Board of Education. And all of those experiences really prepared me for the work that we've been able to do together. So with that, I thought it might be interesting, as I was thinking back on my time here, to see how many board members have been in this role since I came in 2007. So Ryan, before you go to that slide, okay, I was going to have you guess, but maybe you can just, without counting, how many do you think are there? You've had the flash. That's on me, Ryan. I didn't warn you. How many do you think were on that list? 45? 60? There were 85 board members that have graced these halls from since 2007. And you can go to that slide now. No more tricks. I highlighted in blue the board members who have been on the board since I was hired. Is it not advancing? There's a little bit of lag. Okay. That's a lot of lag. There. Okay. So I want you to just ponder the work that's gone on since 2007 with 85 board members. And I think there are about 45 that have been on the board since I've been in this role for almost 10 years now, 9 years. And there's space. There are more names who will come likely in a couple of years. So I want to take this time just to thank the board members that have leaned in to make a difference for kids and communities. You all do this not because you know you're going to get paid a lot of money. In fact, I'll bet most of you just thought you would come to a couple of meetings during the month and maybe take a couple of calls from constituents. But these are 24/7 callings. And civil service is trickier as the world gets more complex. And so the names that you see here, they come from different corners of the state. And I think of all the perspectives and belief systems incorporated in this group of people. Some of these were not voting members. At one time, we had ancillary non-voting members who represented USHE, represented the minority community, represented tech colleges, and they added value. They had perspectives and shared opinions and provided opportunities to reflect. So we've had many iterations. When I was hired in 2007, a bill was passed in the 2008 session that Jennifer Johnson, vice chair of the board, had proposed to take away the title of the Utah State Office of Education and take that out of code and take it out of everything, so that we would be one. There was a feeling that there was a great separation, that there was an office and then there was a board, and we weren't really acting as one. And so it was removed in code, so we removed the verbiage from the building. We revamped everything, and then we worked on culture to be one. So I know it's confusing sometimes when people come new to the board and they're thinking about, well, wait a minute, there's the board and then there's staff. But we worked really hard to be one and work together on behalf of kids. And that was a big undertaking. Another big benchmark was the pandemic. That was hard. It shifted the ground under all of us. And it was seismic for our public education system, and we had to do things differently together as a board and staff. So there have been a lot of big things, and then there have been a lot of small things, but nothing has gone unnoticed. And all of these board members have left their thumbprint on a policy, a practice, a program, and have made a difference. And I want you just to take all that in of the collective difference of 85 board members just over 17, 18 years. I think it's amazing and powerful, and I'm so grateful that you're part of it. So thank you. Thank you for the work that you do every day. So most of it goes unseen. I mean, it's very visible and visceral when you're here, but most of your work is really unseen to the public. So I just want to express gratitude to all of you. Really trying to get through this. I brought them.
Okay, good.
I'm grateful for your work, and I'm grateful for the relationships. I'm grateful for the sacrifice that you're willing to make as servants of this great state. But most of all, because you care about kids, and that's regardless of what you might fuss about or argue about, the bond is kids, and we all show up for that. Okay, now I can't see my notes. All right, Ryan, we can move on. Enough
Superintendent.
gratitude and love for the board.
I just want to add one. I don't think this is out of, I think it was just accidental. Of course, I look for.
Are you not on there?
Oh, well, I am. Member Brenton, we missed her.
Oh my
But she
gosh.
is, I know that you love her and respect her. I don't want the public
I
to be like, well,
do.
what did Joanne do, you know? So,
Kelsey, Kelsey, we'll get that added to the slide. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened. I have to give a shout out to Kelsey. Kelsey was the sleuth. She went back, in order to find these 85 names, she went back into minutes and read minutes to come up with these names. So that shows you that we need to do a better job on the board's webpage of listing these, and we'll do that. We'll get them by year going back. But Kelsey, thank you so much. I mean, I just think that's so amazing that you found all these names, and I'm pretty sure Member Britton was in there. So I'll just own it. Somehow I probably deleted it on the slide. And I think I know exactly how that happened, actually. It's probably covered up with a text box, so I apologize. Thank you for noticing that, Chair Hymas. She was smiling and didn't say a word. One of the things that I want to highlight, I saw somebody sent me a lovely quote about how you make your mark, and I've never been one to think about legacy. That's never, ever, ever been important to me. What I do think about is making a difference, like all of you. And here are some initiatives that I either championed, cheerleaded, gave a lot of input, led, drug, fought for, things I really am so proud of that we have worked on together. The first is digital teaching and learning, and I won't go through all of these in detail, but with digital teaching and learning, that was the first real experience I had. I was a deputy at the time, and there were people really interested in technology. And Howard Stevenson was one of the leaders, then Senator Howard Stevenson, and there were a few other representatives and senators that came to the table. Rick Gaisford, who's infamous across this country, one of your great employees. We all wear shirts that say, "I'm with Rick," because he's so famous. He was at the table. There were a couple of board members. Dave Crandall, chair of the board, was there. I represented the board. And we all came together to talk about what could we do together in terms of funding and policy, what would make a difference. And we wrangled and wrestled, and there were all these different perspectives at the table. But at the end of the day, we came up with a plan and a framework and funding. And because of that, when the pandemic hit, 70% of our kids were able to go home with a device in their hands and connectivity. That was unheard of in every other state. So that forward thinking and the coalition that was built with policymakers, community members, PTA was at the table. I mean, everybody was at the table. And that was such a great lesson to see how you really can work together when you use something as a third point and it's very mission focused, that you can get it done. So the same thing was done with dual language immersion. the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts. I mean, I want you to look at all of these that have come from philanthropy, but it took policymakers and everybody working together to get it done. So all of these things have been super important. And I get called on. I've had this great gift of going all over the country to talk about a lot of these things. So I'm happy to talk to you about any of them individually. I won't belabor them, but I'm really proud of the things on this list and many others that set us apart from other states, that people have looked to, that people are modeling after our work, that international visitors have come to see how we're doing things. So these are things that have put Utah on the map, and I feel so blessed to have been a part of these initiatives. Thanks, Ryan. It's an awkward pause when you nod, and then you just have to sit. So I do have a mantra that I live by, that I've used the 44 years of my career. Excuse me. I really believe that if we give students the tools and resources they need to do their best work, that they can be successful. And I do believe that that's the work of the board. Whether it's through policy or advocating for resources, it's really about giving families and kiddos and teachers what they need to do their best work so that their kids can be successful when they leave our system. I also have a couple of superpowers that I have honed over the years. And the one is easy. You just surround yourself. Are we still in a lag? I am so sorry. Such an awkward pause. Okay, thank you. So first, I surround myself with great people. And I have had the opportunity, I could not count all the employees that have come through these doors, but it's probably over 1,000, I would imagine, equally over 1,000. But we have longevity. We had an audit about our retention rates, and we've got higher rates than most agencies. And people come here because they're really committed to the work. They come and they stay. And those that don't want to stay, we really try to give them skills and gifts and nurture them so that they can shine wherever they go and contribute in other ways. So I think it's so important to surround myself with great people, and I've done it forever. The second is what I talked about with that experience with digital teaching and learning. I really love the challenge of surrounding myself with great people and then getting people to unite from different perspectives to tackle really complex problems. And that's the joy of working for a board. There are challenges working for y'all, I'm not gonna lie, when you're trying to get 15 people to come together, but there's also great joy in watching you wrangle with the mess of policy making. It's kind of an exciting thing to watch because I have faith in you and I believe in you and I know why you're here. So watching you tackle complex problems is something that I not only want to be a part of, but I think I have a skill in uniting people around some tough problems. So those are my superpowers. Now, what has made the difference? I think I've had a pretty successful run here. And what has made all the difference is, besides just working with the best people on the planet, is having an actionable strategic plan to get to the outcomes. And I really hope that you'll continue to do that and work on a strategic plan that you can hold yourselves accountable to. When I first came to this office, we really didn't have anything like that. And there were some nice quotes that we kind of lived by at a mission or a vision, but we never had a strategic plan. So when I became the superintendent, that was really important to me. And Brittany Cummins was a champion. Jenny has leaned into strategic planning. Several of you love strategic plans. Cindy can tell you she's been around long enough to know that that was such a big deal to get that strategic plan in place. And then we put a structure and a system together where we held ourselves accountable, and I reported out to you on those things. And I knew that it took root when I could go out into the field and people could name the 4 goal areas. That's when I knew that the board had adopted a really good strategic plan. So I've already talked about the amazing people. We continue to attract great people. Unfortunately, we don't pay enough to get people to stay sometimes or take the offers, but we do attract great people to the work because they see what's going on here. Another thing that's worked is developing strategic partnerships. Some of the best partnerships that I have personally benefited from are working with people like the Salt Lake Chamber, Sutherland Institute. We tend to think of real traditional partnerships with PTA and just traditional associations, principal associations, etc. But stepping outside of that has been really powerful, and I have learned a lot and gained a lot by associations outside of what we think of as traditional education partnerships. It's also made a huge difference for our staff to be able to get out and build capacity in the system. You have people who really know how to engage in high quality professional learning, and the technical assistance that we've given has made a difference. I've seen the shifts come and go back to those 85 board members. We've had boards who have said, no technical assistance, compliance only. And there have been boards who have said, only technical assistance, lighten up on the compliance. And so getting that balance right of doing both really makes a difference. You have to have both. You have to have both compliance and supporting people. The way I have always viewed myself as a leader is putting my arm around people or the system and a hand in the back. We love you. Let's go together. Let's move forward. And that's where I think technical assistance and compliance fit together. Another thing that we've worked hard on is making sure that audit is our friend. When I first came to the agency, it was a frightening word, a bad word. We suddenly had these internal auditors and didn't know what they were about. And establishing that mindset that audit is our friend, it's a form of feedback for us to grow and improve, has been really important for this agency. And I hope that we'll keep that mindset that audit is our friend. Now I have a punch card from OLAG. I don't know if you know, they actually gave me a punch card and then started a new one. And I said I would actually rather have a SWIG than another audit from OLAG. But nonetheless, it's just something that we've gotten used to leaning into. And I credit Deputy Jones for his skillful leadership on our staff with internal controls and helping us understand. And Debbie Davis is by far the best audit chief anywhere. She's just magnificent. And we've been able to do a lot of great work under their leadership and tutelage. It's also been really important to put systems in place, whether that's internal controls and desk manuals and just a variety of systems so that people are really clear about what's expected and people have anchors to hang on to do their work. And then last, but certainly not least, this is always first in mind, that we need to stay focused on students. Student-focused and data-informed. I'm not a fan of the term data-driven. I think we need to be driven about success for students, but it's really important to be data-informed. And I so appreciate the questions that you ask, the way that you all want data and bring data to the table, and don't let that go. I just think that's so critical. So I'll just end with a thought that I had to write down because I didn't know how to capture it all. 17 years is a long time, and yet it flies by just in the blink of an eye. You heard my history of I was 5 years here and 7 years here and 10 years here, but I've been here 17 years. That's a good long career, and I have loved it. So over the past 17 years, the world's swirling around public education. It's gone through many changes. Through every challenge, breakthrough, step backwards and forward, one thing has never wavered. Our commitment to students has remained at the heart of our work. When we lead with purpose and act with love, we change lives. Thank you for this gift. Thank you. If I could just end with one last thing. I am so excited for Dr. Molly Hart. She is going to love her job. It's fraught with challenges and gifts and so many things. And thank you for choosing Molly, and thank you for supporting her. Our staff is very excited to work with Molly. They love her, they feel her support, and they're anxious to get to know her and her direction. So thank you for supporting Molly and choosing Molly. She's going to be great, and I'm really excited to turn things over to her. It's very bittersweet, but I'm happy knowing that it will be a smooth transition. So thank you, Dr. Hart, for saying yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Sid, and we'll speak more on that in a second here. On you, for example, spoiler alert, something's coming. So, but before that, let's move to 2.2, the acknowledgement of student artwork. You want to take that?
Yes. Thank you. Well, Liz is coming up. I just want you to take note of the beautiful way that we've now shifted this permanent artwork to the back, the collection. And Liz has been very busy since our last board meeting. We have student artwork all over the building now. And she is making sure it's inventory catalog. She's getting little nameplates by all the art with QR codes so you can learn more about each piece of art. We're distributing it throughout the building. We're trying to keep it hidden out of offices, but in hallways. And Liz just has such an eye, of course, as an artist, but I want you to notice the artwork on the back wall and how that's been distributed. So it will be rotating. You'll see next year this will come off and come in the main hallway, and the art that was on the back wall is now in the main hallway. So we've got a system in place now that we're keeping better track, and everybody knows what to expect. So thank you, Liz, Jamie, Karen, everybody that was on the team that helped put all that together. Thank you.
My absolute pleasure. So hello, everyone. It's a great honor to present the recognition of student artwork to you today. I'm Liz Bunker, your K-12 Fine Arts Specialist, and today we're going to talk about the Sorensen Legacy Awards. So the full name, the Sorensen Legacy Awards for Excellence in Arts Education, is funded by a grant from the Sorensen Legacy Foundation. So USBE, the fine arts team, gets to decide what does a phenomenal, amazing arts educator look like, and then we put out the call. And LEA arts coordinators and principals and peers and students and everyone who works closely with these educators nominates them. We have a very rigorous nomination process, and it's pretty exciting to be a part of and see some of the great work that's happening in arts education around the state. So I would love to present to you our winners this year. Folks who win do get a cash recognition. It's a nice little chunk of change for folks. The Lifetime Achievement Award gets $5,000, so it's definitely a very impactful award. And they also get one of these beautiful handmade fused glass awards. So we had one extra I wanted to come show you because they're very beautiful in person. So we have some slides of the actual award ceremonies. Typically in the past, there's been a banquet and everyone would come to one big celebration and the awards would be handed out, and that would be that. This year we decided to go, actually last year and this year, since the pandemic basically, we've started to go out to the schools and present the awards to the educators in their own spaces. This means inside classrooms, in an assembly, whatever the LEA wants to do to recognize that educator, and it has been absolutely magical and so fun. The kids have been involved, the students can actually see their educator be recognized and get that award, and we have a lot of amazing and supportive legislators and senators and board members of the local LEA boards, and some of our own board members have come to recognize these educators. So it's been a very, very exciting process this year. So I'm going to start over here with Courtney Giles from Washington County School District. She was the winner for our elementary dance instruction. And you can see board member Brinton attended that award ceremony, so thank you so much for attending. And Senator Don Ipson also was in attendance. So very special to have some, very VIPs. And of course, our own superintendent, Sid Dixon, was there. So it just adds so much to the educator's experience and really feeling seen and important. So there's one more slide for Courtney Giles because she had a very fun award ceremony that was a giant assembly that even the principal got up and danced. So I just had to throw that in. So that was our winner for elementary dance instruction in Washington County. Next, we'll go on to Kayla Spurlock. So she is in Franklin Elementary in Provo City School District, and she won for elementary music instruction. So you can see photos from that award there. Next, we'll go to Joshua Miller. He won the secondary music instruction, and he is an instructor at Hunter High in Granite School District. And sorry, went a little out of order. We'll go to Lisa Noyes. So she was the winner in Granite School District as well, and she was elementary drama instruction. And Representative Matt McPherson was at her award ceremony, so that was very fun and special as well. So go to the next. Rachel Henderson, who represented Jordan School District, was our elementary visual art instruction winner. So there are, and Superintendent Dixon was able to join us for that award, so that was very special. Go to the next. Okay, a little out of order, sorry about that. Joshua Miller, this award was very special because it was student nominated. The student you see in the photo, as both were getting very, very choked up as we basically bombarded their band class during third period, was the student who nominated him. So I just wanted to point out that the student nominees are extra special for us because the fact that a student took the time to nominate their teacher, and there were a lot of tears at this one. It was not a dry eye in the house. It was a very, very special award. So Joshua Miller, Hunter High School, Granite School District, and he was a secondary music instruction winner. So go to the next. Marjorie Anderson in Alpine School District was our secondary visual arts instruction winner. We just hopped into her advanced ceramics class really quick. Got to see what students were working on. Go ahead and go to the next. Laura Brockbank in Nebo School District. She was our elementary arts integration, and she's an instructor that she works with a lot of different schools in Nebo and travels around doing music and dance, but also a lot of arts integration strategies. So that was wonderful. Dr. Laura Reyna from Edith Bowen Laboratory School. She won the Exemplary Arts Education Administration. She's a particularly involved administrator because she is also directing school plays. So running the show and directing musicals and doing all sorts of really fabulous theater-specific projects with her students. And last but not least, our Lifetime Achievement in Arts Education went to Leslie Timmons, Professor Emeritus at Utah State University, the Dean, or the Kane College of the Arts. And I think there's one more photo for her, maybe. We actually got to go to the Cash Children's Choir performance and go on stage and give her this award with Superintendent Dixon awarding her this Lifetime Achievement Award. So it was very meaningful and magical. So those are our Sorensen Legacy Award winners. And yeah, we'll be doing this again next year. And a big thank you to Superintendent Dixon for coming to the ones that she could and being there. It just means so much to our educators.
For some of you who've been on the board a bit, you might recall we used to have a banquet and we would honor all of them. And in reviewing, it was a lot of money and it was lovely, but being able to the shift is awesome. Liz, I love that we've made this shift because being able to provide these awards at their school site is magical. Member Britton and I got to see that firsthand, and the kids are so excited to see their teachers get these awards. So I think it's a magnificent shift. The last banquet, if I'm remembering correctly, Member Booth and his family provided the entertainment. And I am so grateful, Member Booth, we ended it with your legacy and your family's legacy. I'll never forget your little grandkids singing with you and just looking at you beaming with such pride. It was just such a lovely occasion. So great fitting to the end of that era. But I love that we're now doing this, being out in the schools. So thank you for all of the organization. It's a huge undertaking. Before you entertain board comments or questions, can you talk a little bit about the GLASS award that they get? Because there's some significance to that as well.
Absolutely. So this is from artist. She's based in Southern Utah. Her name is Carrie Trenholm, and she is a pretty well-known glass artist. And so I believe, I don't have like the full history of the awards, but I know that we have sourced awards from her for the past several years, and each one is absolutely individualized. Their pieces of glass are arranged and go into a kiln where they fuse. So it's a pretty cool process. And you might have more historical knowledge than I do. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and she now just is a practicing artist, which is pretty amazing that we can purchase her pieces for awards.
Thank you. We've got great talent throughout the state. It's wonderful to see. Let's hear from Member Brenton.
Well, I just want to say thank you for including me when it was in Washington County. It was such an honor to be there and to see the children just light up with delight. And that teacher was just magical. And I love the principal too. I've known him a little bit, and just seeing him dance with the kids and everybody's engagement. She just had that whole school with her and behind her. And thank you for what you do. I just heard a quote the other day about, if you really want your kids to be smart, don't put them in coding, put them in music. And I thought, that is what we need to hold on to. It's such a powerful thing for the brain and all the connections. And so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brenton, and thank you, Liz, for your work. Oh, we have another one? Oh, sorry, back to Kelsey, sorry.
Chair, if I may.
Yeah, please.
Before Liz runs away, I would love if she could give us a little heads up, insight, preview into what is coming on our walls for August.
Thank you so much, Kelsey. August will be our staff and board member art show. So I will send out a little survey if you'd like to submit a piece to be exhibited. We would love to have board members submit their artwork. I know we have some talented artists, photographers, painters on the team. So I would, look for that email, and that is a really fun, August is very fun for that show. So.
All right. Thank you. Board members, get to work. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, where did Sybil go? Oh.
There she is.
Well, so we want to do a superintendent recognition. And the board, and when I say the board, I mean Sybil, did the work, and board members assisted her. Then other board members said, yeah, that's a great idea. So, and I'm one of those who said, yeah, that's a great idea. So, okay, great. So we do, though, however, we want to just express our gratitude as well. I know you've expressed yours, Superintendent Dixon, and we want to express ours as well for these past years working with you, some of us longer than others, some of us a few months, a few years, and close to a decade. Carol, how long have you been working with? Yeah.
Since 2007.
Since 2007, almost 20 years, yeah.
Since she came here, and it was a beautiful surprise. I mean, I knew that she was Larry's friend, had worked with Superintendent,
That's
I
all right.
worked with Superintendent Shumway. I knew that she was Superintendent's friend, and that's always an iffy proposition with Larry. I hope he's listening. But we were all amazingly impressed, and it just has been a gift to USBE since she came.
Yeah, thank you. And we want to open it up for board members to make any comments that they'd like to. Not at this time. We'll do that in a second. But at this time, we'd like to present you, Sid, with a couple of items here. And Sybil's got that. And let's see here. So this, you know this piece of art better than I do. What is this? Speak to this. I know that Sybil said this spoke to Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you so much. So it's significant to me in two ways. One, it's important for me to hear the stories behind the art that you select as board members. And I so remember this young woman. This was, I think this was in 2022, maybe. And she had been painting it the last year coming out of COVID, or out of the pandemic. And she talked about the re-entering of kids starting to mingle and coming back to school, and how oddly people were interacting. And she pointed out faces of friends and family members. And you see the look on their face. It's one of wondering and unknowing and some sadness and some joy. It's kind of all mixed in there. And she talked about just rising out and being set free of what she felt during the pandemic. And I love that this captures all of that, a moment in time that none of us will forget, but how important it was to just acknowledge all of the things. And I love the colors and the just sort of the fading into the background. But her story was so compelling to me that I've always loved this piece. Thank you.
It's a great piece, and it's titled Migration. And if you, I remember when we talked about this here in board meeting, and I was impressed then. I'm still impressed, and we're grateful for you, Sid, and we're happy to extend this to you to take with you on your next journey here. We also have a plant, and I should know names of plants, but it's an orchid. Thank you.
If you've never been to Orchid Dynasty, I recommend visiting that store. It's beautiful. Thank you, Sybil. Thank you, everybody.
So let me just read a couple things here. And I was going to put some Hymasisms in there, but I'm just going to read it. I've done enough today. And then we're going to turn some time over to Member Earl to share some things as well. And openly, I had help with this. Thank you, Kelsey. From a 2-room schoolhouse to overseeing the education of over 660,000 students, Sydney Dixon has had many roles in her life: student, teacher, counselor, administrator, and superintendent. And I'm sure many, many outside of the education walls as well that have shaped you as an educator, as does it all of us, right? Life tends to shape us. For the past 4.5 years, I have had the opportunity and pleasure of also calling her my colleague and friend. So thank you. The knowledge and professionalism Sid has shown throughout her time as state superintendent has left a lasting impression on me and the students of Utah. I want to thank her today, not only for her time as state superintendent and her commitment to public education, but also for a life spent in service to the students and educators of Utah. May we all continue to learn from her example in the years to come. Thank you, Sid. Appreciate that. So. Member Earl.
So, how do you wrap something up that's been going on for a lot of years and a person that's had so much impact? I'll tell you this, when I was gathering information and just asking people, what do you want a new superintendent? What do you want a new superintendent? The most common phrase that came back was, we want someone just like Superintendent Dixon. And even the students, the advisory students, I had the opportunity to ask them, they said the same thing. I'm like, well, how do you know her so well? Right? I'm just thinking, how could you know her so well? But it's that, Sid, you engage with others. You're courteous. You read the room. You when things are off, you take a second to acknowledge that. These are things that are going to be missed. So over the last month, I've just been thinking, how do you give a recognition or a full acknowledgement, words of wisdom, right, as you move on to your next choices and the things you're doing. I want you to know you're going to be missed. People, like I said, you can read a room. You have this great, impactful way of helping people be their best. You've done that with me, and I appreciate that. Now, with that being said, I have spent a little time doing a little research on your life, Sid. There are 2 things. I have a little thing down here to give you, but I understood that in your high school year, you had purchased some corduroy pants, and you were not allowed to wear those to school because they were not allowed, when there were too much like jeans, and that was the rule. So you went and you researched it, and you went and found who were the board members, and you actually went and advocated, and you got the policy changed, which set you on a path, right? That's not the only thing that set you on a path. You had an incredible grandmother. I know a little bit about your grandmother now, from doing a little bit of research about your life. She would be proud. Your exit and not that it's exiting education, but I want you to listen to this clip. This is her exit, so to speak, as she transitioned, and in her own words, she gives some words of wisdom. I feel like it's a perfect closure as you open up to new things. So go ahead.
Like to write, paint, visit my children more, maybe direct drama again, as we will soon have a new recreation hall and stage finished. Regardless of what I do, I want to wear out, not rust out, when my time comes to bow out of the classroom. I hope I'll never be too busy to spend some quiet hours recalling the happy hours, the time of elation, of disappointment, of pain ending in fulfillment, of sorrow shared, of toil and accomplishment, of ecstasy, of serenity, of satisfaction in work well done, of faith justified, of love felt and received, of enjoyment in singing, playing the piano, dancing, teaching, and directing. The world is so full of a number of things. I'm sure we should all be as happy as kings. My world has been full of a number of things. That's a favorite quote.
I just, when I heard that, and you can ask me later how I actually got that. That's a little interesting story, but I just want you to know you're loved. You have set, you're fulfilling what others have saw in you as a young child, and they themselves have been exemplary for you. So thank you for all the service you've rendered here. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Earl. If there are any thoughts that want to be shared, happy to entertain those at this time. Sid, what did your grandmother teach? Can we start there?
Yeah, she was my first and third grade teacher. She didn't teach second grade because she had to actually go back and spend a year in school getting a teaching certificate. The state changed the rules. So she died at 103, and she had a living posterity of, I think we counted over 400 people. She had 11 kids, and hundreds of grandkids and great-grandkids and great-great-grandkids. And so the many kids that walked through Antimony Elementary under her tutelage, including all three of her boys, became educators. And Antimony produced a lot of public educators. So I have a lot of cousins and just people throughout the state that went to Antimony Elementary that she inspired. So she left a legacy. That was Jenny. That's just unbelievable. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Let's go to Member Lear.
Thank you. I had a moment to express my appreciation for Dr. Dixon, and as you probably have gathered, I don't like a lot of people. I'll be really honest. but Sid has been a real constant positive presence in my work life and my personal life. I also have been blessed to get to know Sid because her niece and her darling family and her sister-in-law and her husband I've gone to church with for the last, maybe 3 to 5 years. And it's been so fun to exchange stories with them and rave about Sid. So I said that piece, but what I want to do is, and this is going to seem maybe a little odd, but I've been thinking about this rather Edgar A. Guest type poem for the last 2 weeks. And it goes to both Dr. Dixon and Dr. Hart, and then to all of us as we consider leadership changes today. And it really, one of the reasons I like it is it so exemplifies Dr. Dixon's very non-egotistical view of herself. She is very much a woman of the people, and she doesn't have an ego of my way is right, my way is best, I write things the best. And I think that is one of the things that's most lovely about her. I'm just going to read this quickly. Sometime when it's called The Indispensable Man by Saxon White Kessinger. Sometime when you're feeling important, sometime when your ego's in bloom, sometime when you take it for granted you're the best qualified in the room, sometime when you feel that your going would leave an unfillable hole, just follow these simple instructions and see how they humble your soul. Take a bucket and fill it with water. Put your hand in it up to the wrist. Pull it out, and the hole that's remaining is a measure of how you'll be missed. You can splash all you want when you enter. You may stir up the water galore, but stop, and you'll find in no time it looks quite the same as before. The moral of this quaint example is to do the best that you can. Be proud of yourself, but remember, there's no indispensable man. And I think that really speaks to Sid's lack of ego, her can-do attitude, and her hope for all of us. And thanks for letting me share that.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Booth.
I have been on school boards for going on 22 years. And as I have experienced great superintendents and board members and others in public service, I don't know that I have ever met one to exceed Sid's skill and capacity to love. I have felt appreciated and heard in her presence throughout the time that we have worked together. And I have been so thrilled that her primary focus has always been our kiddos, as she frequently refers to them. And I'm so grateful that I had the privilege of getting to know her better as I observed the work that she was doing with so many. She was just present everywhere, always. And it didn't matter where it was, we have felt her love and her deep commitment to children. And we share that commitment, and we're going to continue, and as I know she will continue. She's not done yet. This is just a change of lane, and she'll be going like her grandmother to 100 plus and making a difference with children. And I just want to say thank you for the wonderful years that we've been able to share the journey, and we'll be excited to watch all of the love that you will share with principals and future leaders of learning in our schools with the work that you're going to be doing in the near future. Thank you, Sid. We love you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Member Davis, and I want to just remind board members of the gathering tomorrow that you can also express gratitude there as well. But Member Davis.
All right, I'll be quick then. I remember when I very first got on this board, we went to a meeting. We were at a meeting at the Sutherland Institute, and I was standing behind Superintendent Dixon, and there was someone there who I thought had done something that wasn't great for kids or schools the year before in the legislature, actually. And I watched her, and she walked up, and she put her arm right around this person, and they sat down and talked like they had been friends for 20 years and probably have been. And I was thinking, do you know what he did? Do you know? And then as I watched and I thought, I determined that day to be different. And I determined that day to be more like you, Superintendent Dixon, and to put people first and personal relationships first, and never let a policy decision come in between me leaning in more and listening more and reaching out to people who believe like me or differently than me. And I'm trying to learn from everybody and become connected in that way. And I appreciate that so much. And then I will say, on a personal note, a year and a half or so ago, my brother died in a really tragic way. And we were gathered at the church, and I looked up, and there was Superintendent Dixon standing there for me in a time of need. And so, Superintendent Dixon, I'm grateful for your laser-like focus on students. I'm grateful for your keen attention to policy, and I am most grateful for your very detailed compassion and attention to people. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Davis. Before we move on to our next agenda item, Superintendent, is there anything else you'd like to say here?
Oh, goodness, there's just nothing to say other than I so appreciate you all, and I am leaving with nothing but gratitude and love and joy and growth from this opportunity that I've had to serve the children of Utah. And thank you for giving me that opportunity, for all those who have come before you, all the 85 of you that have leaned in to help kids. So just thank you so much for your kindness and your kind words and your gifts. I will cherish it always. I won't be far. I'm headed to the University of Utah to support their College of Education with a new dean and a lot of initiatives, and also supporting President Randall in some things that are aligned with the board's efforts as well. So I'm excited about a new challenge. And I'm pretty sure, Member Rill, that there is more bureaucracy in higher ed than there is in K-12. So hopefully I can take some lessons there. But I love you all and so appreciate you and your kindness. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. I'm sure whenever we see you, we'll still think Superintendent Dixon. That'll never go away. So thank you. Okay. Moving on, let's move to agenda item number 3. This is the oath of office. So we have Lieutenant Governor Henderson here with us. We'd like to invite you up, and Dr. Nye, are you joining? You coming up too? Come on up, Dr. Let's make it a party. Dr. Hart, please. And your family, Molly, is here with you?
Yeah, have them come up.
Sybil was going to grab some documents.
Yeah, we can wait. It's okay.
We want to wait?
If I don't know what the documents are. Do we need them?
It's the oath of office.
We might need that.
Sybil has the oath of office.
Let's just wait.
We can do it with, we can do the actual oath and then sign it when it comes in.
Let's go ahead and move forward and
Okay.
then follow with
All
the
right.
paperwork as. Oh, yeah, this is my daughter and this is my husband. And my other's in college. You're in college too, yes. You're just home for the summer.
You have the new one? Oh, perfect. Okay, this is great. Okay. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Molly Hart,
having been appointed as the State Superintendent of Public Instruction,
having been appointed as the State Superintendent of Public Instruction,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Utah,
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Utah,
of the State of Utah, and that I will discharge the duties of my office
and I will discharge the duties of my office
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Thank you. Congratulations. We've got two, so you can have one.
Okay. Signature here.
And I have a little letter from the governor for you.
Thank you.
So bring that to you, and then
my
this,
copy.
and we'll give you a nice copy.
Excellent.
We'll give you the pretty one.
you.
When we
Thank
have
you.
it. Thank you. Congratulations and good luck.
Thanks for coming out. Good luck.
We have full confidence in you.
Yes.
So we're expecting big things.
Thank you.
No pressure.
I'm excited. Let's get to work.
That's
Stay here for a second. Okay.
Have you speak to the public.
Oh, okay.
Is that okay? Let's grab this chair. Yeah, don't let them leave. We'll get pictures.
Oh, don't let them leave.
Um,
Okay, they won't.
Where did the Lieutenant Governor step out already? Is she gone? I want to offer Dr. Hart, Superintendent Hart, an opportunity to speak to the public and the board real quick, and then we'll take a break and get pictures.
Sure. Do you want me to sit?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And I understand the enormity of the appointment, and I've had some time to think about, what my vision will be. In fact, everybody's asking what my vision is. And for me, it's important that we all lean in and that we all work together and that we build bridges and that our legislature and our board and our field and our parents and our students all work together to make education in the state of Utah the best in the nation and the best in the world. We have the materials here. I came to Utah and I didn't expect to stay. We thought we were going to be here 4 years, maybe. That was 15 years ago, and we are proud to call Utah home. The system, the public education system, my children benefited from, as well as so many students in different ways. But we can always do better, and we can always evolve and improve and make stronger, because we build on strengths here, and we have many. I really want to get to work. I really want to build those bridges from day one, and I'm excited for all the opportunity. There will be plenty more times for me to talk. Today is a day of transition for sure. And one thing's for certain is that I want to build on the legacy that Dr. Dixon doesn't think about legacy, doesn't worry about legacy, but she has left one. And it is huge and beautiful. And I intend to build on that and grow and improve and evolve as the world evolves and as our children need us to evolve. So really, words are important, but actions matter more, and I'm ready to get to work.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Hart. We will take 10 minutes and take a 10-minute break and get pictures if Well, thanks. 10 minutes. content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. So we have a few on our list here. First, we're looking to see if Jolie Honey is here in person. We do not see Jolie. Let's move to Lindsay Henderson. We recognize we're a little bit early, but we're going to test the waters anyway. Lindsay is here. Welcome, Lindsay.
Good morning, members of the Utah State Board of Education. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Lindsay Henderson, and I'm the Math Policy Director for Excel in Ed, and I'm here today to express strong support for the proposed revisions to Utah's math standards. These updates reflect a thoughtful vision of mathematics that students need to understand in order to succeed in post-secondary opportunities. One of the most important proposed changes to Utah's math standards is an increased focus on data science knowledge and skills. To be an engaged citizen in today's world, interpreting and reasoning with data is foundational, and it permeates every aspect of college and career readiness and success. Utah's Math Standards Writing Committee has taken the need for data-rich experiences seriously by building these competencies, starting in pre-kindergarten and extending through high school. Infusing data into the pre-K through 10 math standards and providing student and family choice in 11th grade math pathways recognizes the fact that not every student needs the same math in order to be successful. By offering high-quality, relevant pathways with clear connections to careers and post-secondary opportunities, Utah's proposed math standards are empowering students and families with the tools to make informed decisions about their future. Another really important part of Utah's proposed standards is maintaining the integrated mathematics through high school. The top performing countries on the International PISA math exam all require an integrated math experience through 10th or 11th grades. Research shows that students who studied integrated mathematics are significantly advantaged over students who studied subject-specific math in problem solving and in reasoning. Students who participate in an integrated math pathway have been shown to develop a deeper understanding of mathematical concepts and develop an appreciation for the relevance of these concepts to the real world. Recently, other states, such as Maryland, are seeing the advantage of the integrated approach to high school mathematics and are trying to replicate what Utah has had in place for the past 12 years. The proposed revisions are not just about updating content, they're about expanding economic opportunity for Utah's future. I urge the board to support the math standards revisions, and I thank you for your leadership and your commitment to strong mathematics experiences for Utah students.
Thank you, Lindsay. Next, we have Corey Fairholm.
This is really long. Okay, good morning. I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to stand before you every month over the past couple years. Thank you for always taking the time to listen, not just to me, but to the voice of Utah PTA and the families we represent. Your willingness to engage in the open dialogue has truly made a difference. As my term as Utah PTA president comes to a close, I want you to know that I have enjoyed working with each one of you in many different areas to support our children. Let us all continue to advocate for opportunities, resources, and support systems that help every child reach their full potential. I also would like to thank Superintendent Sid Dixon. Her leadership has been steadfast and inspiring, and she has shown what it means to lead with both vision and compassion, and I want to thank her for a job well done. She's constantly supported the voice of parents and shown genuine interest in strengthening the partnership between schools and communities. Thank you for her service, her vision, and her tireless efforts to support education in Utah. And we wish her the very best in her next chapter and hope she takes pride in the legacy she leaves behind. But as we look forward with new leadership, Utah PTA will continue to work with the school board members as well as Dr. Hart to fulfill our mission to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. So thank you again for your partnership and for all that you do for the service for our Utah students. Thank you. And I do have a gift for Dr. Dix. I don't know where she went, but this is a 100-year towel because we are celebrating 100 years of Utah PTA. So I will give that to her whenever I see her, wherever she went.
Just
thank you.
Hang on to it. She's around here somewhere. Yeah, thank you. Do we have Jolie Honey online or here in person?
I'm here in person.
Oh, perfect.
Hi, thank you so much. And hello, I actually used to work at the State Board of Education. I know public comment can be early. Thank you so much for having me and good day. First, I want to thank you for your service as well as the opportunity to be here and speak. It was so lovely walking in and just getting like hugs from different people and seeing the smiles around the room today. I am here, again, my name is Jolie Honey. I have 30 plus years of experience as a Utah math educator. I was a classroom teacher, I was an academic coach, specialist, administrator in 3 large public school districts as well as a charter school. And then I also am the former STEM coordinator and math specialist. Really, I'm here to say it has been 10 years since we've had our last public comments or public release of the draft standards for mathematics. And I'm here to say that I strongly support those going out to the public for review. We have a lot of amazing data showing the great things that have happened for Utah students over the past 30 years, including that we have many more students who have access to calculus, who have and take calculus and receive credit for calculus, as well as AP statistics, concurrent enrollment classes. And then we also have in our higher ed system, the data shows that we have way fewer students who are taking remedial math classes. So while we have done a lot of great things and we've had standards that have shown that progress, we also know that students tomorrow need data science. They need more opportunities and they need more breadth. I'm really proud of the writing team and the leadership of the Utah State Board of Education specialists now who are making sure that those things are happening for Utah's economy and for the future of our students. I'd also be happy to come back and talk about the fact that I've been a writer, reviewer, or facilitator of the Utah standards from 2002, 7, 11, 13, and 16. So any information you'd like about that, I'd be happy to share. And thank you. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we will conclude public comment and move on to agenda item 5. This is our Finance Committee report, and we will turn time over to Chair Davis, if she's ready.
Thank you. 5.2. The committee approves R277632 funding for at-risk students. Oh, I have a substitute motion on this. Well, actually,
Let's read
can I
out
start
the-
over? Let me do the first motion and then the sub.
Please.
Okay. So this one, 5.2, is the new funding formulas that were implemented by the legislature this past year. And the motion from the committee was that the board approve R277632 funding for at-risk students and students learning English draft 2 on second and final reading. And then I have a substitute motion.
That is in order. Go ahead.
The substitute motion is that the board approve R277632 funding for at-risk students and students learning English draft 3 on second and final reading, and that was because of a formula correction there.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-632 funding for at-risk students and students learning English draft 3 on second and final reading. I'm going to turn back over to Chair Davis to speak to that motion.
I think I did already.
And it was, again, to just make a slight adjustment
Yes.
that was found to be off from draft 2, and that's the only change.
Correct.
Okay. Member Lear. Yes, it's a good time to ask questions about, but recognize that we are on draft 3.
Right, and that's the one I have a question about. So on line 51, there was some words, phrases deleted, and I wondered if there was a reason for that, if it was intentional, or if it was just felt to be unnecessary, and other relevant available data as determined by the superintendent. Because it seems like there could occasionally be additional information that might change an assessment or a situation.
To my knowledge,
Chair Davis, are you going to respond or?
Yeah, to my knowledge, it aligns with the new language and code, but we have Assistant Superintendent Nielsen who can speak to that.
Thank you.
Chair, can I answer the question?
Please do.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Earl. As staff, after the Lear, sorry.
This is an anagram thing.
Yeah. After the rule passed out of committee, staff started to begin working on the application process in Utah grants, and there were a lot of questions from staff that would be working on this of what other data and how do we build that into the application. So we're recommending that be stricken. The law itself is pretty clear on the way the funding formula is created. In fact, it's in statute how schools are determined to be eligible. So we expect that staff will be able to identify schools and districts that are eligible, which is not a large number typically in any given year, and provide that application directly to them without them having to prove their eligibility that way. So staff was recommending that this would be difficult for them to apply. What does the other data mean and what would that look like? That feeds into the other language that staff's recommending be stricken, and it's really to try to simplify the application process for the LEAs that are eligible based on the legislative piece, and to allow that application process and the funds to be awarded as seamlessly as possible, which is as consistent as I mentioned in an email to Chair Davis. I appreciate your willingness to consider this is consistent with the reducing burdens task force for our LEAs.
Thank you. That seems to answer the question. Seeing no other lights, let me go ahead and restate the motion and we will vote. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-632, funding for at-risk students and students learning English, draft 3 on second and final reading. When the voting is open, there we go, let's vote. So that passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, that coming from Member Bogus. And then, back to you, Chair Davis.
5.3 is the charter school revolving account amendment, and the amendment basically is to keep a kind of a committee that advises on this, and then also they weren't getting a lot of takers. This is a kind of a revolving loan account at $300,000, so it increases it to $500,000 to see if it might be a little more helpful to our charter schools. And the motion before the board is that the board approves R277-480 charter school revolving account, draft 1 on second and final reading.
So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-480 charter school revolving account, draft 1 on second and final reading. Member Booth? Second. Oh, this one came straight out of committee. I think we're good. Thank you, though. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously. Let's move on. Chair Davis.
Thank you. 5.4 is home address versus geocode location of state borders for San Juan and Tooele school districts. And this stems from a new requirement that LEAs submit geocoordinates to UTREX. So historically, both districts have served students residing just across the Utah and Arizona and Utah-Nevada borders due to the closer proximity of their schools compared to the out-of-state options. So some of these students, it appears, may have in the past been reported with a Utah resident status for registration purposes, but with these new geocodes, they're getting kind of these exact coordinates, even if they're right on the border. Some of them might not be considered as such. And so the motion that came out of committee was the motion that I'm going to read, but it was pending some information from the Assistant Attorney Generals, which said that legally they felt that this was acceptable. So I'll go ahead and read the motion because we have that statement from them, and I can answer questions after. if needed. The board endorses specific recommendations to establish a variance that permits these districts to continue to code these border students as Utah residents.
Thank you, Chair Davis. The motion before the board then is that the board endorses the specific recommendations to establish a variance that permits these districts to continue to code these border students as Utah residents. Member Lear.
I'm wondering, and again, this might be a question for Chair Davis, it might be a question for Mr. Jones, but do these students pay out-of-state tuition? And if not, how do you distinguish between 10 miles away from the border or 3 miles away from the border or 50 miles or that kind of thing? And I don't want to sound stingy, but with the level of funding in Utah, I don't know that we can afford to be too generous unless there's a quid pro quo, unless we get something from those states on occasion.
Chair Davis, would you like to answer or defer to staff?
I'm going to have staff answer if that's okay.
Please, Scott.
So, Chair, essentially the answer to the question is that this is in the interest of the districts being able to count that student towards the WPU calculation. There are instances along the Utah border where districts do engage with the particular state and enter into agreements for students that do cross the border. In this instance, this is part of the overall consideration of the Navajo Nation and the sovereignty of the nation, and that students within that nation do move back and forth between that. And so this is really just about, look, if the student is regularly attending or is a member for ADM purposes of that school, that there's nothing in code that prohibits that district from counting them as a resident of Utah, though, in the interest of calculating for the WPU because we're providing services to them. So that's really does that help answer the question, or?
Sounds like we have a follow-up.
I would like to follow up just briefly. And that is, I understand about San Juan because of the sovereignty issues and the fact that the reservation goes across the states. And
right.
I understand San Juan. I'm not so clear about Tooele.
So
help me with that.
Yeah. So if I may, Chair, so there's that same consideration there. However, Tooele does have some engagement with the state of Nevada in agreements and those aspects too. What we're trying to do is just to make sure that where the student is so close on the border, right, using this tool. So the GEO is a tool that helps identify where the precise location is so that subsequently we can take the process of either engaging with the other state about, where that student is attending and those pieces too. So it's both those situations where we have Tooele and San Juan, different students from different places in the nation. But then, we just wanted to make sure too that we could apply the same standard in other parts of the state. So that's why you're seeing the Tooele and San Juan, but they would involve different students. It's not saying though that it prevents in any way Tooele from engaging with Nevada to enter into agreement to get Nevada to pay for that student to attend or those types of aspects. But then when we're dealing with a different type of student population within the nation, then we have those considerations as well. So,
just a brief follow-up
One more
comment.
follow-up? Go ahead.
I understand that. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. I'm conflicted. I want all children to have access to education that works best for them. I do think it makes it difficult, especially with the Tooele situation, because we do still, as I understand it, charge out-of-state tuition for some students attending Utah schools. And I think it makes it hard legally to distinguish between students who happen to be close to the border in Tooele, but less close in Idaho, or I just think it causes problems. And if we want to just open our borders and say, y'all come, and we can, and we want to stretch our money that far, I would probably support that. I just am concerned with the with the sort of semi-distinctions we're drawing.
Yeah.
Thank you,
So,
Member Lear.
if I may,
Sure.
Chair, for further consideration, the student counts, it's not just these two districts, but there's student counts, across a variety of districts, right? So using the tool to do this, we're talking about 119, roughly, or 100 and, for this one. Yeah.
These are the ones who are coded to go out of state.
Yeah, so it goes both ways. They have students that are coming into the state. And there's about 119 that are going out of the state. Those that are coming into the state, the count's more around 50 students. So we're only talking, a couple of hundred, either both ways, 50 coming across and about 119 going out. And so then we use that so we know this because of the tool that's being used, and then that allows at the local level for that engagement with other states or the Navajo Nation or thing. These districts just want to make sure that there's nothing in code that prevents them, once they identify the location of the student, from counting them for the WPU as long as they're a member of their school. So, and that's the equation here using the GEO tool. So.
Appreciate your explanation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board endorses the specific recommendations to establish a variance that permits these districts to continue to code these border students as Utah residents. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously with those present. Let's go back to Chair Davis.
Thank you, Chair. This next agenda item, 5.6, request for funding and/or budget recommendations in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act. Just for board member awareness, this is tomorrow will be the last time in the process that budget requests will come through Finance Committee. So Finance Committee has been vetting these kind of first initial requests, and then starting in August, there will be a standing agenda item, and all board members can bring budget requests anytime to the general board meeting as opposed to putting them through committee first. The motion for the board is that the board directs staff to prepare funding requests for critical FTE needs, superintendency, internal audit, and UPAC. 2, data capabilities and information systems. 3, educator preparation hours. And 4, the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Program.
Thank you. The motion has been stated. Member Carey?
While she was reading, we lost visual on what she was reading, so I was just going to call for it. Are these three things, these 4 things, does that encompass everything that you just?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And this is just to have the, the details of a request created so the board can consider them at a later date.
Yeah, as a reminder, this does not mean that this is part of our
Correct.
top 10. We'll still go through all that
Correct.
process. This is just an opportunity to put things before the board. So I've got Member Carey with a follow-up, and then Member Lear.
Yeah, to the maker of the motion, if appropriate, the items A, B, and C, are they in any particular order, or they're just?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Lear?
Huh, I didn't know that. I just had a question for Member Chair Davis. If these were in any, if this order was important, or this was just a list of items you want information about.
The 1 through 4?
Yes. It's not a priority list, or?
It is not a priority list. It's just the order of the motions came in.
Okay. Thanks.
To the committee. Or through the committee, I should say.
Thank you. The motion then is that the board directs staff to prepare funding requests for, in no particular order, 1, critical FTE needs, A, B, and C being superintendency, internal audit, and UPAC. 2, data capabilities and information systems, 3, educator preparation hours, and 4, Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Program. Let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. Our final action item resulted in no motion for the full board at this time because we requested information about additional costs for Aspire and vendors and such with the student information systems. Those will be discussed tomorrow in committee, and hopefully we'll have something to talk about again when we come to full board in August, but we'll see.
Thank you. And I believe that concludes the finance report. Let's move on to agenda item 6, Law and Licensing Committee report. Over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The first agenda item is item 6.3. This is a Canyon Grove Academy waiver request. And the motion for the board is that the board approve Canyon Grove Academy's request for a waiver from Utah Administrative Code R277-552-5, paren 5.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve Canyon Grove Academy's request for a waiver from Utah Admin Code R277-552-5, paren 5. Is that a legal paren thing? Is that, do I have to adopt that? Okay, I'll say it. I like it. Okay. With that distraction, let's go ahead and vote. And Member Davis stepped out. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Next agenda item is 6.5, data sharing agreement with Liz Bernfeld. Oh, 6.4, excuse me. Thank you, Chair. This is item 6.4, and this is the Valley Academy Charter waiver request. The motion before the board is that the board approve Valley Academy Charter's request for a waiver from Utah Administrative Code R277-552-6.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve Valley Academy Charter's request for a waiver from Utah Admin Code R277-552-6. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 10 in favor, 1 in opposition, coming from Member Bogus. Oh, that passes. Hold on one second. Let clarify your. Did you not mean to hit?
I did not. I was reading something that I'm going to vote no on.
Okay. We do. So this passes unanimously. Member Bogus is a yes. So back to you, Chair Carey. Thank you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. Now, item 6.5, data sharing agreement with Liz Bernfeld. And the motion for the board is that the board approve the data sharing agreement with Liz Bernfeld, USBE 25007-0RA.
The motion before the board then is that the board approve the data sharing agreement with Liz Bernfeld, USBE 25007-0RA. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I found it interesting, Chair Carey, that this came through the committee because the board has rejected many data sharing agreements similar to this in the past. Is there a reason you guys decided this one was different from those we've previously rejected?
Chair Carey, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I can only speak for myself in that I found that the data being requested was relevant to advancing public education rather than a particular sub-interest. That's why I supported it. Other committee members could address it on their own. But I think that was the consensus, that the benefits to public ed and our access to the data was adequately protected in this request for data. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
May I follow up?
You do follow up? Yes. So then I've got Vice Chair Wood.
So what I don't see in here, and a lot of pages, so maybe I missed it, but what I don't see in here is third-party disclosure. And when you're in a research institution, is she not sharing this with anybody else? This is a single person release?
Chair Carey.
If I may, I'd direct that to staff if Director Chalice is here. I believe that's standard language in our agreements, but it's worthy of being addressed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Director Chalice, would you like to respond to that question from Member Bogus?
Yeah, I'd love to. Director Chalice, or Katie Chalice, Director of Privacy. It's the hardest part of my job is remembering what so in answer to your question, Liz Bernfeld, as a part of her doctoral work, I believe that her advisor and potentially, I know that some of her professors that she'd be working with, which are listed under additional researchers on page 17 of the agreement, that they too would have access to some of this personally identifiable or the data that she's requesting. So to answer your question, those could be considered third parties, her people that she's working with, but it wouldn't leave outside outside of BYU.
May I follow up?
Thank you. Follow up.
Yeah, so then, if they have access to it, why are we not entering into agreements with them as well?
I would say they are a party to the agreement. Typically when a doctoral student or a university enters into an agreement, there are anywhere between 2 and 5 people who will have access to the data. That's what's happening here too. She's the primary researcher, but as a part of her work, those other 3 individuals may also have sort of incidental access in supporting her, which is, again, that's the standard. Typically.
May I have one last one?
Sure.
So then who's accountable if this gets leaked?
Brigham Young University would be.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood.
And I believe as I listened to committee that this student information will not be identifiable once it's securely, and that's the major difference that I see in this release, is that we are not tying together students and all their information, and it's identifiable. She'll be doing the research based on that number that you use that I don't remember the name of right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So technically it is identifiable in the sense that there is a unique identifier. But if disclosed, that particular unique identifier that we're sharing is probably the safest version of an identifier that we have, because it only can be tied back to our systems. It's the USBE specific student ID rather than an LEA student ID or an SSID. So identifiable, yes, but the safest version of that we offer.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
So this is the first of these requests that I've seen, so I did have some questions in terms of, I think, what you partially addressed it. So in this request, will personally identifiable information from individual students be available to this researcher?
Who's that directed to? Is that you were looking at Vice Chair Wood?
Vice Chair Wood.
Carey, we've got Katie. Katie, will you respond to that? Thank you.
Sure, and I'll get a little bit into the weeds. So usually when we use the term personally identifiable information, most people are thinking about their name, their grade level, their birth date, those kinds of things, which definitely are all personally identifiable information. Some types of personally identifiable information are less obvious. In this case, it's a unique student identifier that we maintain here at our agency. So the short answer to your question is yes, PII will be shared. Will it be student name, student number? No, it's not that type of PII, not the kind that you would think of that is exchanged at a school level, for example. But yeah, technically this is PII because it is it's related, directly related and tied back to a student. Does that answer your question, Member
So
Kelly?
just for clarification then, so like teachers, faculty, they have a cactus number. This is similar to the cactus number for students. And so
Yes. Mhm.
that's the only personal identifiable information that this researcher will have access to?
I'm going to say yes. It is also the case that other types of information in combination can identify a student. So let's say this data set was accidentally disclosed, which is not the intention. Someone in a school community, for example, could say, oh, I see that this student has a special ed indicator and they are an English language learner. So they could maybe deduce, oh, I think that's probably this kid because I know that this kid in my school has those indicators. So there's potential for identifying the students in that way. But that aside, yeah, the primary identifier is this student underscore ID.
Thank you. I've got Member Earl, then Member Lear.
Just a couple things. I mean, the outcome of this is to measure what we've spent a lot of money in doing in the state of Utah. So I think the personal identifiable information, which is scores of, the outcomes of the investment that we've made in early literacy, right? To me, that you can't do that with actually figuring out whether there's been outcomes, right? Productive outcomes or not. And then that would inform policy. For me, this is one of the better research projects I've seen that have come through the board in a long time. It answers some questions. Are we going in the right direction or not? And I'm kind of hoping not that the individual data gets leaked, but I'm hoping the outcomes get leaked, meaning that they're usable, and whether they're beneficial, that we can make some policy decisions from that. So this is one of those that I feel like, and with the constraints, it's not going to third-party providers. I feel like they're going to get some really good information from this. So I'm in support of this item.
Thank you. Member Lear.
And just go back to Member Kelly's point, and just to make sure I'm understanding and to say it a little more simply than you did, that technically the only connection is to the student identifier, which a person would have to be intimately involved in this office to be able to connect the student identifier to the student. So it's a limited scope of people who would have access to that information. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
And then, as I recall, it's not so much the results of this would have to be leaked. As I recall our discussion, that this information would be shared with the State Board of Education and be able to inform our future decisions about these issues. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. That's actually written in on page 14. The researcher, in this case, Liz Bernfeld, she's committed to share her publication. And so she's actually, assuming this passes, she's kind of contractually obligated to share back the results with the board.
Which was very persuasive for me also, as with Member Earl. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, board members. The motion then before the board is that the board approve the data sharing agreement with Liz Bernfeld, USBE 250070RA. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 11 in favor, 2 in opposition, those coming from Member Brinton and Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. The next item before the board is item 6.6, R277609, Standards for LEA Discipline Plans and Emergency Safety Interventions, incorporated document. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277609, incorporated by reference document, least restricted behavioral interventions, LRBI, technical assistance manual, draft 3, on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-609 incorporated by reference document, least restricted behavioral interventions, LRBI, technical assistance manual, draft 3 on second and final reading. I've got member Bogus, then member Lear.
Oh, wait. I thought we were doing 609. Are we doing the LRBI? Oh, I'm going to let somebody else talk first.
Member Lear?
Thank you. I'm willing to support this document, but I have to say, I did not like the changes to some terminology that the field is very responsive to and familiar with. I, in fact, called 4 school districts, 2 charter schools, and all of them gave me a version of what I'm going to say right now, and that is, we don't particularly care what you put in your document. We especially don't particularly care what your title of a section is. But let me just tell you that we're going to use trauma-informed. We're going to use restorative practices. That's the language in our training. That's the language that our employees understand. So we'll be using that, and that's the way we understand these particular issues. Every one of these LEAs that I talked to said some version of this. Some were more articulate, some were more emphatic, but they recognize that this is just playing with words and that they don't feel committed to doing that same manipulation, that they feel comfortable using the language in their training materials that they're familiar with and that their employees are familiar with. So I'm reluctantly supportive of this. It needs to go out to the field, but understanding that I think the field knows at least as much about this and is more conversant with the terms that are within the document, that have traditionally been within the document, than perhaps some board members are.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I'm just trying to find it. You want these moved, Jenny, one at a time? All right, I would move the proposed changes to the LRBI draft 3. It is a, I don't know if I want to call it a gridded document. It says page 7, page 14, 15, 15 through 18, etc. It's entitled Proposed Changes to Draft 3.
In our backup?
Yes.
Very last.
We need it. Well, I'm not even sure what the motion is. I'm going to be honest with you. So, yeah, I'd like to be able to restate the motion, just not sure what it is or how much I'm going to be reading here before we get a second.
I think it should say the proposed changes to draft 3 as cited in the document. I don't know exactly what you want.
Member Bogus, waiting on you to make sure this motion is where you want it.
I don't know, do we know what document we're talking about? So technically, I'm happy to accept credit, but technically this is not my document. This document was provided by our staff. But these are the changes. We've met with staff, we've met with a number of board members, and
Well, let's jump back to the motion. We'll put the motion before the body, see if we can get a second, and then we'll speak to that. So,
I'll second.
okay, let's put a motion out there. The motion is that the board approve the proposed changes to draft 3 as cited in Member Bogus's supplementary revisions available on Civic Clerk. It is titled LRBI Changes, Bogus, May 2025 Final - Google Docs. Member Green, are you still a second?
Yes, thank you.
Back to you, Member Bogus, to speak to your motion.
Thank you. Yeah, so we met with staff, we met with some board members, and these, I think, are good and powerful changes that reflect more of what really happens inside our classrooms. Some is a little bit expanded, some has been adjusted for clarity. We've addressed some things, for example, 57 through 58. There are some changes related to environment, and interestingly enough, a scholarly article was just published and circulated and trended on Twitter saying that that's some of the best things we can add in there in terms of helping kids. And then the rest of this, I think, just focuses on ensuring that we are not attributing things like immutable characteristics or life itself as a feature of trauma. And then there are some grammatical issues in this document, as well as other query. Not all of these were added by me. This was a group effort, but I think hopefully that explains those amendments, unless Member Bollinger or Member Earl have other things to add.
Well, we've got lights from Member Davis, Earl, then Booth. So Member Davis.
I have an amendment that is separate from this. So do you want me to keep my light on, or?
I'll keep you in the queue once we vote.
So take it off.
Member Earl?
Yeah, regarding the LRBI manual, just in general, I appreciate all the dialogue with staff, community members, board members. These were some additional thoughts that were brought after last month, and just being able to engage and really narrow things to a good spot. And I think that these amendments do that. So I'm speaking in favor of this motion.
Thank you. Member Booth.
As I have read through this document, my question over and over again has been, what is the response of staff? I haven't really, I heard just now from Christina that they have been involved in the process. Are they resistant, perhaps in ways similar to what board member has referred to from the school districts or from the charter schools that board member Lear spoke with? Or are they good now that they've had the chance to discuss and look at all of these various suggestions and recommendations? I don't know who needs to answer that, because I don't know who knows.
Well, I'm not sure if any staff is going to be willing to come up and be like, no, I don't like this, or yeah, I'm on board. You know what I mean? I think that's a tough. Dr. Voorhees can offer an overview. Sid did it. I know you can. Sorry, Leah.
Thank you, Chair. Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement. So to both Board Member Earl and Board Member Bogus's points, we have spent a lot of time, and staff members have spent a lot of time with about half of the board now, half of board members individually or in small groups working on the language. And we appreciate the collaboration. We recognize all the work that has come from outside, from LEAs related to the language. To Board Member Lear's point, we have heard similar discussion from LEAs that teachers don't necessarily understand why language is being proposed to be changed, but at the same time, staff recognizes that the collaboration has gotten us to a point that we think is approvable. Was that a reasonable response to your question, Board Member Booth?
Thank you.
Looks like yes. Superintendent Dixon?
I'm just going to say it in plain language. I think oftentimes when the board really wrangles and works on changes, staff prefers perhaps the original document or what's been, iteration 1 or 2. And by the time it gets to 3 or 4, it's like, can we live with this? I mean, that's sort of where we try to get to in compromise, right? So I think that's what I'm hearing from staff, is that it's livable, not preferable, but livable. And that's better than we can't use this. Is that fair? Staff, is that fair? I'm seeing nods. Okay.
Thank you. Member Bollinger, then Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you, Chair. As everybody's kind of spoken to today, this has been a long process. We've spent hours and hours, and a lot of board members have been involved, a lot of staff members have been involved, and I do want to express my gratitude to staff and the extra hours that they've put into being open to this discussion. And, I think this is kind of an example where all of us are trying to represent different constituents that have different voices and different needs. And sometimes, we have to find a way to be able to move forward as long as we can provide guidance for our schools and our districts and make sure that they are able to provide the services and supports for students. And that's what is the most important. Is I've spoken to several of the schools and districts in my area. When we talk about words, they may not use the exact same words in their trainings. However, the content and the details are really what matter to them in the document. And so with that, I do support the proposed changes on this document and would encourage us to move forward.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood.
I just have one specific, if I might, to Deputy Superintendent Voorhees. Thank you. I'm reading Elise Newey, and it's like really messing me up. I'm like, sorry. I'm like, that is not. Sorry. I'm sorry. My brain. On the, I guess this is, I don't know if they're page number, but there's one change there, just a question that I'd love to have a better, deeper understanding on, the coercion cycle versus power struggles. It's changing any place where coercion cycle is 15 through 18 is what it says. It's changed to power struggles. And as I've looked at it, it's like coercion cycle is an actual process. There's an actual content that aligns with that, where I look at power struggle and I'm not finding the same thing. Can you help me understand the benefit of this change specifically?
Chair, thank you. Yes, so as you say, exactly as you say, coercion cycle is the name and the process that is used in the field to represent what happens when individuals get, when there is a power struggle and but a coercion cycle includes a power struggle, but is actually broader than just a power struggle. It's the individual who is trying to get their need met, and the individual who either like the child who's trying to get whatever their need met, the adult who is trying to ensure compliance or ensure that there is not a lot of disruption, and the cycle that they go through to be able to both of them accomplish their desire and their need. And a power struggle it can be seen as part of it, but the coercion cycle is actually bigger and broader than just a power struggle. Does that respond to your question?
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, well, actually, I'd actually like to move to strike that section of the 15 and 15 through 18 and maintain this coercion cycle.
So there's an amendment to, let's just make sure we get that motion up there. Member Wood, Vice Chair Wood. This is it. So the motion is that the board strike the amendment regarding the coercion cycle. To strike power struggle
And maintain coercion cycle.
and maintain coercion cycle. And do we have a second? A second from Member Lear, Vice Chair Wood.
Oh, I think the clarity was there with Superintendent Voorhees, so thank you.
Thank you. Speaking to the motion now, the amended motion, Member Bogus.
Yeah, I would just speak against the motion. This is language that's not really used in the field. I think I probably asked 60 teachers and not one of them knew what it was. The language in the field that is used is the power struggle. And when we produce a document from this board and it doesn't match what is occurring real time in classrooms, it becomes disconnected, and then it's a document that remains unused. And if that's our goal, then I think keeping that language in there is good, but that's not something that is really talked about. Maybe it is by BCBAs, but by everyday educators in the classroom. They talk about the power struggle and the concepts and the steps within the power struggle, how to mitigate it, how to avoid it, and how to end it. And so, and even one of our staff members articulated in conversation that she had never heard of the coercion cycle until she came to Utah. In a broader context, even outside of our state, it's just not language that is used in real time in the classroom. And so I would recommend that we keep those changes. We had really good, well thought out discussions about them. And I would recommend that we keep the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bogus. If the term coercion cycle remains in the document, would the changes within the document need to be readdressed? Or would it not change anything? You know how there's always domino effects. I shouldn't say always. There are sometimes domino effects. Would this create domino effects? And Leah, I guess I'm asking you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to say honestly, I would have to, do a quick search through the document. That is the section that explains the coercion cycle. Those pages, I think there may be a couple other references to it, so we'd have to do a find and replace. But the content, this is where it is housed.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve that the board strike power struggle and maintain language about the coercion cycle on pages 15 through 18. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
No.
Okay. That motion fails. 7 in favor, 7 in opposition. Those in opposition being Member Green, Member Carey, Member Hall, Member Kelly, Member Earl, Member Brinton, and Member Bogus. So we're back here to our original motion. And the motion then before the board is that the board approve the proposed changes to draft 3 as cited in Member Bogus's supplementary revisions available on Civic Clerk titled LRBI Changes Bogus, May 2025 Final Google Docs. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes unanimously. We have another amendment from Member Davis.
Thank you. I had about 10 amendments, but I had sent them to the committee. They didn't get seen in time because it was such a quick turnaround when we got it in the first place. And I don't want to take a lot of time on the board, so I picked my most salient of the 10 And I move that we require LEAs to document 504 plans in writing and distribute to all teachers of the student.
Let's go ahead and make sure that that motion is clear on the screen.
I would second that, but I have a question.
And Member Davis, will you keep an eye on that and let us know when that motion is correct?
Sure. And I'll speak to it if Member Bogus is second. Maybe your question is dependent on your second. No. Okay, then
Okay.
I can go ahead and speak
So
to it.
is this, well, is this,
You could say to the students, teachers, yes, that'd be fine.
okay.
And
so
I'm not
the-
particular about the language of it. It just, there is a section about 504 plans in the LRBI manual, and wherever staff feels it's appropriate to incorporate it, it can be incorporated. This is not required federally, but it is almost impossible to implement a 504 plan with fidelity if you don't see it, and especially in our secondary schools. When a child has 8 teachers, you can't have an administrator say, hey, this child has, these 3 504 accommodations. I mean, I think the typical practice is you probably are writing it, but I'll be honest, as a parent also of a child with a 504 plan, sometimes the info just doesn't get to the end of the row, and so it becomes a little harder to communicate with everybody. So this, I think, is really important and something at a state level we should be requiring.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So to the maker of the motion, I honestly didn't realize people weren't doing this.
Same.
Because I have access to hundreds of 504s, literally. And so my question would be, do we need to include or other appropriate personnel? Does our staff do that? Because you can't implement a 504 if, for example, the para in the classroom doesn't understand the accommodations. I'm not saying release the documents, but I am wondering if this language needs to be more specific.
Member Davis, response?
I see it kind of more as following the IEP. I mean, if there is a related server, that person would receive a copy as well. So I don't know if maybe we need to include that in, would the language be related servers?
So,
I don't know. How do we do it with IEP?
Leah, Dr. Voorhees.
Thank you, Chair. So the response would be all the teachers and service providers, and that would account for the para-educator that was involved, any related service providers.
And parents. So I guess we would need to add both of those.
Would you
So,
like me to make that amendment, or should it go without objection?
without objection, I would just add documents to the students, teachers, parents, and service providers. But there might be an objection.
There might be. Let's get it up there and we'll
I would
see.
not object to that as the seconder.
So there's an amendment to the motion, and the amendment is to add or include parents and service providers. Is there any objection to this amended edition? Seeing none,
Matt, I don't necessarily have an objection, but I do have a comment related to that wording that I'd like to ask maybe before.
if there's no objection, this is the new motion that we're discussing, and then we can amend however we want. Is that fair? Okay. So we are, I think we're on to you, Member Lear. Are you? Okay, Member Lear.
I don't claim to be an expert in 504s, but I do know quite a bit about it, and I hate to keep piling on Leah. But my understanding is sometimes, my understanding is that sometimes not every teacher needs that information. In fact, there's sometimes the feeling that the teacher is better off, or a teacher is better off without it. If I'm misunderstanding that or misremembering it, because my thought is
maybe appropriate should be added. But I'm just would like to hear from Leah on this as opposed to me playing expert.
Leah, are you good to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Appropriate could work. I think for the reason that you stated. I think that the con, so that would be the pro, the con for appropriate would be to what I believe is Board Member Davis's purpose, that everybody actually knows about it, has it in hand, and can follow it. That the individual who is determining what is appropriate or who is appropriate and who is not appropriate might determine that nobody needs it, just like had been happening previously. I think that would be the con. Obviously, that's a policy question.
But to just follow up briefly, your advice in your role would be to just any risk that somebody might get it that doesn't need it is less important than making sure everyone knows who could help the student. So with that, that's what I wanted to know from
Chair, may I add one more thing? So just for the board to consider, this amendment might make more sense in the actual rule than in the LRBI. It could certainly be added to the LRBI and then added to the rule. And what you're looking at is incorporating the document into the rule, but if it's not also in the rule, I think there's a possibility, and Deputy Newey agrees, that it would get lost. Does that make sense? Just a thought.
Member Davis, maker of the motion.
Yeah, I think that I agree, and I was just saying this is incorporated by reference, so it is binding, and we can move forward with this today. And then when that rule is up for re-evaluation, that is it next? Oh,
It's our next
then if
agenda
this
item.
passes, we could add it there as well. And then I would feel comfortable without objection saying distribute all documents to the listed students, teachers, parents, and service providers. That way, if there's a broken leg and only the PE teacher needs it, then it can just go to the PE teacher. Is that appropriate? Does that make?
So the amendment, there's an amendment to this amended motion here, and you're requesting to include to the listed students, teachers.
So they can list on the 504 plan which teachers
Okay, so we're going to add.
need the accommodations.
We're
need
going to add
implement.
listed after students.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound right?
The students, let's see, document 504 plan. Let's put it at the end, listed on the plan. Let's put it at the end, listed on the plan, as listed on the plan, or listed on the plan, and then they can list the teachers that need to incorporate those accommodations.
So the amendment would be to add at the end of this motion, as listed on the plan.
Yes.
Is there any objection to this?
Is that the language they're going to use in the document?
Is there any objection?
Yep, then we need to make it grammatically correct if they're going to put that actual language in the document.
Well, grammatize it. Is that a word?
We have takeout, and you could just do parents, comma, service providers. Oh no, it would be and service teachers, parent. It's a little clunky, but what needs to change? It seems.
Well, as listed on the plan is technically modifying the document listed on the plan. It needs to modify it.
I think it modifies the teachers, parents, and providers.
Then it should come before.
So read how you think it should sound.
All individuals listed on the document.
Okay.
I think our staff can do it, but just as long as it's grammatically.
That's I'm
Okay.
just seeing if there's any opposition to adding this as listed on the plan.
If there's a better way to say it, I think it's fine if staff says it the most easily understandable ways, or it might be said in 4 sentences. I don't know, but just conceptually, I think we need to require that it's done.
Okay. So, Member Brenton.
I just wondered if it could just say, and relevant service providers with a stop there. And then it doesn't restate plan, because plan's before.
Okay. Member Davis, will you, this is your motion.
Yep, you got it. Who's driving? Thank you, group.
Okay,
That
so
looks great.
there is a proposal to amend the motion to read that the board require LEAs to document 504 plans and distribute all documents to the students' parents and relevant teachers and service providers. Is there any objection to the amendment to this motion? Seeing none, this is now the motion. Over to Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. A quick question, possibly to the maker of the motion. It says that the board require LEAs to document 504 plans. It's my understanding they're already required to do that. They don't have to document.
Member Davis, sorry, you're not on your microphone, and let's get the question out, and then we'll get a response. Go ahead.
So there's no federal or state requirement that 504 plans be documented? That doesn't seem.
I learned this by reading the LRBI manual. That's when I learned this. I didn't realize that as well, but I think we need to require that that is documented. It needs to be put in writing and given to the teachers if they're expected to implement the accommodations. And if parents are expecting these to be done for their kids at home, everyone needs to be on the same page. I think it's pretty much standard practice, but
We're just codifying.
this is
putting into
this
rule.
is making it, yeah,
Okay.
official.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board require LEAs to document 504 plans and distribute all documents to the students' parents and relevant teachers and service providers. Seeing no lights, I'm going to go ahead and just speak against this because I'd rather see it in the rule than the LRBI manual. So if my vote is a no and you guys are like blown back, that's why, right? Nobody's ever been blown back by a vote, but anyway. Okay, so one last time, the motion is that the board require LEAs to document 504 plans and distribute all documents to the students' parents and relevant teachers and service providers. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 13 in favor, 1 in opposition being from Member Hymas. So that's our amended motion. Seeing no other lights, we are going to go back to the original motion, and that is that the board approve R277-609 incorporated by reference document, least restricted behavioral interventions, LRBI, technical assistance manual draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. Member Bogus.
Yeah, I would like to amend the motion. And in addition, approve the grammar and formatting changes as documented and outlined in the formatting and grammar changes document uploaded in board backup.
Do we have a second?
A second.
Okay. Member Bogus, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, so I know we all read this, but I'm just going to be frank. When I read it, it was extremely painful to read because it had more than 3,000 gum errors in it. And I know that it's long. I get that. But just as an example, there are sentences in this document that ring to the tune of, "In the trees, the children played in the trees." And those are errors coming out of the State Board of Education that absolutely should not be there. There are many sentences that have multiple appositives, modifiers, split infinitives, words that should be hyphenated that are not. And so I went through, and it's a verbose document. There's some words that were just superfluous. There were some phrases, for example, the word problem behavior was misspelled almost 200 times. And so I have a document there if you want to check it out. It's merely gum. That's all it is grammar usage and mechanics. And then it outlines there below staff, and I made this list together. This really does need an index for ease of use. We need to highlight and bold certain information. There's a lot of IE and EG that's not appropriately used. Split infinitives, infinitive verbs, things like that. And so if we can approve this document and instruct our staff to make those changes, I would appreciate it.
Member Earl?
Yeah, I just think it is important for the body to know that when we finish documents, they do go through. We have a professional editor that we have hired, and I think that there's a lot of great recommendations in here, and that's why to kind of highlight those and take some of those into consideration. So I agree, we want the best product coming out. So I would speak in favor of this addition.
Member Lear?
I would never disagree that we want grammatical errors fixed and found and never have any more. But I think this is the kind of thing that we don't need a motion on. I feel like I will be voting no because I think we can just ask staff to do this and consider it done. And I think they will. I trust them. And I think it is something that follows the final publication of this kind of a document. So I feel like it's something we can just ask staff to do and not have to give them a directive like this. So I'll be voting no.
Member Bogus?
So just in response to that, this is a huge document. It's been before this board in my time, I think, 3 times. And it still has errors from the first time that it was brought before this board. And we were told they're going to fix them. And here it is the 3rd time back, and they're still not fixed. And so I think we do need a motion. I think we need clarity in what we're asking our staff to do. And we are the State Board of Education, and if we cannot produce a document of high caliber that is free of grammar usage and mechanics errors, in my opinion, it should have come to committee without those. And now we are approving a document that has over 3,000 errors that just I found, and I'm sure I'm not perfect. So if we're going to approve the document, I think we need to have specific instructions that these things are an expectation of this board and that the caliber of work that we put out is top notch. I think it's important, and I think it's time to say it, because if these errors are remaining from 2 iterations ago, clearly whoever is doing that work is either missing things or the work is not being done. And so I do think it's important that we put this in writing. I think adding an index is a huge thing to add to this for ease of use, and reorganizing the formatting to ensure, I don't know if you saw the picture, one of our staff members found that, because there are certain sections of this the field uses often, and there are certain sections they never ever read. And some never use it because they can't ever find what they're looking for. And it's huge and it's cumbersome. And if we're going to put it out there, I think we need to put forward the best possible product. Thank you.
The motion before the board then is that the board directs staff to make grammatical and formatting changes as requested in the backup
Can I
document.
make a comment, please?
Member Green, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't raise my hand there. I just am in favor of this motion as a person that, sends out product. There is a final review, and you would be remiss to send out your product and okay it after when you know you have a list of things that still need to be worked through. And so I would make the argument that we have board members that have put forward genuine effort to make our work polished. And that is part of our work. And we've also had staff that have helped assist in that endeavor. But to argue, oh, that happens after 3,000, if that's what it is, even if it's 10, we've seen how simple rearrangement of words shifts meaning. It would make sense to me that we make sure that what we're voting on today has already been addressed, not after the fact. You don't send out product when you know you have a list of things to fix. That thinking is completely backwards in the realm of industry and product design. Our products are words on a page, and the quality of this matters when our vote is placed. So I will be voting for this. And again, I'd like to acknowledge the genuine effort that comes from board members to address these things, to put in the work, and to help put forward quality documents that we can be proud of at the time that we vote for them.
Member Davis?
I'll be voting for this, Chair, because I also believe that we need to have quality documents. I appreciate this comes in a list of considerations for the technical writers that will be engaging in the next phase. I'm not sure where the balance lies, because I don't know that I necessarily want our content specialists engaging in time-consuming technical writing if we are going to go through the process of technical writing. So I don't know if, but I also see why they may not want to go through that process before it coming to the board substantively, because then we could change a bunch of things and then that could undo, what needs to be done again. So I just want it clear to the public that, we have an amazing staff, and I am grateful that they focus on the important content, and they have spent not hours, it seems like just countless amounts of time with board members trying to get this right substantively. And then I just want to note the precariousness of the timing between the technical writing and the editing and the changes board makes and where that should come, and not make it as if we want our staff to spend countless hours on the technical aspect if we have technical writers hired for those things that come after.
The motion before the board then is that the board directs staff to make grammatical and formatting changes as requested in the backup document, formattingsuggestions.August 2025. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Earl, are you voting on this one? That passes 10 in favor, 4 in opposition. Those in opposition being Member Carey, Member Reel, Member Lear, and Member Hymas. We are set to our motion then that the board approve R277-609 incorporated by reference document least restricted behavioral interventions LRBI Technical Assistance Manual Draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. Member Carey, or Chair Carey in this case.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be voting against this. My concern is that the motion made by Board Member Davis basically, it's my understanding it's going to create language that this body hasn't yet seen that will be included in the LRBI. And I don't mind if someone says, hey, I want to amend this to include this specific language, but I read the amendment as specifically saying, if you could, I don't see. Member Davis motion to amend that the board require LAs to document 504 plans and distribute. I agree with the message and I agree with the purpose, but again, there's no specific language that we're being called on to approve or disapprove. And because of that, I'll be voting against this motion.
Member Earl?
Are you asking that, because I can see what your thinking is, that we also include that it's included in the rule here? Or you want it in the rule before you approve the manual? I did miss the understanding.
Is this to Chair Carey?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think Board Member Earl is exactly right. We don't know because it's not specified. Like there was talk about, well, it needs to be in the LRBI manual, it needs to be in the rule. But as I read what we're approving, it doesn't give us any direction on where that should be, what the language should be. Okay. We just said as a body.
He's addressing something that can't be seen on Zoom, and so Member Green has been lost.
What are you interrupting?
But I think it's just a point of order. She can't see what Chair Carey is addressing, and so I don't know how to address
Charlie,
that.
I just can't see Member Davis's motion. I was just trying to get context for Member Carey's comment.
Okay, we'll have Jerry look at it. So back to, well, yeah, I was gonna say. Chair Carey, back to you.
As a body, we just said, look, we're not comfortable with technical staff putting in commas and periods and changing things. But at the same time, it's my understanding that what we're doing here is we're not approving specific language. We're approving an idea. And that idea is that LEAs need to document 504 plans and distribute all documents, but that's not language that I see in the LRBI manual or in board rule. So if we want to say that they need to do this, I would be more comfortable with this is the language that we are voting on rather than the notion that it be approved.
Thank you, Member Carey.
Thank you.
Member Earl?
So I guess I'm just thinking out loud. So I guess if we were to take this vote, postpone this till after the rule's done, and then the vote comes on this after, would put that in order. Is that, or not, we can just vote on this. That's the, okay, all right, just
Okay.
trying to make sure we're doing it in order, so.
So I've got Member Bogus and Member Lear.
Thank you, sir. I have one final amendment to the motion. I would like to see the main motion, please. Well, then I'll just make I guess it's an amendment, but to have it proofread by at least 3 board members before final publication.
Is there a second? The motion is to have R2776, or I'm sorry, the motion is to have the LRBI manual proofread by 3 board members before final publication. Member Bogus, speak to your motion.
Thanks. So I think it's important that we get extra sets of eyes on it. I think if you've ever done something of this magnitude with hundreds of pages, I think we're at 342 or 347, and I just think it's important that it comes back and we proofread it. There's been a series of incidents over the past few months where this board has approved things, they've gone out to the public, they've not been accurate. This is huge. This is a huge document, and I would volunteer to proofread it to make certain that it is free from gum errors. And so I think it's important that it come back, not necessarily to the full board for approval, but just that one last over to ensure that we've hit all of our marks. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion before the board then, Member Lear, go ahead.
This feels like a more holistic conversation. We have a child nutrition manual. We have a special ed manual. We have a transportation manual. We have this LRBI manual. Those are the ones I remember off the top of my head. If that would be the practice for all of them, then I think we ought to address that as a board, or the staff ought to address it with our new superintendent. But to single this one out and say, we need 3 board members to read this, at least was your initial motion, then I think that it's a bad way to run a railroad. So I would be opposing it only because it should be either a consistent practice for all manuals, which are equally important, or not necessarily for this one until we've had that discussion.
Thank you. Member Brinton.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just struggling a little bit. I know so much work has gone into this manual. Listening to what Member Lear said about feedback from districts and charter schools on, regardless of the wording, they're going to adhere to how they've been trained and that the words that they've been trained in. That's honest feedback that I, sense. But I also have heard from teachers, from educators, and who feel like their hands are tied behind their back, that they cannot hold students accountable. And so it feels still like this is really tied to restorative justice and things that don't move us in a positive direction for accountability and helping children rise. So anyway, with that, I'm just struggling and will probably be a no.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board require the LRBI manual to be proofread by 3 board members prior to publication. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That motion fails. 10 in opposition, 4 in favor. Those in favor being Member Brinton, Member Kelly, Member Green, and Member Bogus. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-609, incorporated by reference document, least restricted behavioral interventions, LRBI Technical Assistance Manual, Draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Member Green is a no.
Public can't hear you. You're just, yeah, I read as amended.
Okay.
Well, there's nothing to hang on to. So let's restate the motion then, that the board approve R277-609, incorporated by reference document, least restricted behavioral interventions, LRBI Technical Assistance Manual, Draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a no.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 10 in favor, 4 in opposition. Those in opposition being Member Green, Member Bogus, Member Brinton, Member Carey. And we are back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is 6.7. This is the rule R277-609, Standards for LEA Discipline Plans and Emergency Safety Interventions. This is the rule and an amendment. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-609, Standards for LEA Discipline Plans and Emergency Safety Interventions, Rule Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board approve R277-609, Standards for LEA Discipline Plans and Emergency Safety Interventions, Rule Draft 2 on second and final reading. We've got Member Bogus, Davis, then Bollinger. Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. I would move that the board approve R277-609 Draft 3. And with a second, I can explain to you all the whys, but it doesn't have many, there are actually no substantive changes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, back to you, Member Bogus.
So there were a series of grammar usage and mechanics errors in this one as well. So I fixed them all, and our staff has graciously prepared a third draft.
Thank you. So the motion then is, and Member Davis and Bollinger, is this to this motion, or is this to a different upcoming conversation? Okay,
Chair, would you like me to explain them?
that's up to you. You get to speak
It's
to it.
things like adding S's, putting a the where it needs to be, appropriate capitalization, hyphenated words, split infinitives, and the infinitive form of nouns to match the subject that was used.
Okay. Member Carey, to this motion or something else?
It is to this motion, Chair. In particular, it goes to lines 198 through 204 on draft 3.
If there's a question directed to you, then
No, this is perfect. Thank you.
thank you. So the
Look at us.
motion before the board then is that the board approve draft 3. Let's go ahead and vote. I'm sorry. We have some questions, but no microphones. Hit those lights, I will call on you. Member Bollinger, go ahead.
I just have a clarifying question. So are we actually approving the whole draft and the rule moving forward, or are we just going to be working from draft 3?
We would be working from draft 3.
Thank you.
Yes, that is great clarifier. We would not, this is putting a new draft forward to work from. So the motion is that the board approve draft 3, or we could even say approve to work from draft 3, if that offers clarity, but that's Member Bogus's motion. So, but we are not, that is not the final motion. Member Bogus?
So in the draft that was provided in backup, there were multiple things that were missing, or maybe just one actually. I apologize to you, that was missing from the committee motions. Was that incorporated into draft 3? And I think it was a date to the LRBI that was missing. It was a motion made in committee by Member Carey, and it wasn't in the draft that was in backup. I just want to make certain that, because I didn't double check it, I just said thank you. And so I appreciate your work on it. I just want to make certain that that motion out of committee made it into draft 3.
Yeah, Elise, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so it's in both draft 2 and draft 3 that are uploaded to Civic Clerk. Also, I will note that there was some of the capitalization that you recommended that are technical, so you don't see those as underlined, but those were updated in draft 3. So capitalization of board, for example.
Okay.
But the other changes are in green and purple on draft 3.
I do appreciate your work on that. I know I sent that to you yesterday afternoon, evening. Thank you very much.
Member Lear?
There is another gum error. Never heard that phrase before, but I can use it too. And I just lost the line. And it is on where the board was not capitalized and the phrase was board approved. So we might as well get them all. And I'm looking again. On line 92. Capital B. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Member Lear, was there a motion in there, or were you just pointing out some?
If that needs to be a motion and a vote, then great, I'll do that. Otherwise, I would just like to call it to the attention.
Well, I know it's been mentioned before. I'm going to speak openly. I hate spending time on this. this is, I guess, yeah, I know. I'm gonna go back to quiet mode. Member Brenton.
This is just an error as well. That's a little confusing to me in reading the document where it says draft 3 at the top with the June 5th date, and then every other page says draft 1, April 29th. Could that just be changed to reflect everywhere that it's draft 3?
Is that a question for staff? And that, I mean, if it's draft 3, we'll update it to draft 3. This is where I guess I'm struggling, is that this is stuff that staff, we could easily just be like, hey staff, I noticed that board isn't capitalized, and they'd probably just change it. This does not require a majority vote of board members. So Member Earl.
I want a clarification. Grammatical errors, according to the writing standard, can be modified after we've passed around. Things are sometimes modified just because when we send it up to admin rules, someone can clarify if it doesn't meet their, I don't know if standard's the right word, their protocols, it has to be changed. So I kind of in agreement that let's clean things up, but I think those things we're taking, that's not really a motion, that's more of a technical work that's to be done, and I think it could be pointed out. I think that's completely appropriate, but not as a motion for the board, I guess is what I'm thinking. That's work that's already done or could be done, and I think people would appreciate that, to be honest with you, if they see something.
Well, and from what I understand in this draft 3, we're seeing, we talk about words matter, we talk about grammatical, and we spent a lot of time on that. Even in this draft here, I'm using Vice Chair Wood's screen, but words such as that supports have been changed to thereby supporting, right? The competence of a student has been changed to students. That's more than grammatical to me. That's substantive, right? So for me, speaking to this motion, I speak against it. I think there's too much involved here. It's not as simple as a comma here or a comma there. And that's me speaking against it. Member Bogus.
Oh, thank you. So just a couple things. I understand that it gets cumbersome, but it's not being done after the fact. So we have two choices. We can get it done before it comes to the board. I guess we have three choices. We can get it done before it comes to the board, it can be done at the board, or it can be done after the board. But we have multiple rules on our website that are riddled with grammar usage and mechanics errors. And we're the State Board of Education, and I just think we should be putting out a higher level of product. And to your point in line 80, I don't think it is a substantive change because of the way it's worded. When we get to the language of the statement as a whole, student was changed to students to match the framework of the sentence. So if we want to keep the words a student, then we would need to modify the language of the sentence so that the object is singular as opposed to plural. But as it is written, the object of the sentence should be plural, and we have it as a singular. So to me, it was a technical error, not a substantive change. And so I understand your point of view, but I think we need to consider as a board what we're putting out there, because when we approve something, it's not being remedied on the other side. And so that backs it up a step and puts it during the board meeting. So just food for thought.
Member Carey.
I was really impressed with myself because today, after serving here for 2 years, I noticed a misspelling on the notice we have on the refrigerator. And then I heard Board Member Bogus found 3,000 errors. So I don't feel as proud, but anyone who wants to see that, it's still up on the refrigerator door.
It's not a public record.
No, right. Well, a little lower standard for the refrigerator door, but, and I think that the discussion is one worth having, but I like what Board Member Lear had to say earlier, which is, if this is systemic, and I'm not saying it is, I think staff do a great job with this, especially given, I know I was on email exchange with Director Rasmussen, you know, early into the morning on some rule changes, but I do think that what we're seeing, if it's not limited to just this, then perhaps that is a broader discussion that we need to have. And I would welcome that discussion, the parameters and where it goes. But if the suggestion is that it's system-wide, then we need a system solution and not a rule-by-rule, let's rehash this. So I just want to say that I think this discussion is worth having. It has merit. I do like the idea that if there is a change, that it should be highlighted so we can see as a board, where are these changes? Because what one person perceives, like Board Member Baga says, there are no technical changes. I don't know if that's correct or incorrect, but what may be technical to Board Member Bogus may be substantive to me. And if I can't look and quickly see those changes, it's very difficult to navigate. So I'm just saying that I think it's worthy of a broader discussion. Thank you, Chair, for entertaining that.
Thank you. Member Lear.
To tag along with that, tag on to that, which would include a study session on the administrative rule writing manual, because not everything that's grammatical is consistent with that manual. And for instance, some of the changes that are made in this particular document are not consistent with that manual. So if we're going to get into it, we better get into it. And I said that before, but to do it piecemeal is time-consuming, disrespectful of staff, and there will still be errors. But I am the first to say that maybe there's either a more subtle way to do this or a comprehensive way to do it. And I'm only half kidding when I say, let's study the 300-page rule writing manual and know that we should use singular words in a rule, for instance. We should never use et cetera in a rule. We should never repeat the law in a rule. So I feel like it's half-assed the way it is.
So the motion before the board is that the board adopt. We're not going to approve. Is that appropriate, Member Bogus? This is your motion, but we're adopting draft 3 for discussion. Okay. So the motion before the board is that the board adopt draft 3. Let's go ahead and take a quick vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That motion fails. 8 in opposition, 5 in favor, 1 abstention. Those in favor being Member Brenton, Member Kelly, Member Bogus, Member Hall, Member Green, the abstention coming from Member Davis. So this brings us back to a motion that the board approve R277-609 standards for LEA discipline plans and emergency safety interventions rule draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one amendment that I would like to propose, and I think that, thank you, staff's bringing that up. I would like to make a motion that the board amend lines 105 to 106 to read, an LEA shall develop uniform and equitable methods for a school-level database evaluation of the efficiency and effectiveness of the policy on an annual basis, which may include a school safety or climate survey, and I would like to speak to that with a second.
We have a second. Go ahead and speak to that.
Thank you. The majority of that is already in the rule that we're proposing. The only portion of that that's being added is just that they, a couple of options that they can use. I'm concerned that every time we put something that they have to have a method for evaluating data, or I don't want districts or LEAs to think that they have to create a new way to track information or data on the effectiveness of their their school discipline. So just giving them options there, I think, is a good way to help them understand that it's something that they might be already doing, and thinking, instead of thinking, oh, we have to start a new policy or a new way to track this data. So that would be my proposal.
Thank you. Member Carey?
I have another motion, so it'll need to wait. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. Member Earl?
Give me just a second. I'm not sure what the change is exactly. So this is the amendment before us. So line 105, 106?
Yeah, let me
Sorry,
restate.
I might have a response, but I just have to look at it in context.
I'll restate as you're looking. So I didn't restate the motion. The motion before the board is that the board amend lines 105 to 106 to read 5, an LEA shall develop uniform and equitable methods for a school-level data-based evaluation of the efficiency and effectiveness of the policy on an annual basis, which may include a school safety or climate survey.
Thank you. I just wanted to understand exactly what was being added. I would speak against this motion. Some surveys are okay, and opening this up for some surveys that we just don't know, I guess they could use some of that information to make their decision anyways, but I think pushing in the direction of these surveys is not where I would lean. So I would speak against this motion.
Member Bollinger.
And just to clarify, the reason why it says which may include, I don't want to mandate these surveys. I think that needs to be decided at an LEA level as allowed by rule and policy. But again, I don't want them to think that they have to create something new if something that they have already in place can meet this requirement. Thank you.
Okay. So again, the motion before us is that the board amend lines 105 to 106 to read 5, an LEA shall develop uniform and equitable methods for a school-level data-based evaluation of the efficiency and effectiveness of the policy on an annual basis, which may include a school safety or climate survey. Let's vote. Member Green? That motion fails. Just so everybody is aware, Member Green did step off for a minute. We'll get her back. But that fails. 7 in opposition, 6 in favor. Those in favor being Member Reel, Member Davis, Member Booth, Vice Chair Wood, Member Lear, and Member Bollinger. So that brings us back to the motion that the board approve R277-609 standards for LEA discipline plans and emergency safety interventions rule, draft 2 on second and final reading. Over to Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. And I believe this is what was referenced or going to be referenced by Member Bogus earlier, and those are lines 198 through 204. So during committee, there was a motion that did pass that was not included in the draft which was posted. Board Member Bogus in her draft 3 solved that omission, I believe, with lines 198 through 204. And so
I think if that came through committee, can we, without taking a vote, that should be on this draft 2.
And it is.
And it is now.
Okay.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then I do not have a motion. Thank you, Deputy Newey.
Thank you. With that, then, the motion again is that the board approve R277-609 standards for LEA discipline plans and emergency safety interventions rule, draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's vote. That passes 11 in favor, 2 in opposition. Those in opposition coming from Member Brinton and Member Bogus. And will you let me know when Member Green gets back online? Thank you so much. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next item is 6.8, R277-100, definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules. This is an amendment and continuation. And the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-100 definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Carey. The motion has been stated. Member Earl.
Yeah, I have a question first. The purpose of R277-100 is what? I'm just, it's
You're
a
looking at
staff
me.
member. Yeah,
It's a
why do we do R277-100?
Why do we have use the
Yeah, that's-
definitions
yep,
instead of
yep.
just having them in the rule?
Yep.
Is there somebody with historical knowledge on that?
Had Jenny watched committee, she would know the answer.
Okay.
I think I know
Member
the answer.
Lear.
I'm just clarifying.
I can unofficially, so I'll at least speak officially. I won't let her, I would ask.
At least you're going to take that one? Okay.
I can speak to what I know, which has less historical significance than Board Member Lear, but we use 100 for any definition that is used so often and so consistently that it's not worth, otherwise all of our definition sections would be quite long if we wanted to define every single. So things like school, for example, we have a standard definition of school, but then in a particular rule, if it does not include USDB, for example, then we'll clarify that in the specific rule that it applies to, if that makes sense.
Okay, I have a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So I would like to strike social emotional learning from our Rule 100. We do not use it in our documents, and it's not repetitive.
The motion is to strike. Is that on the screen here? It's coming. Remember, Earl, is that
That's
your
it?
motion?
Yep. And so it would be
motion-
the definite, yeah, social emotional learning and definition. I don't know if it needs, I guess it would be.
Yeah, the motion is to strike the definition for social and emotional learning
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry,
from R277-100.
yes.
And we had a second, and back to you, Member Earl, to speak to that.
If the purpose is it something that's repetitive throughout our documents in our rulemaking, then that we need clarification and exact definitions, then I can't find it in our rules. So,
Okay. Member Carey? Okay, so the motion is to strike the definition for social and emotional learning from R277-100. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
This passes 10 in favor, 4 in opposition. Those in opposition coming from Member Booth, Member Davis, Member Lear, and Member Reel. Member Carey.
Chair, I have a motion, I believe it's on the board, and it involves line 192. And that motion would be to amend draft 2 and add this language that the board amend I'm requesting that the board amend beginning at line 192 to read as follows. C, developing intervention plans that prioritize protecting potential victims and address threatening behavior, and D, address underlying behavior contributing to the risk. And if I could speak to the motion.
Yeah, do we have a second? Second. We have a second. Go back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you. And the student threat assessment, and the original language that was here, I think, was more indicative of this, but it seemed to equate behavior and conduct by the perpetrator, and he put them on the same footing as the victim. And we did a good job looking at that and coming up with language that I thought addressed it, but after meeting with individuals in the safety space, they thought that using the phrase prioritize protecting victims would more clearly delineate that there's a space between the perpetrator and the victim, that they are not equals in these instances, and they each have different obligations. So that is the primary change. And then in D, we're putting in behavior, and I believe removing the word circumstances, again, to make it more actionable. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board amend beginning at line 192 to read as follows. C, developing intervention plans that prioritize protecting potential victims and address threatening behavior, and D, address underlying behavior contributing to the risk. Just one question for the maker of the motion, if I could, without causing too much of a stir here. We're all potential victims, right? What is that? Can you speak to that language there?
This is under the section of threat assessment. What can we do to prevent? And so because this hasn't yet happened, that's why the language in the original rule was potential, because we're evaluating threats, not actions that have yet taken place. And originally I did have potential victims and victims, and the suggestion was made, leave it to potential victims, given where it falls under the rule.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Clarification. Thank you. So one more time, and we'll take a vote. The motion is that the board amend beginning at line 192 to read as follows. C, developing intervention plans that prioritize protecting potential victims and address threatening behavior, and D, address underlying behavior contributing to the risk. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes unanimously. Back to, or actually, no, we have an underlying motion here, and that the motion then is that the board continues and approves R277-100 definitions for Utah State Board of Education rules draft 2 as amended on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 12 in favor, 2 in opposition, those being Member Brinton and Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Carey. Can I, yes, point of information, Member Earl. Let's get your light.
Lunch before we go to the next item. I just think it's going to be a little bit longer.
So,
it's almost 1.
Yeah, let me ask. This is scheduled to go to 1:15.
Oh, okay.
And lunch would begin at 1:15. I think all of us know that 123 is not going to be done in a day. Is that the So let me ask this, board members. We can continue. We can hold 1, 2, 3, and then finish out the rest of the committee report, and then readdress, and then we can. I hate to start a debate and then go to lunch and then pick up a debate and then move to tomorrow, right? So I'm trying to give us as much time as we all know that it warrants. So is there any objection to moving to 6.10 right now? And then before we close out the committee report, we do want to address 6.9. Seeing no objection, Chair Carey, thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll go to item 6.10, R277-303, Educator Preparation Programs, Amendment and Continuation. And the motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-303, Educator Preparation Programs, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion then before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-303 Educator Preparation Programs, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Any comments from that, Member Carey? Or you just queued up? Okay, let's go ahead and vote then.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 12 in favor, 2 in opposition, those being Member Davis and Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 6.11, R277-313, Student Support Licensing Areas of Concentration by amendment. And the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-313, Student Support Licensing Areas of Concentration, Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approves R277-313, Student Support Licensing Areas of Concentration, Draft 3 on second and final reading. Member Earl.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve draft 4, and then I have an amendment to that.
So I'm going to use the verbiage adopt, if that's okay, so we don't approve draft 4.
Sorry. Yep.
Does that work?
Adopt, yep.
So there's a motion, a substitute motion.
That's it.
That the board adopt draft 4 on second and final reading. Do we have a second to that? Yeah. A second. Who gave that? Sorry. Okay. Member Bogus. Sorry, I thought Jenny did. I was like, you can't do that. That's
It's a little trick, will it?
Yeah. Back to you, Member Earl.
Yeah, then I have an amendment, reaching out to staff and some other constituents, just the clarification in the, should I put the motion?
Well, I'd like you to speak to, if I'm just one person, but I'd love for you to speak to draft 4 before you make your amendment.
Yeah, and just a couple things here, just seeking some clarification. Sorry. Go down here. In the law, it talks about authorized personnel, and those are clearly spelled out in the law. And so the recommendation is to make sure we use that instead of having to list people out or list things. And so that's what's listed there. And also at the end here, just trying to articulate how the written consent and what those are for. Those are two different pieces, meaning that if you're providing mental health services, it's a very spelled out, this happens, this is the frequency, and it's spelled out in law. Whereas a school counselor, they would need to get parent consent for their services, but it's not the same requirement. And then also just make sure it was really clear. And this kind of came from committee, but also on instances where there's an immediate serious risk, just make sure that which we don't like to put all the legal language in there, but in this case, making sure there was clarification on that. So that's the, and then I have an amendment when.
So, yeah, I'll put you in the queue then. The motion then is that the board adopt draft 4 on second and final reading. I don't see any lights. Let's go ahead and vote.
No, I've got to amend it first. I have an amendment to the.
Adopt 4, yeah. Oh, yeah. We're not on, it's, yeah. The motion is that the board adopt draft 4. Yeah, we're just adopting it to work from. We're not approving it. We're just adopting it. That's the motion.
Yeah, it should be. We just a substitute motion. This substitutes out the other, but
Yeah, and now everybody has to vote on whether they want to accept that substitution. That's where I am.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
Actually, I believe you're wrong. I suppose if we amended our bylaws, we could do that, but technically, per Robert's rules, you just make a substitute motion, and then the substitute motion stands as the main motion, and you just amend that as if it were a main motion. You
Sure.
don't need to adopt it and then move on it.
Let's do it then.
Okay. So I have an amendment to line 85 and 87. It would refer back to, so it would say authorized personnel, and then it would
Point
strike.
of clarification?
Yeah.
How can we be amending a draft that we haven't adopted or substituted or?
That's
I say,
a
it seems
great
like-
question that I was just corrected
Am I
on.
wrong? I thought the substitute motion now became the primary motion.
But we have to vote on something, don't we?
Well, so what will happen is, if I'm understanding correctly,
actually, I
that
think you may be right.
Because
We-
my motion was to forward the draft that came out
Right.
of committee.
Yep.
yes.
I think you're right.
So that's what I understood as well. But if there's a parliamentarian that tells me otherwise,
I think.
right,
I think you're
I
right.
would prefer setting down a base of a draft before we start cutting it up.
Right, that's right. I was not thinking clearly.
Member Bogus?
So once that substitute motion is made, then you are working on that draft.
But it has to be voted on. That's what we haven't done, and that's what they're saying.
So it does not have to be, not per Robert's rules. Once the secondary motion is made, you can amend it to your heart's content, and you can vote down all the amendments and then vote down the substitute motion, but you
Well,
don't
ask-
actually have to adopt
We
the
got to
draft.
ask our
to
parliamentarian,
amend
because
that.
that may be right.
She's going to do some research.
You don't have to adopt it to amend it.
I'm gonna take some chair's initiative here, and it can be overturned. That's fine by me. But what I'd like to do is and that's why that's why I asked Member Earl to speak to draft 4. Is before we spend time amending draft 4, if the body doesn't want draft 4, then I'd rather not spend time amending it. So the motion that I would love to vote on is that the board adopt draft 4 for discussion, or, yeah. So, with that then, Member Bogus,
Did you just tell me that was a chair's ruling?
yes.
Yeah, then I would appeal that ruling.
Okay, what's the order for appeal? Do we have that on hand? Is it a 2/3? Well, let's vote and see where it lies. Okay, so the motion then is, do you agree with the chair's ruling to move forward to vote to adopt draft 4, or not? That's the appeal. So, do we have that queued up?
I just want to make it clear, we're not voting if we think it's right or not. We're just voting that we're going to support your ruling.
Support the chair's ruling.
Right.
I don't even want to say your. I don't want Matt Hymas involved at all. The chair's ruling. No, the chair's ruling.
Why is this on?
So when that's queued up for voting, we'll go ahead and vote. So yes to support, no to not support. Member Green. Yes to appeal.
Oh, wait, is it yes to appeal or
No.
yes to support you? It's yes to appeal.
You threw me off, Kelsey. Okay, I can still. Yes is
So
to
we're-
appeal the chair's ruling. I'm saying this for the public and for
we're just
Member
deciding whether or not we want
Green.
to even
Yes
go
to
along.
appeal the chair's ruling, no to not appeal. Member Green, do you have a vote?
At this point,
Just to clarify, could you clarify what your ruling was again?
I know, you're fine. The chair's ruling was to vote on adopting draft 4 for discussion and amendments.
Yes.
Okay, Member Green is a yes. So we have, that motion fails, that appeal fails, 11 in opposition, 3 in favor. Those in favor, Member Green, Member Hall, Member Bogus. With that, let's go back to a motion of adopting draft 4 for discussion. Let's go ahead and vote on that. Member Green?
Yes.
Thank you, Member Green.
oh.
So this is draft 3? Draft 4. Which is one that came out of committee? No.
3 came out of committee. This is to adopt draft 4 so that we can have discussion on it. Okay, and did you get Member Green's, Member Brenton, did you get Member Green's? Yes, okay. Who are we missing?
Oh, sorry, I thought I did.
Okay, that passes 13 in favor,
Why is
1
it
in
going back to
opposition, being from Member Bogus. Over to you, Member Earl, for a motion.
I would like to amend lines, sorry, now I've got to find it again. Lines 85 through 87, and just use the reference that we have in law, which would be, it would say authorized personnel, and then strike a school counselor, school psychologist, social worker, anyways, all of that, and then may provide mental health services. The authorized personnel is articulated in code already with those, those provisions.
So your motion then is that the board amend lines 85 to 87 of draft 4 to read authorized personnel may provide a mental health service in a school. Is that correct, Member Earl? Do we have a second?
What is the motion?
The motion, again, is that the board amend lines 85 to 87 of draft 4 to read authorized personnel may provide a mental health service in a school.
We can, but authorized personnel is, if I can respond to that, if you go to the top of the document, it actually defines authorized personnel, so it has the code reference up there.
Do we need let's get a second, if there is one. We have a second, okay. And do you want to speak to that then, Member Earl?
Yeah, some, with 504s and just making sure the right personnel that are qualified to provide services are there, and those are articulated, just like I said, in the authorized personnel section of the law itself. So I think it just gets complicated the more we go, okay, you got to bring this person in here and this, and it's according to these things. So just keeping it clear is the reason for that, so.
Thank you. Vice Chair Wood?
Can I just ask a question to staff? Is there a difference in that line where it says who is dual licensed? Because the code does not reference dual licensing. Is there anything unique to that specific line?
Is that to Member Earl or Leah? Go ahead.
Chair, would you like me to respond?
Please.
Leah Voorhees, Deputy Superintendent, Student Achievement. It is important because currently DOPL does not actually have a license for a school psychologist. So the language that would exist without this amendment makes it impossible for a school psychologist to provide this required service. So this language is really supportive of what needs to happen in schools to ensure 504s and IEPs are legally implemented. Did that respond to your question?
This language, meaning the current
amendment.
language, the amendment is critical.
The amendment is critical.
Thank you. That is what I needed to know.
Thank you. So the motion then is that the board amend lines 85 to 87 of draft 4, my apologies, to read authorized personnel may provide a mental health service in a school. Let's vote.
Member Green is a no.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 11 in favor, 3 in opposition. Those no votes coming from Member Brenton, Member Bogus, and Member Green. This takes us back to our underlying motion, and that is that the board approves R277-313 student support licensing areas of concentration draft 4 as amended on second and final reading. Member Lear?
I have a question, I think, for Leah. I'm going to have to buy her like something really special at the end of this meeting. I'm trying to make sense of, because we just added in mental health services for authorized personnel. Now on line 57,
it talks about an educator with a student support license area. Could that be an authorized person? Because if so, then why would we strike mental health on line 75?
Dr. Voorhees, please.
Chair, I'm not quite following. Can
Okay,
you restate?
Okay, yes. So I'm eventually going to line 75, but to get to the top of the section, it talks about an educator with a student support license, may. And I'm trying to figure out if an educator with a student support license could be or is an authorized person under that definition.
Yes, okay, thank you. I understand now. So authorized personnel is more limited than a student support license. A school counselor, for instance, has a student support license, but according to the code, according to the statute, is not authorized personnel. So authorized personnel is more narrow.
Okay, so that would be accurate, it's not a matter of opinion.
Correct.
That the educator with the student support license shouldn't provide mental health service.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure it was stated and not just an opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl?
Yeah, and that's the reason why the authorized personnel is so important, because otherwise you open up the scope for we just broadened the scope for school counselors to provide mental health services, which they're not qualified to provide. So the authorized personnel is key and critical to making sure it's the personnel that are trained and have the expertise in this area.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then is that the board approves R277-313 student support licensing areas of concentration, draft 4 as amended, on second and final reading. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Item 6.12, R277631, student toilet training requirements via amendment. And the motion for the board is that the board approve R277631, student toilet training requirements, draft 1, on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-631, student toilet training requirements, draft 1, on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. On this one? Yeah, I was going to say start the debate on the most exciting.
Member Green is a no.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 13 in favor, 1 in opposition, that coming from Member Green. I want to go back to Chair Carey, but let me just propose something in order to stay with flow. We do have lunch here. Could we take lunch and then come back and tackle 123? Is there any opposition to that? We good with that? Okay, so let's set a 30-minute timer, and we are breaking for lunch. Thank you. Board members, welcome back from a little bit longer lunch. We hope that the conversations will get us ready for our next action item here. Let me just make sure, just do a visual of if we need to go track anybody down. I think Member Lear just stepped out. Is Member Green back online with us? Perfect. Member Green is with us. So,
Yes, I'm here.
thank you, Member Green. It looks like we just, and I think Member Kelly is in the building, and then, okay. So let's go back to our law and licensing report out. We have one more additional item, and I'm going to turn time over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is revisiting item 6.9, R277-123, process for members of the public to report violations of statute and board rule by amendment. And the motion for the board, the draft that came out of committee was draft 1. And I will be moving a draft 3 to have the board consider draft 3 at this time, Chair.
Is it draft 1 or draft 2 that came out of committee? Draft 1 that came out of committee?
Yes.
And there's a substitute motion to move draft 3. Is that what I understand?
That's correct, Chair.
Okay. Where's
That was a collaborative
do you want to
effort.
speak to 2, where 2 went? That was the question.
Oh.
But we want to discuss draft 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the motion then is to discuss draft 3, not draft 2. So the substitute motion that the board approve R277-123 process for members of the public to report violations of statute and board rule draft 3. And this is not final by any means, just so that the public and the board is aware, because we know that there's going to be debate and amendments coming. So is there any opposition here in this room or online from Member Green from working from draft 3?
There is none.
Okay, and Member Bogus?
The point of order is the motion's been made. We are working from draft 3.
And that is, without objection, we are. So back to you. Well, I guess it's not back to Vice Chair Carey, or to Chair Carey. It's open. So draft 3 is on the table. Are there any motions or amendments that would need to be made here? Chair Carey?
No, I understand the process you're going through, and so at this time, no. You're waiting for a motion or an amendment. Is that correct?
Yes. If there are any to draft 3, yes. Member Bogus?
Amendments to draft 3.
Yes. Member Bogus, go ahead.
I have a series of amendments and questions. First of all, it is line number line number 68. So it says, individual with standing means for the purposes of subsection 6 that an individual is described as per 53G. Well, that's a very narrow way of describing it. So, for example, it says in that code subsection 3A that an individual with standing would then be an employee of the LEA, a student who is enrolled in the LEA, a parent of a child who is enrolled in the LEA, or a member of the LEA's governing board. So this would exclude state board members from submitting things that they know to be illegal or infractions of law to our internal audit for review. This would then prohibit a member of our staff, knowing that an LEA is non-compliant, from submitting something to the hotline. This would prohibit a member of or an employee of an organization that we interface with or that an LEA interfaces with, knowing that they are violating the law or code from reporting that. I'm just wondering, is that the intent?
Can I ask you a clarifying question to your question, Member Bogus, if that's okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is in the definition section, And so these are just defining, it wouldn't prohibit, you're saying it would prohibit, but I'm not seeing it that way. How did you?
So that would, when the word is used later on, the way it's defined here would prohibit those people from complaining and issuing a complaint.
Can we hear from Ben?
Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. I think when this was first written, that was only in the section on the sensitive materials. It's very limited in this rule. Although I just did a search, I didn't find the term other than in the definitions. So I think you could properly just strike the definition. That's.
So we're hearing that it is found in line
Or maybe
348.
My search functionality must not be working right.
No, it's okay.
But it is limited
But
to
it's-
the,
but it's on
limited
sensitive
to the issue of sensitive materials. It doesn't preclude someone that's not an individual from standing to do a hotline complaint or anything like that.
Okay, follow up, Member
So-
Bogus.
I'm gonna have to find the line numbers, but that's not how I read it. I think your search bar might have missed one other one, because it was about complaints about local LEAs, not sensitive materials. It said a hotline complaint may be made by, and then it included that language, an individual with standing. And so I would just love to, I'm just going to search my doc real fast.
While you're looking, do you want to pause or do we want to move to the next
We
comment?
can move to another one, but I would like, I have quite a few questions,
Sure.
but I would love to come back to that. Thanks.
Sure. Member Lear?
I have two amendments, and I didn't give anyone either of these amendments because they were just conceived. Pardon me?
Will you pull your
Oh, I
microphone
will,
towards
yes,
you?
thank you. I'm sorry. I have two amendments, and should I give them to, they're two different, completely different two concepts. So the first one is on beginning on line 15. Subsection 53E3 401(8)B, which allows the board to take action for violation of, and just let's put this up at the beginning. We had asked, as a group, we had asked Ben to be consistent, whether you say statute or board rules every time, or the law or board rules every time, or the law. I don't care, but just be consistent throughout on that, okay? Is that on line 15? That's not our big issue. And the amendment I would propose is, instead of the laundry list, which is exactly restating the law, we would say, for violations of statute or board rules consistent with the law.
Point of information?
Did I say that?
Or
Did I misstate?
I would accept it as a friendly.
Okay.
Is what I was going to say.
oh,
but
to
there's-
the overall.
Correct.
Okay. Well, let's. I don't know if a motion is. I know you're pointing things out, but I don't know if a motion is as even before us. Am I misunderstanding that,
No,
Carol?
that's my first motion.
Oh.
That on-
Okay, we're putting it here. Yeah. Let's just make sure we get it correct so that we
Okay.
don't debate it later on of what it should have
Line
been.
50, strike statute or board rules and replace with, okay, whatever you choose. And then, that wasn't the biggie. But what we want to do is replace statute or board rules consistent with the law on line 16, as you keep following past 15.
So I've got two, it looks like I've got two, I must have got lost somewhere, remember Lear. Will you just make sure, we've got two things with your name on it up there,
Okay.
and nothing is
And
before the
nothing
body yet.
it has a complete sentence.
So let's just keep an eye on that.
So let's start with the top one. Board Member Lear, motion to amend, that the board amend draft 3, line 15 to strike statute and replace with, let's just read it, action for violation of for violations of the law consistent with, I don't know how to do this without repeating it, so maybe you can help me. For violations of the law consistent with provisions in the law, meaning all this laundry list gives us the corrective action options. Corrective action provisions of law or something to that effect. So anybody that wants to chime in, do you understand what I'm saying, Ben? Yes. Okay. We need to find the words. Yeah, I didn't know off the top of my head. Yeah. Well, 53E3401 is the one that.
Ben, are you here to make a comment or to support Carol?
It's circular.
Okay. We all need support.
Yes,
we're just, yeah.
Yes, we do. So now, is that how you would have it read? Yes.
So it would read, which allows the board, I don't have the mic. So it would read, which allows the board to take action for violations of the law consistent with section 53E3401.
Yes, that would be my first, and then delete the rest of the lines.
Strike 18 through
18
30,
through 31, 35.
With your, there's no, never mind, I won't ask yet. I'll stay in my lane here. So let's make sure, Member Lear, this is your motion.
And then I'd like to speak to it. I kind of did, but I can just.
Well, so
Yes,
the motion
it
then
is.
is that the board amend draft 3, line 15 to strike lines 18 through 35 and replace with law consistent with 53E-3-401.
It is, yes.
Is there a second to this? Second. Go ahead, Member Lear, and speak to that.
I had just pointed out to Member Carey that this is all in the law, and he actually reinforced that, yes, he took this language right out of the law, so there's no need to restate it in the rule.
Okay. The motion then is that the board amend draft 3, line 15 to strike language after violations of and lines 18 to 35 and replace with law consistent with 53E-3-401. I'm not seeing any lights. Is there any opposition to this amendment here? We have a comment, but go ahead, Vice Chair Wood.
So the beginning part is 53E3401B, which allows us to make rules, but that's consistent with 53E3401D. Should we put a D in there? Because that's where all that description is that we would now be taking off.
I would leave that to the.
Do we need that where we've isolated B up above? Because B does not give us the laundry list. Or is it?
If you want to be more specific, that's perfectly fine.
Well, I guess that would.
So yes, let's say yes in order to.
So 8D.
Right.
Okay. So let's put this to a vote just because there's some discussion, some context. Yeah.
I think it's B as in boy.
B as in boy.
Oh, there you go.
I thought you said D as well.
Well, it's described in subsection.
And I made
Okay.
a misprint.
So the motion then is that the board amend draft 3, line 15 to strike language after violations of and lines 18 to 35, that's what's stricken, and replace with law consistent with subsection 53E-3-401 8B. Let's vote. Member Green?
Yes.
We're not getting our.
There we go. Voting is open.
There it is.
Thank you. And we got you as a yes, Member Green. Thank you.
It doesn't like me.
That passes unanimously. You can't see Vice Chair Wood's vote. She has hit yes repeatedly. So let's keep moving. Let's keep going. Yeah, Member Leary, you had another line here. Do you want to keep going?
Yes. This would be on line 312 in draft 3. And this would be the title of it. Superintendent responsibilities. Superintendent, keeping in mind that that is defined in our definition rule as superintendent and staff. So that's meaning the extended staff. Superintendent responsibilities related to the education hotline.
Let's just make
Or
sure.
regarding the education hotline. Is that line 312 in draft 3?
Oh, okay, we got the,
Oh,
let's
yes.
make sure you get your motion correct, Member Lear, then we'll put a second to it if desired and speak to it.
It's, if you want, you can, it's a little longer than that. I mean, you can go through the whole, you want me to go through that's just the first part of the motion.
Well, all I see is that the board
Okay, amend, beginning on line 312, the existing language to read, superintendent responsibilities related to or regarding the public education hotline.
We changed that because that's specifically for reports that come outside of the public education hotline.
But, let's see then.
That's what I'm trying to.
Let's hold that thought. Let's hold the thought on the title.
We'll pause on that one. Yeah, that's
Pause
okay.
on- I can give you the language that's below and then. Not reported through.
Well, do you want to take a second? We can go back to Member Bogus. I know she was in the queue as
Whichever,
well.
if she'd like to go ahead, that's
You ready,
fine.
Member
Not
Bogus,
reported.
for your motion? Okay. Member Bogus, go ahead when you're ready. I'm going to give you a hot mic, Christina.
So I'd like to start with line 95. And I move that we add the words political convention after the word a and before the word or. Or actually, I think or is my word. 95.
Okay, so your motion then is that to amend line 95 to add after regular primary election.
No, it would say immediately preceding a political convention or regular primary election.
Okay, so you want to insert the language political convention or right before a regular primary election, is that correct?
Yes.
So the motion, the motion is that the board that the board amend line 95 to add after political convention, to add political convention or after immediately preceding a. So will you read that how you, in its entirety, how you would like 95 to be heard or read?
I would like 95 to read immediately preceding a political convention or regular primary election if the accused board member is a candidate in the election. Oh, strike the word primary.
And strike the word primary.
And
At
I
the
suppose I
end
should
of
say,
96.
for clarity, as I read it out loud, thank you for prompting me to do so, a political nominating convention. I think that is more clear.
Okay. So with the proposed amendment, lines 95 and 96 would read, immediately preceding a political nominating convention or regular.
Matt, I'm going to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Just because our staff, I think, misunderstood me. The primary that I would like deleted is in the second line, Elise. I'm so sorry. You're doing great work, and I know you're tracking all of us, but it's not that one. It's the other one. Yes, right there. We would need to strike that. Thank you. I appreciate you, and thank you, Chair Hymas.
Yeah, thank you. So with the amendment, the lines 95 and 96 would read, immediately preceding a political nominating convention or regular primary election if the accused board member is a candidate in the election. Or, that's correct?
Yes, because it goes on.
Yep. Do we have a second? Okay, back to you, Member Bogus, to speak to your motion.
Awesome. So most of us in this room were elected through the convention cycle. And the way this is currently written, it's written as, you can't mess with them during a primary, but during a convention cycle, you can beat on them all you want, whether it has any merit or not. And so if we're going to institute this, I think we need to be fair and sporting to all parts of the nominating and election cycle. And for those who choose not to collect signatures, the nominating convention is your primary election. And so I think it's just fair and sporting to put that language in there and make sure that we're operating and firing on all cylinders. Thank you.
Member Davis.
I don't have a problem adding this convention part in, I guess, and maybe I need to wait because this speaks to the overarching lines here. So maybe I'll just stay in queue. Once this piece gets added, then can I just be in queue to talk about that?
On this, I think we have Member Lear still in the queue, but I'm going to, Member Lear, if it's okay, I'm going to bump Member Davis ahead of you to speak to this amendment. Is that right? Once it's been either included or accepted or rejected.
I'm fine with the amendment. It's the lines.
I don't know what that means. And Emily can't hear you. Let's tackle it now. It's on the floor before the body. So yeah, Member Davis.
Okay, so I don't know, Chair, if this question would best be addressed by Member Bogus or Carey or Lear, and so many people have worked on this. I'm just wondering if somebody could help me wrap my head around this, because am I understanding this correctly, that we're saying that for political reasons, nobody can make a complaint against a board member if one of us does something that is not legal or whatever for 60 days prior to convention, 60 days prior to a primary, 60 days prior to a general. I mean, does the legislature do that? They have their ethics commission. Do they say nobody can make a complaint for 6 months out of the year? Because that's seems like half the year. If one of us does something egregious, the public is left to nothing.
So you're worried that during an election year, I can just go bonkers and nothing can be reported?
You specifically, I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
No, of course not.
Member Earl?
Yeah, the convention is the only piece that the legislators, it's not in their policy. So this new addition is not actually in theirs, but the other two are in theirs. And it doesn't prohibit someone from actually making a complaint. It's just that you can't do it during those 60 days. So prior to or following, it's not like it's, oh, well, you did something wrong during those 60 days, so therefore you can get away with it. It's just that after those election cycles, it can't be used as a political bludgeoning, in other words. So I don't know about, I mean, I don't know how does that make sense? How the convention, that's new to this, but the legislators actually do have those 60 days in their ethics policy.
And Member Davis, before I go to Member Reel, you asked you asked a question, you invited 3 board members to respond. I don't see any lights on. I don't know what the intent is either. Is there a specific direction or individual you'd like to ask? How can we best address your question here?
I'm just trying to find the line between precluding political bludgeoning, which you would hope people wouldn't do, and this protection of ourselves politically that cuts out half of a year. Maybe I'll just be a no on the whole thing, and then because it just seems like for half of a year, everybody's immune. I don't know. Seems like a long time.
I've got member Reel and then member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in opposition of this. This feels like a very politically moved, I like convention nominating, I like signature gathering thing that I would rather stay out of. And honestly, I'd like to get to some better work than engaging in this kind of dialogue about this when it doesn't feel necessary. As Member Earl says, it's not in the legislative piece. It's a battle that it now feels so political that if you vote yes on this, then you like nominating convention. And if you vote no on it, then you don't like nominating, you like signature. This is ridiculous. We need to move on from this and not include this. So I'm expressly saying that I am in opposition to this amendment.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that the only thing it would prescribe is Board Member Davis said that it would prohibit somebody from complaining or, right. The only thing this would do is say you couldn't formally file the complaint. That individual could still go to the press. They could still go to the courts. They could still go to the legislature. They could, all those options they still retain, which I would argue in many cases have more significance than perhaps the filing of a complaint. So I just wanted to make sure that nothing in this rule would limit or curtail an individual's to do anything other than formally file the complaint with USBE.
Follow up, Member Davis.
But this would be the lowest level. Like those things are all big time. Like you'd leave people with only those options. And I don't know. That's part of my concern. But I feel another comment coming on from Member Carey. So help me.
Please, clarity is always good. Yeah, Member Carey.
Yeah, I think that the purpose is to, you don't want to protect the people that should be held accountable. And if they're held accountable, that should be swift. It should be wrought with due process, but I wouldn't want to see a delay in that process. But at the same time, I've been on the board when I believe this process has been weaponized against a board member, and I don't want to see a repeat of that either. So to that extent, I think this tries to find the balance. I don't think that there was any nefarious intent to exclude nominating conventions. This language mirrors the language in the ethics provisions that the legislature has, and that's why it was incorporated here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I'll speak to this as well. I see where this can be. I see both sides, quite honestly. I also see where this can level the playing field, whether we like it or not. We each have to go through this political stuff, right? And some of you are staring down the barrel of it, and some of us are on the butt end of that rifle for a minute anyway, right? And so I get that this is all part of this process. What this does, if I'm looking at this kind of levels the playing field with your competition, if you will. Like it should level it out a little bit to say you can't necessarily have bogus things coming at you. It is hectic, as we all know, to run a campaign, and to, with everything else on top of that, to have, if there are bogus reports coming in, to have to battle with that, it's a challenge. So I'm going to support this motion, just me personally, but I do see both sides. Let me restate the motion. It looks like we can take a vote. The motion is to or that the board amend line 95 to add political nominating convention or after immediately preceding a and strike the word primary so that the complete section would read immediately preceding a political nominating convention or regular primary election if the accused board member is a candidate in the election. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Okay, that passes 13 in favor, 1 in opposition, that opposition coming from Member Reel. We have a couple of board members, I don't see any lights, but I know that there are a couple of board members who had, let me ask Member Lear, are you have another motion or did you get that? Okay, let's just kind of bounce back and forth. Member Bogus just made one, we'll go back to you and then we'll.
The second motion begins on line where we were before with that tricky title. 312, yes. So the title would be amended to read, Superintendent Consultations under this rule.
So the motion before the board is that the board amend line 312 and to read superintendent consultations under this rule, striking the language for alleged violations not
Yes.
reported through the public
Yes.
education hotline. Is that correct?
Right, there's more to the amendment, but do you want me to do them in pieces?
No, let's get a second, and or however you want to do it.
Okay, let me just do it all then.
Okay,
because
go ahead.
It's all related to the title. So that's the title. And then it would read, parentheses 1, the superintendent may consult with LEA leaders, comma, staff, and others regarding public education concerns, issues, and problems, period. With LEA leaders, staff, and others regarding, I'm reading rather than watching you. Huh?
It was a race to see who could write it in fast enough. I was trying to decide who the other person was. Was that you, Elise?
Others regarding public education concerns, issues, and problems.
It was like a little race.
You're supposed to use the Harvard comma.
Oxford.
I know, you do that on purpose.
We're not talking about grammar.
I'm just kidding. All right, and it is an Oxford comma. Harvard. I'm a fan of a Harvard these days. Okay, now, so that's Pren 1. Now Pren 2 would be such consultations do not need to be reported to the public education hotline, comma, unless otherwise required by law. And then can I speak to that? And you want to capitalize superintendent?
Let's see if we have a second. Is there a second to this motion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let me read the motion in its entirety, Carol, and we'll make sure that it's there. The motion to amend is in 3 parts. First, that the board amend line 312 to read superintendent consultations under this rule. Second, insert paren 1, the superintendent may consult with LEA leaders, staff, and others regarding public education concerns, issues, and problems. Part 3, insert paren 2, such consultations do not need to be reported to the public education hotline unless otherwise required by law. Member Lear.
Thank you. Most of this speaks for itself. I think that the Law and Licensing Committee generally, and those of us who worked on this, wanted to allow for the superintendent and her staff to talk to people, be a resource to people, and not be anxious or nervous that something that's discussed could be a violation or an alleged violation. We wanted to allow for the office to be a resource, and also to express trust in the employees. So that was the purpose of this language, and trusting that those that are, where there are concerns, either that the law requires to be reported, would be required or would be reported to appropriate agencies or law enforcement, and then also that if what the superintendent heard or staff heard became an alleged violation, that would go to the education hotline, and that requires some subjectivity on the part of staff.
Okay. Member Bogus and then Member Carey.
I have a motion. I have no comment.
Member Carey.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to echo what Board Member Lear said, we certainly don't want to create a disincentive for LEAs or leaders in the field to feel that they can't call Superintendent Dixon or soon, well, I guess you've been sworn in, Superintendent Hart, or anyone else on the staff. If they have a question or concern and they're struggling with something, we want
Yeah,
I just
please.
want to say, we just didn't want to create a disincentive, and we want to encourage that. And we also didn't want to put staff in the position of having a consultation and thinking, does this have to be reported? Doesn't it have to be reported? And then feeling this, do I have to err on the side of this was a formal alleged violation versus a consultation? So we thought this was the best approach to build trust, foster trust, and continue to hold USBE out as a resource. Thank you.
I appreciate that. It looks like Member Lear.
Because Ben reminded me, the language that was in draft 3 initially, starting on line 320, was sort of trying to get at the same idea, but we, as we worked on it, decided that, and tracking and reporting has some advantages that were, that we couldn't quite settle whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. So for now, the consensus was we'll delete lines 320 and 322 through 322 and just leave it as is stated in the amendment. So that was the last part, to strike the lines 320 through 322.
Is there any objection with the board to include number 4? Not hearing any. This is our new motion then, is a 4-part motion. So that motion then before the board is 1, that the board amend line 312 to read superintendent consultations under this rule. 2, insert paren 1, the superintendent may consult with LEA leaders, staff, and others regarding public education concerns, issues, and problems. 3, insert paren 2, such consultations do not need to be reported to the public education hotline unless otherwise required by law. 4, strike lines 320 to 322, or 320 through 22. Let's go ahead and vote.
Member Green is no.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes. 12 in favor, 4 in opposition. Those, or I'm sorry, 2 in opposition, those 2 being Member Green and Member Bogus. Additional motions. Member Bogus, back to you.
Do I need to be on? Thank you. Okay, so if we move to line number, well, actually, I have a question first. And maybe if I could share through you to Director Rasmussen. 76 through 80. So when these words are used later on, it does not appear as if their definition is consistent with the way they are used later on. So for example, a resolved hotline complaint is when an investigation has been completed? Or is it, and genuine question, is it when it's been referred, acted upon, handed off? I'm just wondering if in your opinion, Director Rasmussen, is that definition actually complete the way it's used in this document?
I would probably punt to Director Davis on that as she runs the hotline process.
Could we run that through her?
Yeah, Debbie,
please?
can you join us at the table?
So Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. So specific to the definitions, interestingly, when they were first added in this rule, they were added specific to the very last section about sensitive materials. So they didn't actually apply to the other kind of general hotline process. That said, the terms are used throughout the rule now. And so I guess there could be question like, hey, are these definitions, do they still apply in the same way to the hotline as well as sensitive materials? But I think resolved, and I think it's used in those LEA sections where we refer back to an LEA and they're the ones doing an investigation and then they provide a summary report back. And so in doing that, did the LEA resolve it? Did they complete, what they needed to do according to their policies, since there's the local control factor there? But anyway, that's a bit of context about that. Did that answer your question?
It does, but I think with that context, we've got a definition problem. So I need to think on that for a minute. And then it says in line 78 through 80, and either one of you, CAE Davis or Director Rasmussen, it says resolve does not mean or require that the findings are satisfactory. And then it says, but that the matter has been concluded. Again, as we consider the document in its entirety, what does that mean? Does it mean we've kicked it to the LEA? It's done from us? We're finished? I guess when I see these words used, these definitions don't reconcile with the manner in which they're used.
Okay. So I was just clicking through to see, okay, how are we using them in the document? And it appears that it really, the resolution or that term resolved is used. So for example, on 302, where it says, if the hotline complaint is not resolved within the summary submittal timeline, then the LEA keeps providing an update. So then if we were to go back up to that definition and say, okay, so the LEA needs to, they're working on something in accordance with their policy. They have to send that summary back to us. But essentially the LEA is determining if it's resolved or not, and then they're going to report that to us. And so I think on 78 and 79, where it's saying resolve does not mean or require that the findings are satisfactory to an individual. The findings are what the findings are. Based on who's doing the investigation. In this case, it would be the LEA. So they should report based on the evidence what happened. And to your question, right, it's like the matter has been concluded. So they investigated and it's concluded based on the facts. That's what it is. Then they report back to us and it's done. Does that get closer to, did we use it correctly or not?
Yes, but I'm wondering, so let's say, maybe my struggle is with the word matter, because let's say they find merit. There are ongoing issues, for example, for perhaps, and as you see throughout this document, if they find merit, then the merit doesn't mean that the person accused thinks it's right, or even the LEA, but that they've resolved the investigation. And I'm trying to combine 66 or 76 through 80. So resolve says an investigation has been completed, and the other one says it means that the matter has been concluded. And so we're trying to say two things at the same time, but if you find merit, the matter's not concluded, it's referred.
Okay, sorry, I'm double checking words again.
No, I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Okay, and the one thing I wanted to check, because this definition was ultimately included in the first place because of sensitive materials, is first, is it used in that section where it could have a completely different definition, or it would look differently than the hotline process? And it looks like it is not used for sensitive materials anymore. So from my perspective, resolved would then mean, and as we've used it throughout the rule, is, okay, internal audit does our piece, we refer, right, that's happening. Again, it's at that local level where an investigation, so maybe the couple words to think of, an investigation has been completed. That term's not defined, but we're saying, I think it's saying an LEA has taken some action, right? An investigation means the LEA looked into it, or whomever it needed to go to looked into it, and then I think you're right, matter, should that be the complaint has been concluded, the hotline complaint or the alleged violation has been concluded? Would that be a more specific term instead of the matter, which is very generic?
So may I ask one final question? So I do like that language better. I'm going to ask you and Director Rasmussen, what if we just struck the words, but that the matter has been concluded, just strike them all together, and those two, A and B together, would be what it means and what it does not mean based on what you've told me here. So just looking at this, it would then read that A, resolved means that an investigation has been completed, but it does not mean or require that the findings are satisfactory to any specific individual, LEA, or entity.
Concerns with that.
It doesn't,
personally,
that doesn't
but
change, I guess that's the question, that doesn't change, because if this was originally brought up for sensitive materials, does it change anything in regards to anything else in the rule? Understanding that this is just a definition trying to get clarity. And you're saying, Debbie and Ben, I put you on the spot here, from your initial glance, you can't see where this would change things. Okay. So
Then I would make
is that
that
a motion then? So
Yes.
check the screen, Member Bogus, and make sure that motion is correct.
Yes, that is correct. Thank
So-
you.
So the motion before the board is that the board amend line 79 to strike, but that the matter has been concluded. Do we have a second to that motion? We do have a second. Would you like to speak? I know we've kind of been going back and forth.
I have no desire to speak. They've answered my questions well. Thank you, sir.
Is there, and speak up if there is, we'll take a formal vote, but if there is no opposition, we will move forward. Is there any opposition to removing this? Member Green, I'm going to call you out since you're online. Okay, not hearing any.
I'm so sorry. There is no opposition for me.
Thank you. So then we're going to consider that resolved. Can we say that? Pun, wordplay. Okay.
I'm going to smile really big for you, Matt Hymas.
Let's keep going then.
All right, I'd like to move us to line 88 through 90. And strike at least one and just put an individual, and then strike the language against an individual board member just because it's redundant. And with a second, I can speak to that motion because it does have, it's substantive.
Second.
Thank you, Member Green. Let's make sure, we'll keep an eye on the screen, make sure it's how you like it, how you want your motion, Member Bogus.
Yeah, so in line 88, replace the words "at least one" with the word "an," A-N, and then strike all of 90 against the individual board member. Yes.
The motion before the board.
Oh.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was answering my own question. Did I say it correctly? Yeah, I did. Yes.
the motion before the board then, and it has been seconded, is that the board amend line 88 by replacing the words "at least one" with the word "an," and strike all of line 90 that says "against the individual board members." So it would read, again, Member Bogus,
It would read, "shall be filed by an individual having actual knowledge of the facts and circumstances supporting the complaint."
okay, and you want to speak to your motion, please?
Yes, so if you look up at line 87, while we're amending this line, the words "against the individual board member" are just redundant. And I think to imply that we need more than one to produce validity to a complaint is not appropriate. I just, one person can file a complaint and it can have merit. I don't think requiring more than one is appropriate.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is that the board amend line 88 by replacing the words "at least one" with the word "an," and strike all of line 90 "against the individual board member," so that the motion, or so that the line would now read, "A, shall be filed by an individual having actual knowledge of the facts and circumstances supporting the complaint." Is there any opposition to this? Member Green?
No.
Okay. Let's adopt it. Member Bogus?
Sorry, thank you. If I can move us to line 139. Without objection, I'd like to add the word "the" in between "from" and "complainant."
So that it would read, "request additional information from the complainant." Ben, can we just do that? Chair rules, that is unanimous. Okay.
And in line 144, there needs to be a comma after the word "if."
Okay.
And more substantively, in line 161, I move that we add the words "local" and "state" and pluralize "members."
Where's this at, Member
161.
Bogus? 161. Let's get that in the form of a motion.
It's line 161. Wait, maybe I read it incorrectly. So let me look at this other draft here. 160.
We're looking at draft 3, we can't see it.
So, interesting. So it would be, apparently it's 160 in the PDF, but it's 162 in the Word doc. So when I converted it to Word, it changed the line number. I apologize. So then it would be line 160. And I move that we add the words "local and state board members."
Member Lear, point of information.
That's an example of where the rule writing manual directs the drafter to draft in the singular.
Well, not necessarily.
Well,
Ben, you gotta.
Or, oh, I see, because they want
I think, as I understand it, you're saying that we're going to send this to all the local board members and the state board member. So that would be a plural.
2 members, yeah.
But she wants the paren S is what she's,
That's, so it would be a paren S because you have a local and a state.
but I thought you couldn't do paren S's.
Oh, well, we wouldn't put it in parentheses. We just add the S.
Okay. All right, then I apologize. Yes, I get what you're saying.
So is this, Member Bogus, you can see on the screen here with the in context. Appreciate staff for picking up on this so quick.
Yeah.
So is this match your intent of your motion?
It does match my motion. I don't know if it matches my intent. The local. Well, let's debate it. I may pull local, but with a second, I want to speak to it and then have that conversation about the whys and wherefores.
Well, does this read, I'm going to state the motion. I
It
just want to make
does
sure it
read on
reads.
this
Okay.
thing as I stated it, yes.
Okay, so the motion then is that the board amend line 161 to add the words local and state and pluralize members so that in context it would read, see the board members of the local and state district wherein the LEA is located. Yes, Debbie, please.
I just want to clarify to make sure we'd be able to operationalize this. So essentially what this is saying is we'd need to know essentially the school and LEA for that each board member is over at the state level. We would also need to know that for each local district as well. We are working on getting that at the state level. Is that information available locally so that we could easily look that up and put it in? At this point, we don't have that information in an easily usable manner. So that would be additional work. I'm willing to do it. I'm just saying I don't have that information currently. So I want to clarify if that's what that means.
Thank you, Debbie. And I would just, seeing this on its surface, I would vote against this as the local LEA should be, and they are responsible for informing their board members, not us. We reach out to the LEA as far as I understand. To now start just including additional people, I don't think is necessary. So I'm not in favor of this motion. Member Bollinger?
Thank you, Chair. And I would agree with exactly what you just said. I mean, when we debated this and talked about this in committee, we wanted to make sure that the LEAs, it does get reported to the LEAs, and that wording is here, and it can be to whoever they designate they want those complaints to go to. I would be concerned if we expected audit to maintain an updated list of all of the local board members in every school they're associated with, and that would include directors of charters. So I don't know, like they were saying, if they would be able to scale that, I would be concerned about that. And I do agree with Chair Hymas, where I think that's the LEA's responsibility to notify their local board.
Thank you, Member Bollinger. I never got a second. Is there a second to this motion? Member Hall? Okay. Let's continue debate. That's on me because I started debating before ever getting a second. So I've got back to Member Bogus and then Vice Chair Wood.
So I completely see your thing. I actually have those same concerns. My concern is when I'm in conversation with local board members, and I've had conversations with their board president, and I've had conversations with their superintendent or appropriate personnel, and their own board member that is over that area in which there is an issue has no clue about what I'm talking about. That is my concern, is that if we expect it to get to the end of the row, we might just have to do it ourselves. And I'm glad we're having the conversation because I agree with you. It seems big. But the reality is we've got local board members that are left in the dark and they have absolutely no clue what is going on in their own district because their own board leadership leaves them in the dark. And so I'm glad we're having the conversation, and I think we should continue to debate it. Thank you.
And I would just say that that's a problem between them and their superintendent. I don't want to make that our problem. You know what I mean? That's my thoughts on it. I don't want to make somebody else's problem my problem. Vice Chair Wood.
Just a question for audit. When it comes to certain complaints, the local board is an arbiter and then other complaints comes to us through executive session. How do we define that where we're not given certain information that could obscure how we make a decision in the end because we're only getting part of the complaint, we're not getting the full story, we haven't heard the full investigation? How does that make sure that we're being a fair judge and jury at the end?
Debbie, please.
Is that okay? Yeah, so Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. It's a great question, and I don't necessarily know that I have the answer because we do get information and we make a decision about, oh, we need to refer this or this needs to go to this board, and they'll get that information based on the information we have at that time. Even some of the timetables that are included in the rule, whether it's 3 days or 7 days, it's like we have timelines. We have to get the information out, and then maybe 3 months later after an investigation has occurred and it's, oh, now it's gone to UPAC and there's been an investigation and now it's coming back. And so just at different times, there's different information available. And I don't know that there's a way necessarily based on how we're currently doing it to mitigate further who knows what when. If we wanted to look at a completely different policy take on how you do hotlines, like the Office of Inspector General for Medicaid, right? That's totally independent, and that would preserve the independence of a potential appellate body if something came to them. But kind of currently, as the policy is, based on the timelines and things, we're doing the best we can to make sure the individuals based on rule are getting the information when they're supposed to get it, and it could come back and there could be more or different information that could impact decision making. Did that answer your question, Vice Chair Wood?
Thank you. Let's put the motion before us one more time and then take a vote. We don't have any other comments on that. The motion is that the board amend line 161 to add the words local and state and pluralize members. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Member Green is a yes.
That motion fails. 12 in opposition, 2 in favor. Those in favor are Member Green and Member Bogus. It sounds like we have just another handful of motions from Member Bogus, and then I think we'll be close to wrapping this rule up. So, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Line 163, without objection, it needs to be for, and then you need to put the infinitive form of all those verbs there. And then I'd like to move us to line 171.
On to 171.
Yeah, in line 163, it's the organization responsible for receiving, investigating, or resolving. And then in line...
I'm sorry, Member Bogus. Is it 162? Sorry, our lines are off now. I don't know what happened, but...
I'm so sorry. I don't know either. In fact, I might use the words from now on because I appear to be one line off.
Yeah, if you can use section and subsection, we might be able to find it quicker.
Okay. So in line, maybe it's 170. I don't know where the subsection is at this point. It says when the IAD makes a referral to an LEA, that's 169.
Line 169 for...
Okay. I would just like to add the words without a conflict of interest to the end of that statement. So it would read at least 2 board members of LEA leadership without a conflict of interest.
Well, let's put this before us here. So the motion then is to add at the end of line 170 without a conflict of interest. Is there a second? We've got a second by Member Hall. Back to you, Member Bogus, to speak to this before questions.
So I think it's important to
ensure, like, for example, later on, it talks about if that individual is named, they can't be sent the referral. So obviously that's taken care of. But I'm thinking about all of the other situations in which the investigation could or does affect either the family member, the niece or nephew of the whatever. And I'm not expecting our internal audit department to go through all of those things. That's not my expectation. My expectation would be if there's a known conflict of interest that we avoid it at all costs. So we're not sending something to, and I'm making this up, but there's a very common name on the Granite School Board, and Granite School District probably has 20 employees with that name. And so if that's the case, maybe we say, hey, is there any conflict of interest before we send this off?
Thank you. Member Bogus, Member Earl, can I make a comment real quick? No. Okay. Over to Member Earl. I just to speak about this, to speak on this, I worry that when we put this in the rule, we, regardless of what has been shared today, our USBE staff and our board members, we try to adhere to rules and policies and bylaws as much as possible. And if this is in there, then if the IAD sends it to somebody with a conflict of interest unknowingly, then this comes back to harm us. It could potentially come back to harm us. I don't believe, and I could be wrong, Debbie, that they say that you guys knowingly send this on to somebody with a glaring conflict of interest anyway. But a conflict of interest can be dependent upon the individual who is either observing, right, in any form. And so it's hard to tie down what a conflict of interest actually is. So I've got concern with that. Those are my concerns, although I do see exactly what Member Bogus is saying. I mean, of course we don't want that, but that's my thoughts on that. I'm not a big fan of that just because I think it might get us in trouble. Member Earl.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I just don't know how we would know all those interactions locally, all the connections where it's at the state level. You would think it's going to the leadership capacity and that those individuals would have to be responsible for that versus us having some in-depth knowledge on something that I just think we can't possibly do that. And if we do, I'm sure we'll, make recommendations to the right people, but.
Member Bogus.
So if that's your concern, you could amend that to say without an overt conflict of interest.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board amend line 169 by adding without a conflict of interest. And so that would read in context, when the IAD makes a referral to an LEA, the referral shall be sent to at least 2 members of LEA leadership without a conflict of interest. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That motion fails. 12 in opposition, 2 in favor. Those in favor being Member Green and Member Bogus. Member Bogus.
Well, they disappeared. Well, I guess that's all I have because they've disappeared from my document.
Your computer is telling you you're done. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, apparently
They're just,
so.
they vanished. Okay. Thank you, board members. Let's get back to the motion at hand here. And see if I can find it on my sheet here. You found it. Okay. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
Outlines, in this document, it's 188 and 189. It reads track and review summaries.
Mm-hmm. Starts on 187 in the PDF.
Okay, so there's an and there, and then 2 lines later you strike the and then in 2 lines later there's another and my question is, is there a reason for that? Is it like this and this, or this and this?
There's just been multiple revisions. I'll fix that. We don't need to have a vote on that. I'll take a look at it afterwards.
But you understand my question?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I think that's it. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board approve R277. Oh, Member Davis, that's my apologies. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know, seriously, don't throw tomatoes. I have an amendment, but I just can't find the right place in this document. And just hear me out. I think that we need to require that LEAs post on their website a chain of command for complainants to help resolve their complaints. And without them having a list of a chain of commands, it goes, my teacher made me mad, or my principal, and then to us. And I think we're missing some key pieces at the local level. I think additionally, just like we have an appeal process for any of our board rules, the public, 10 people in the public can get together and make an appeal against our rule. We should require LEAs to have an appeal process against a policy. However, for today, I'm asking you, Chair, and maybe this is a question for our staff, can we require that LEAs list a chain of command to resolve complaints in this rule, or do we have another rule that it would be more appropriately placed?
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. Vice Chair Wood has some thoughts, but I don't know if most LEAs, I'm gonna refer to those who work in schools. I know my LEA, we have a communication policy which very clearly lays that out. And so I don't know if that's common among schools. I don't know if it needs to be required or if it already is required
And
somewhere.
how do parents find it? Do they have to read all your policies to read it, or is it a very clear, if you have a concern, here's
Again,
teacher, principal,
depending on the LEA. So I guess
principal, supervisor,
it depends on
superintendent?
how much we want to say, this is how you're going to do your job, right?
Well, it's how
As-
much we want to do their job, because people don't know how to find the right people to do their job. That's the question.
If that's a concern, but you're saying you want to just require
A list of a chain of command
from
for
each,
complainants to help resolve their concerns. Every parent that comes to me, I go through the chain of command and we work it through and we resolve their concern. But why do they have to call me? Why can't they just look on the website and say, look, if you have a concern, here's a chain of command. Teacher, principal, principal supervisor, assistant superintendent, superintendent.
they might, in trying to look at
With
this
contact
broad
info.
spectrum, is maybe they have, and that's why you're not hearing from them, right? You're only hearing from the ones who are not either researching that or not finding it. That's what I'm saying. There's two sides to this.
Sure, to everything. But most of the time, people that I talk to have no clue who to talk to past, the kid's teacher or principal.
So I guess now that I have wasted your time with that back and forth, is there a motion that you would like to put forth? I see we have lights on first from Ben,
question.
and then we have Member Lear, Member Carey, and Member Earl. But,
Line 246.
and Vice Chair Wood saw something in here.
So
Okay.
I was just going to point to line 238 is where it says that the LEA shall have a policy outlining how the LEA will respond to and resolve hotline complaints. And I mean, I think that's where you would start. If you need to expand and provide more detail, that's where it could go. We do have provisions on there that state that there has to be a link specifically on the homepage of the LEA website with these amendments, and a lot of detail about the contact there, but that's where an amendment would go if there needed to be one.
Then I'd like to make an amendment that adds a list of chain of commands. I mean, chain of commands, is that the right word? Chain of.
That requires a posting of the chain of
chain of authority, maybe, a chain of authority. In that section. Thank you, Member Hall.
You might even
for your
call it
help.
like a chain of communication. I don't know if it's
To
an-
resolve concerns.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a chain of authority, or, you know what I mean? Because you might start at the teacher, and I mean, they have authority in some areas, but they are not the authority. But either way, Member Davis, I'm happy to support you in putting your motion forward.
I think on line 249, just a readily accessible local education hotline and chain of command.
So, and I know, Member Larry, you said, I know you want to have conversation. I just want to put something on the floor that we can converse about. I messed up. That's on me because I started the conversation early. I apologize. Yeah. While we're getting that motion ready, I can't see it on my screen, but while we're getting that ready, Superintendent Dixon has some thoughts. And if you'll, Member Davis, keep your eye on the screen to make sure your motion reads as you'd like it to.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. Member Davis, I really appreciate this conversation. I'm often the interface when somebody contacts us trying to solve a problem and they bounced around and they're just like, we don't know where to go. And you all have received those same queries and emails. I remember working with a parent group who we were having this discussion about that chain of authority, and they did a nice job of saying, here's how to solve problems. Here's, if it's with the classroom, here's who you contact. If it's with the district, here's how you go through it. But then I started trying to think about and categorize the various calls that I was receiving or emails. There's no clear-cut pathway. Sometimes it's, oh, this is something for the principal. Oh, this is something for special education at the district. I'm trying to help you solve the problem because having been through that as the mediator or the mitigator
I've done
is
the same.
challenging, and you've done the
So I get it.
same. So I'm thinking aloud here, Member Davis, but I just think it's a little challenging unless you're trying to do, here's a general how-to like this parent group did, because every problem is so unique. So that's what's rattling around in my mind of if you try to create this requirement and the answer is often, it depends. Just trying to work through that. So I don't know if anybody on the board has answers to that, but that's been my experience. There's just no clear-cut pathway.
May I
based
follow
on
up,
the
Chair?
problem.
I had the same thought, and really what I wanted was an appeal process, but talking to Member Lear talked me out of it actually, and said it would be more appropriate to post a list of contact information rather than a specific local appeal. And my feeling is we don't need to be prescriptive. It has to be teacher, principal supervisor, assistant director, superintendent. But the LEA can determine how they want their chain of command to look, and then which person is going to help that parent get to the right department and be kind of liaison with that person to help resolve the concern. Because that is missing currently.
Okay.
And I'd rather have them choose a liaison to get to the right person than have to call our state superintendent. Or I'm happy if they call me, I'm fine, but it'd be nice if they could do it on their own.
So, Member Davis, is this motion, are we attending to this motion here?
Yes, sir.
So the motion before the board, potentially with.
And it really is a chain of command. I would say a chain of command and
Okay.
communication to resolve concerns. Because communication's a little bit more nebulous than command.
So who's driving this? Let's get her motion.
Or just a chain of command to resolve concerns. And that would be in or after line 249.
So the motion is that the board add after line 249, triple I, a chain of command to resolve concerns. Do we have a second? Second. We've got a second by Member Booth. Member Davis, speak to your motion.
Some people may want to do a formal kind of hotline complaint at a local level, but some people might just want to talk to the next person to try to get some support. Most often that's the case. So I think they should have that resource.
Thank you. I've got member Lear, Carey, Earl, then Bogus. Member Lear.
I can't possibly begin to say this as tactfully as Superintendent Dixon did, so I won't. I won't even try. I feel like we have to, I think that we have too many variables in whatever the concern is to give somebody a succinct chain of command or chain of communication. And I did work with a lot of LEAs on this who had similar problems. If it's a special ed complaint, and you could certainly develop one, but it wouldn't look like a chain, it would look like a tree. And I think that might be more complicated than what we want LEAs to be required to do. For instance, you have you hear about a concern initially, reaches the superintendent, and you're referred to the special ed director if it's a special ed complaint. If it's about an elementary teacher, you might, and it's a big elementary, and you might have a vice principal who's in charge. And I realize they could tailor this, but what if they can't reach the vice principal? Do we want them to immediately go to the principal? I feel like this is something that an LEA can do, may do, if the LEA feels like it wants to, but I don't feel like this is something we should prescribe, because taken to its worst extreme, it could be completely complicated. And what I hear more often is, and what I tell people, if that person doesn't answer you, then call this person. If that person doesn't answer you, then call this person. So it's sort of a chain of command, but it's more like be responsive at the lowest level, would be my substitute language. So I don't think right now, I don't think it's ready to be put into this rule. I don't want to add that complication to what LEAs have to do.
Thank you. Member Carey.
Yeah, I'd speak in opposition to the motion for a different reason. And I don't think Board Member Davis is suggesting that this chain of communication is mandatory, but I certainly wouldn't want anyone to see it and think that they have to talk to these 5 people before they can talk to me as a state board member, or I didn't talk to the assistant principal, so I can't talk to the principal. And I'm not saying that's being suggested, but I could see that as possibly happening. And one of the drivers behind this rule was there were 2 individuals who reached out. They wanted to file a complaint. And I said, oh, just go to your website. You'll see the language. Our rule requires that it be prominently displayed, that process be prominently displayed on your website. Neither district had the language. One district had it on their finance page, and another district said you can file complaints for harassment and hazing. I didn't know hazing was such a big problem that it gets its own pathway to filing. But so again, just confusion, and we have to do a better job communicating. So my concern would be I wouldn't want anyone ever to think that if we don't follow this process, I can't escalate without checking all these boxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl.
I'll try to be quick. Because I've recently had something in my own community come up at one of my districts, and the problem was if you don't do this, you can't go to the next step. It wasn't you can go to the next step, right? Which was they were legally able to go to, right? Someone else, but they said no, you have to go through these processes before you can. And so I don't want it to be a hindrance too. Although I do, whenever anybody calls me, I always, figure out who does this need to go to and send them to that person. And then if they still have a question, to come back to me, right? So I really do worry if we're trying to, I don't know that we can nail this down the way, the intent, I get it, because I think that's probably the best way to do it, right? But sometimes I think it's a little more nuanced than that. And I don't want to use it as a leveraging not to allow someone to get some additional help.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask a question of either CAE Davis or Director Rasmussen through you. Considering the purpose of everything that comes before it, starting clear back at the beginning of subsection 7, what probably
308 in your document. It starts with an LEA may respond. So considering everything that comes before it in that section, this appears to be just a nullification clause of the entire section. Because it reads that they can tell us to basically bug off. And so my question is, what is the purpose of this language, considering everything that comes above it?
Sorry, Christina, is this in, I may have missed something. Is this in relation to Member Davis's motion? Am I missing a piece here?
Oh, it has nothing to do with your motion. You just called on me to talk, and
Well,
I
yeah.
was ready to talk.
Let's wrap up Member Davis's motion, then keep that
I should have
question in
told you,
your.
Matt Hymas. I
know.
apologize.
That's, I'm like, I must have missed something, but it sounds like I didn't. Let's go to Member Davis, and then we'll put you in the queue. Is that okay? No, it's all good. Member Davis.
Yes. I think, short of having a parent liaison, this is the least restrictive way to have an LEA. Let parents know information. And this is only the large LEAs. A lot of the small LEAs, it's teacher, director, small charter, teacher, director. Sensing the will of the group without objective. I disagree with all of you, but I am going to, without objection, I don't want to waste the board's time, withdraw the motion.
We're gonna vote on that right now, unless Member Lear, do you have a? Okay, we're gonna throw Member Davis's motion because it is before the body. We're gonna throw it up in the queue and take a vote on it. It's withdrawn. The motion is gone. Okay, so we are then, Member Bogus had a question that it sounds like our staff has been able to discuss and hopefully have an answer. And then we've got a motion from Member Lear.
If I may, that was originally I think in section 4, which talks about audit responsibilities. When we had a meeting with a few of the board members where they wanted to add that language, and then the discussion was that it would go better in section 7, which talks about LEA responsibilities. So it was just kind of moved from another section. I know that it may potentially, as you point out, conflict with some of the things that the audit committee or the IAD asked for under the rule. So it may be worth considering whether that's appropriate language.
So considering that response, I would move to strike lines 309 through 311, or whatever Ben tells us they are. 308 through 310.
So there's a motion to strike lines 308 to 310. Do we have a second? Not hearing one. Let's go to.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Sorry, excuse.
So the motion's been stated. Go ahead, Member Bogus.
So I would just lean on staff's response that these lines are in conflict with what comes above it. And that if we're going to come into a place where we're writing rules that have nullification conflicts or words or conflicting lines, we need to make certain that doesn't happen. And to me, this entire sentence conflicts with the previous 11 things. And so I think we need to get rid of it so that we can make certain that our processes flow and are in place in a clear and thoughtful manner.
Thank you. Member Lear, are you in the queue or are you for this? Okay. Okay. Yeah.
An LEA may respond to the IED that the allegation is issued the sole responsibility of the LEA, or, we were missing an or, that the LEA is reviewing or addressing the concern. It's kind of a messy sentence, consistent with local policy and the law. And then I'd like to speak to that, to my substitute motion.
So your substitute motion, let me make sure I have that understood correctly. It's still coming up on the screen.
309, line 309.
Beginning on line 309, it says, Member Lear motion, and LEA may respond to the IAD, ... or that the LEA is reviewing or addressing.
Is that the allegation is an issue that is the sole responsibility of the LEA, or following LEA.
Or the LEA. So remove that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, you can, yes, you can remove the that.
And replace it with or. Point of order.
You can't substitute an amendment, you can only substitute a main motion.
I don't even know if that's true. I'm
What
sure.
are you saying? What do you?
I know we do substitute motions all the time,
Why
so I
can't we
don't
do
know.
a substitute? This is a substitute.
Substitute amendment,
Well, it's a substitute motion to delete. My substitute motion is to amend.
yeah, we have a motion to amend, and then now we have a substitute motion, which I think is in order, but
Oh, yeah, or I'll make an amendment to the amendment. Or call.
she's
You
making a
give me
substitute
the
motion to
exact
Member
language,
Bogus's
Christina, and I'll use
amendment.
it.
Then yes, it's in order. Okay.
Okay. Or the LEA is reviewing.
Secondary and tertiary motions cannot be
Well. Huh? Yeah, then I'll amend the amendment.
Sure.
I'm flexible.
You can be flexible, I just want to keep the process.
Okay, then I'll amend the amendment. Is that I think would be in order, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, Sybil.
Or the LEA is reviewing, I think we can delete or addressing, is reviewing consistent with local policy and the law. I think we can read reviewing to include addressing. Is that,
So the
decent
amendment to
assumption?
amend is to keep the language and remove or strike that and or addressing, and then add or in the place of that. So it would
Yes.
read, well, we need to strike or, so it would read, an LEA may respond to the IAD that the allegation is an issue that is the sole responsibility of the LEA, or the LEA is reviewing consistent with local policy and the law. Reviewing what? The allegation?
Reviewing the complaint,
Okay,
or the allegation.
the allegation. Okay, do we have a second to that motion? Not hearing a second. Wait, we got a second. Okay, speak to that, Member Lear.
Oh, the point of this was, and I personally trust LEAs that they're not going to be defiant and that they are going to be cooperative with hearing from IAD. But however, there are some things that the LEA may say in response to a concern. If it's, for instance, an employment one is easy. I want you to, we've heard that you should fire your principal. And the LEA could respectfully say, that's, employment is our business, is the business of the LEA. And if you have something more specific to allege about the principal, bring it on. But if you're just alleging we should fire for incompetence, then that's not, that's the province of the LEA. Another example would be the competency of teachers. Right now, the competency of teachers is the responsibility of LEAs. And individuals can complain that the child's first grade teacher is incompetent or even lazy, but that again is the responsibility of the LEA. And I think that should be satisfactory for a response to a IAD concern. And secondly, sometimes and maybe this has happened, LEA says, yes, we've heard that the principal was inappropriately discussing things with, and we're with a student, and we are right now reviewing that with the principal. And then that resolves your, I would think, that resolves your report to the LEA.
You have a response?
Provide just context.
Sure.
Okay, so Chief Audit Executive, Okay, Debbie Davis. So just for context, as far as receiving these responses, when internal audit receives a response and what we do with the response is really what does the board want? Because this rule has essentially internal audit, we're sending things out, we get things back, and then we're supposed to report information. So I guess my question for you is, what information would you like reported to you? And if it's sufficient to just say, yes, we send it out and it came back and the LEA is handling it, if that's sufficient for you, fine. If it's not sufficient, then that's where on like line 284 it says respond as requested by internal audit department by IAD. And I think the thought with that is we'll just have a form that has some required fields, whatever they are. You can see the lines 285 through 291 or 280, 290 were stricken, so maybe we don't need to be that specific. But ultimately, my question is just, what information would you like as a board? And that's what needs to come back to internal audit. It's not what I need, it's what you would like reported to you.
Can I speak to that, Matt? And I would respectfully say that you kind of mischaracterized, not intentionally necessarily, what I was saying. I don't think that it is acceptable for an LEA to blow you off to say, we're handling that or reviewing it. But I think your response to these board members who maybe want the more information is the LEA responded that the LEA is currently in the process of investigating the employment complaint. So you then have provided them context of what the LEA said. Or the LEA is currently in the process of, and employment comes to mind really easily, as in process of investigating a complaint against, a financial complaint about a coach that's an employee. So I think you should provide more information, not make it sound like the LEA is blowing you off, but rather, or disregarding your concern, but rather responding to the board member who wants to know. The LEA knows what the concern is and is in the process of reviewing it as an employment matter. That's my opinion of what the board members might want. I don't know if I'm completely off base, because I don't particularly want any of that information, but.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to make clear that the rule that we're dealing with is just for those complaints that come through the hotline, right? That's the rule that we're looking at. So when we discussed this in committee and the numerous conversations that have taken place since then, 308, lines 308 through 310 weren't addressing any type of nullification, but rather the realization that not all complaints that come to the hotline fall within the purview of this board. That's why the heading of this rule says this is a process for reporting violations of statute and board rule. So you could have an employment issue that doesn't violate statute or board rule. That is something that they could respond to the board with this language, that this is an issue that falls within the purview of the LEA. And then, if the board, for whatever reason, desires more information, audit can certainly reach out. I don't know if that would be Debbie Davis or the audit committee, but certainly it doesn't abrogate or limit any power that the board has, but rather focuses on the fact that our rule by title and definition is these are allegations that violate board rule or state statute. And if it doesn't do either of those two things, they can certainly write back and say, this is an employment issue, we're handling it. If we're unsatisfied with that answer, there are many tools that the board has to pursue additional information. That's how I understand that language. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We're close to a vote. Member, looks like Member Bogus.
So I move to amend.
Amend an amendment.
Yep.
Is this our third one?
Oh, that's right. You can't have three
Okay.
amendments.
Member Lear then.
Sorry, man.
This is one that I think we can do by acclamation, but I'll put it out there first. Line 198, I think it was overlooked in the rewrite.
Yeah, remember, Larry, we're still on this, unless you're withdrawing it.
Nope, not.
Okay. So the motion is that that we keep lines 308 to 310 and amend to add or and strike that and or addressing so that it reads in context 12 and LEA may respond to the IAD that the allegation is an issue that is the sole responsibility of the LEA or the LEA is reviewing consistent with local policy and the law.
It would probably be clear if we had reviewing the allegation consistent with the local policy.
Just put the allegation after reviewing.
Yes.
Or the LEA is reviewing the allegation.
Yes.
Whoever's driving that. Okay, let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Okay, that passes. 12 in favor, 2 in opposition. Those opposed being Member Hymas and Member Bogus. Okay, Member Lear.
When I was referring to line 198, draft 3. Pren A reads, notify the LEA governing board of the noncompliance. I would put the period after noncompliance because to hold relevant LEA personnel accountable sounds, I think, unnecessarily heavy-handed maybe, or sort of punitive.
Is this speaking to a potential motion? Do we have a second
Yes.
to this motion?
Second.
Not here, okay.
Yeah, sure. I was just, I would accept that as a friendly. This was actually stricken in the draft, but there were a lot of late night email exchange with Director Rasmussen, and I think that was missed. But yes, that was struck, and I would accept it as a friendly if there's no opposition to it.
Member Bogus to this motion? Is there any opposition to striking to hold relevant LEA personnel accountable? I'm not hearing any. Member Green, any opposition?
No opposition.
Okay, let's adopt that then. And Member Leary, you're finished with motions. Member Bogus?
Member Lear's motion? Just
This
previous to this.
one on the screen?
Just previous to this.
Okay. The one that just passed
Yeah.
regarding lines 308 to 310?
Mhm.
Greg, could you please scroll up, please?
I would move that we put an introductory statement there that says, in issues that do not include allegations of rule or law.
And when you say introduction, you want it to begin
Mhm.
with this, so 12 would be at the end of 11?
So I didn't say and, I said in.
Oh, in. So it would read in issues,
Mhm.
issues, plural,
Yes.
that do not include allegations of rule or law, and LEA may respond, ...
Yes.
The motion is before us. Do we have a second? Speak to your motion.
I just think it addresses everything we previously were discussing and adds greater clarity.
Okay, so the motion before the board then is to amend line 308 to add to the beginning, in issues that do not include allegations of rule or law, comma. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Okay, that motion fails. 11 in opposition, 3 in favor, those 3 being Member Carey, Member Green, Member Bogus. Okay, this takes us to our underlying motion here, and that is that the board approve R277-123 process for members of the public to report violations of statute and board rule, draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. Let's vote. Member Green?
Member Green's a no.
Thank you. That passes 11 in favor, 3 in opposition. Those opposed being Member Davis, Member Green, and Member Bogus. Chair Carey, back to you.
Chair, I believe that concludes the law and licensing business before the board.
Thank you. Board members, let's take a look at where we are. We are on agenda item number 8 that starts at 1:45 p.m. We have with us, if we look at our agenda, this is going to be the Standards and Assessment Committee report is agenda item 8. Agenda item 9 is Audit Committee report at 3. And then 10 is Utah School for the Deaf and the Blind at 3:15. It is currently 3:35. I'm going to suggest something, and feel free to say, Matt, that's stupid, except for you, Christina, because I know you'll actually say it. I'm going to propose that we take 7 minutes, stretch our backs, and then invite the USDB to come forward so we can take care of the business and get them out of here. Is that appropriate? Let's do that then. Thank you. Board members, let's go ahead and begin gathering. It looks like we have 2, 4, 6 of us. We need 8. No. If you leave, you got to replace it with 2, like a dragon's head. Let's see. Jenny, will you? Thank you. Okay, we have a quorum. Thank you, you two. Just a reminder to the public, we are jumping to agenda item 10, Utah School for the Deaf and Blind. And let's see here. Superintendent Coleman, are we turning that time? I always get confused now with our committee. Yeah, I need to just ask Leanne to chair this portion, but Superintendent Coleman, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, board members, the first item on our agenda, we're going to have Superintendent Tanner explain. This is directly related to something you previously approved, and this is required for a compliance where we have to have the board do another approval. So Superintendent, would you explain that?
Yes. Superintendent Tanner, talking about this topic you guys must think I always bring up. If the thing that's different in this piece of the policy, what we need as a part of our assurances, we need to note what our appeals process is. So it's very similar to the discussion you were having earlier about who do you go to if you have a concern. So that's at the very bottom. It's in section 7, the complaint and appeal procedure. So that has been added so that we can say, yes, we have listed and identified that here's the appeals you would make if you had a disagreement with the materials. So that's included. And while we were in there, we also included the new language verbatim from the state legislature on what needs to be included. So we took that and updated it with the actual language from the state legislature, and then we added the appeals at the bottom. It does require your approval so that when we say on our assurances it went through our board, we can assure them it went through our board.
Thank you. Member Earl?
I'd like to just make an amendment to 2.23. We had in our documents originally medically accurate, and not that we don't want things medically accurate. It's one more step of something you have to do when you get your information. We don't have any resources that we're using that going through the regular process aren't medically accurate, if that makes sense. You don't run across that. But what this is saying is now you have to verify that it's one extra piece. We don't have it in our rule, so it's not necessary. I guess my motion would be just to strike that. It's 2.23. Am I looking at the right thing?
You're looking at, yeah, you are.
Yeah.
I think that was a piece from the legislature. I'd have to look. But
Well, it was previously in our rule.
Oh, okay, so now.
So what I'm saying is we don't have that in there. It's one more layer that you would have to verify that there isn't, to be medically inaccurate. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yep.
Like the curriculum doesn't come that way.
Yep.
So it's just one layer. Yep.
Your
I'm motioning that we strike that.
Your motion is to strike 2.3 of the definitions.
Yep.
Is there a second? Second. Okay, speak to that, Member Earl.
I think I did on accident, but it's just that it asks for an extra layer of give this evidence and that, and it's not necessary. If you go through the regular process, it's going to already align with that. You're not going to have something that's not medically accurate.
Yep.
So this is just adding an extra layer of requirements. So.
Okay. So the motion before the board then is to strike definition 2.3. Let's go ahead and vote if we can. Member Green? So I show 9 of us here. Okay, there's 9. So that motion fails with those that are present. We've got 5 in favor, 2 abstentions, 2 no votes. Those abstaining are Member Lear and Member Brinton. No votes would be Member Wood and Member Bollinger. So there's still no motion. There's no formal motion, other motions before us at this point. I know that, no, it fails. You've got to have 8. Yeah. No, and just for the public's sake, for understanding as well, because there is some unclarity here. It's not the majority of board members present. It's always the majority of the board, regardless of numbers. So, Vice Chair Wood.
I move that the board approve health and human sexuality instructional materials policy.
The manual, is that correct?
Policy.
Policy. Okay.
There's 2.
Okay. I'm getting rid of manual then. So the motion then is that the board approve the USDB health and human sexuality instructional policy. Let's vote. Member Green? Okay, that seems to, with all present, that passes 11 in favor, 2 in opposition. Those opposed being Bogus and Member Carey, but Member Carey's here. Do we need one more vote? Yeah, so who's our Member Green? That's right. Okay. We'll get there. Okay, those opposed being Member Bogus and Member Carey. Thank you. Superintendent Coleman.
Report from Vicki Summers.
Superintendent Coleman, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and board members. I am Vicki Summers, the Financial Manager for Utah Schools for the Deaf and the Blind. I have USDB's financial report for the 10 periods ending April 30th, 2025. For these 10 periods, we have revenues totaling $50.66 million, and our expenditures are $51.23 million. This does leave us a deficit of expenditures over revenues of $572,000. After receiving our updated numbers from State Finance this week, it does appear that USDB is going to come in very close at the end of our fiscal year, and there is a risk that USDB will finish the fiscal year in the red. We don't have any solid numbers at this time, and we won't have any final numbers until the last payroll of fiscal year 25 runs on July the 8th. So it'll be that long until we have some exact numbers. The three funds that we customarily report to the board. For our enrichment funds, the balance ending at April 30th, 2025 was just under $802,000. Our donated fund balance at this date was $276,000, and our education foundation fund was at 1.2. The next 2 pages of our report in the packet is our budget status report. This is the detail of the expenditures and revenues that I just outlined in my presentation. And with that, are there any questions on USDB's financial report?
We've got Member Reel.
Quick question that I hadn't considered before, which is that in regards to the donated funds, that's like in the foundation, it's part of like development, like raising funds, right? Are there some active strategic plans in any way to boost up the development or donations to potentially bring it back out of the red, or at least have a safer cushion for the end of the fiscal year?
That might be a question for Superintendent Coleman.
Yeah.
either?
Yes.
Great question. We kind of have two pots of donated funds. One's a very small pot, which are de minimis funds that are donated directly to USDB. And you see that here, it's $276,000. And a lot of that is earmarked for specific things, like someone donated it to the fifth grade class at the deaf school or something, and so it can only be used for that. The larger is the foundation, the Education Foundation. And to answer your question about a strategic plan, that foundation has recently had some new members added, and they're working on a strategic plan. We are actually meeting next week, and they're actually very excited to redo. We haven't had a new strategic plan since the foundation was established a few years ago, and so the answer is yes, not before the end of the year, but yes, that work is definitely underway.
Member Davis?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you can just help us a little bit to understand how we got to the point of being in the red, and then I just want to check my understanding, Chair Hymas, what happens moving forward. My understanding is that we move, if we do end up being in the red, which we won't know till July timeframe, then we're going to have to go before the legislature in January and say we're in the red and ask for a supplemental. Is that the correct process? And what are we going to do next year that's different?
Superintendent Coleman is going to address that one as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, that's the right question to ask at this point. So in talking with Deborah and Scott yesterday about this, we don't know. These are estimates. We do not know if it'll come in red or in the black. But it's going to be very close. And we've known all year we would be very close. We essentially had to budget to zero. As you remember, this last year we talked about should we use up all of our one-time funds, and the idea with the board was that we would just do everything we could for kids this year and then make new plans next year, which of course we're going to do with the working group. So in the event that we are in the black, in the red a little bit, we'll concur with our financial staff and figure it out from there. And so the answer is we don't know quite yet. It really depends. We still have revenue sources that have not come in yet, some, and there will be expenses like payroll that Vicki mentioned and other things. And so this is kind of the cycle. You just have to wait till the numbers come in. We did want to be transparent and let you know exactly what we're looking at, though, in our estimates.
Chair, may I follow up?
Please.
So we are going to make payroll. We will make payroll, I'm understanding. And then what are we doing next year?
Oh, that's
so
right. That was the other part of your question.
Yeah.
So my understanding from talking to Deputy Jones is that next year's budget is based on next year's appropriations, and this does not go over into that. That's a separate thing of its own. And if I'm incorrect in any of this, then staff is free to correct me. But that was a question I asked on our call yesterday as well.
Thank you. We saw your staff turn around and Scott give like the Godfather, like he's good. Thanks, Scott. Member Davis, any your light is still on. You good?
Yeah.
Okay. Member Bogus.
You're going to have to forgive me, Superintendent Coleman, through the chair. How much is a little bit? I walked in a little bit late. Is it $250,000? Is it 30,000?
We don't know yet. It's going to be very close, and so we wanted to say, well, there's a chance we might come in the red, which means less than -$1, right? Or we could come in the black. We don't know yet, but we wanted to let you know. Yeah, it's going to be tight, like we said it was earlier in the year, and so a little bit. You mean when you said a little bit? Was that in reference to?
Well, we keep using the terminology a little bit in the red. And I'm wondering how much is a little bit, because I know your budget is quite large. So a little bit could be $1 million, or it could be 30 grand.
I'm sorry. So let me clarify that. What I meant is, if there's a little bit, it'll probably be easier to fix than if it's a lot. But we don't know how much it'll be. I'm anticipating it will be very close, whatever that means. But we like I asked Scott, well, how specifically, and he said, well, sir, there's no, because Scott always says sir, which he doesn't even have to with me, but But it really does depend on our revenue sources that are still coming in and our expenditures, and we're anticipating right now, we're making estimates. When I say we, it's our finance staff, but we don't have solid numbers right now. We just wanted to let you know it's going to be a nail biter.
Tight finish, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. And thank you, Vicki, for your report and the information. Superintendent Coleman, on to the next agenda item.
Thank you. Next agenda item is our superintendent report, and I have a couple of items for that here. Where's my notes? There it is. Okay, the first item is, just wanted to let you know, since our last meeting, the majority of our time has been spent on two items. One is finishing up all the great things at the end of the school year, which take a lot of time and energy, and they're very exciting. We had a tremendous graduation, and it was on May 22nd, and so grateful that Vice Chair Wood, in particular, was there to accept the graduates on behalf of the board. And once again, as she's done before, she made her entire presentation using American Sign Language. And what that does for the community, I just cannot overstate how grateful they are for that type of just human thoughtfulness. And I know she expressed that she is not really that comfortable doing that, but you would have never have known that. And it was just awesome. So we had a fantastic graduation, and you as a board were represented very well with that. We're also underway with our two audits, one from the Office of the Legislative Auditor General, OLAG, and that just kicked off last week, and we've already had a couple tours. The associate superintendents went to Springville with them yesterday, as a matter of fact, and we met with them as a group, and then we have other meetings quite soon, starting this next week, where individually they'll be meeting with us, and they're going to be very thorough. And then our USBE audit is also underway, and our now audit team is really been awesome. Like when Superintendent Tanner reported to me today, she used the word awesome, because she said they are getting into every detail and they are accurate. And fortunately, it's showing that our annual reports were accurate as far as student services and so forth. But she said, we looked at the charts that they're preparing and we're like, we've needed this. We need someone who can make these awesome charts too. And so now that we're more tightly aligned with finances, we're hoping in the future that we have the same level of professional graphics and displays, and our data will be aligned, of course, because it will be all our one set of data now. And so anyway, I wanted to update you on those things. Those audits are underway. And then Superintendent Tanner, Superintendent Patton, do you have other items for the superintendent report today to mention? You don't have to. I know you've sent out events and so forth and emails, but.
Yeah, we've sent out the events. We are heavily involved with all these meetings with the auditors, and I do have to say that Kevin John and his team is very, very competent and very thorough, and that's what I was impressed with today. I was like, wow, they know their stuff and they're doing a great job of really digging in. It always feels good when someone cares deeply about something and does a thorough job. So that was what was impressive to me. However the data comes out, it was just, I just would like to say he's a good staff member and his team has been amazing.
Should I just use yours?
Yeah.
I'll just use Michelle's. I second that. I also want to say we have a great administrative staff team as far as our directors are concerned. With these two audits going on, this is an extremely busy time of year with our camps and everything going on, but they have worked more than they should be working in trying to get information to them, to the auditor teams on both the OLAG and USBEs. And I just want you to know how great we have, what great staff we have as far as our administrative staff, and then also our teaching staff, to make sure that we're getting those things in on a very timely manner, and I just greatly appreciate that. I did want to mention something that was really fun. Right now, we have a group of educators and a couple administrators, and then the rest of the chaperone team from the 7048. and they are headed up to the Puget Sound so that they can do the 7048 race on their own dime, on their own everything except for they're using our boat. But they're so that they can be more prepared for next year when our students go. And I just want to reiterate, those are the kind of people we have that are working at USDB, that they're going up on their own dollar. They pitched in to do a carpool ride up there, and I've been just in contact with them, and I thought you would want to know that's really quite fun that we have these people that are taking the time off of their job to go up to make the 7048 race safer and more productive and just a better experience for our kids next year when they all go up and do that. So,
Thank you. And that's all we have for our report today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Superintendent. We are now going to have our USDB committee summary of actions. This is agenda item 10.5. We'll turn it over to Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We have 2 motions for the board. The first being that the board approve the fiscal year 2026 USDB budget.
So the motion before the board is that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB enrichment activities budget. Oh, where am I looking at? The motion then is that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB budget. Member Earl.
I'd like to make an amendment. I would like to add that, get it in front of me, that we include that they can charge for 50% of services for the LEAs below 3%.
Do we have, I don't know who's driving. We got a motion from Member Earl that they can charge
50%?
50% flat, not up to.
Up to. I would say up to.
Up
Sorry,
to
that would probably be the right way.
50%. Let's get it on the screen. Will you restate your motion? Let's get it on the screen and then we can open it up.
Yeah, so that USDB can charge up to 50% for services for below 3% schools.
Okay. So the potential motion is that the USDB can charge up to 50% for services below 3% schools. Do we have a second?
Yes, because I want to ask a question.
Okay, it's been seconded. Member Earl, go ahead to speak to that motion.
Yeah, almost every one of my districts is impacted. They're below the 3%. I've had quite a bit of discussion with my superintendent. Some of them have budgeted to pay the full 100%, and others a variety in between. The issue associated with that is if they're willing to pay 100%, but we don't have the personnel, which we'll have to let go if we don't budget for that, then there won't be the services, even if they want to pay the 100%, there won't be the personnel to be there. If you've looked at the numbers, just the budget alone is significant cuts. 25% keep people, and then 50% allows us to really meet in a very responsible way the needs of those 3% districts. So that's, like I said, I've had quite a bit of discussion and dialogue with my districts anyways, around that component. If we don't budget for that, then the personnel will not be there. So then the districts would have to cover the services. We'll be able to meet services that we're required to, but I think this provides, we're still going to have cuts, and which is the responsible thing to do, to go through and really make sure we can budget for things, but this allows that flexibility there. So that's what.
Member Lear.
I'm not sure who to ask this question of. Maybe Scott, but maybe you guys. I'll just ask it and then we can sort that out. I know this has been under discussion for a number of years, maybe as long as 5, 3 to 5. I'm wondering, and Member Earl says she's talked with the district she represents, but I'm wondering how much of a surprise or how unsettling or how problematic this might be for if we do this as a blanket, just a given, rather than either phasing it in, which has been discussed, or consulting with those LEAs before it happens. So I'm just, or is it, maybe it's something that they're anticipating and will be able to do. So I'm not sure who to ask, but Michelle, is it you or?
I think Superintendent Coleman would
Superintendent
like to
Coleman.
respond to
I'm sorry.
that.
It's okay.
He was hiding
He's still here.
I
Yeah.
forgot about him.
No, it's okay.
Anybody who could help me with that, because I don't want to spring something on 100, well, it's not, it's just the districts. I think it's not charter schools too, is it?
Yes, it is.
So I don't want to spring something on 160 plus LEAs that hasn't been contemplated.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We started in October talking to the LEAs, these smaller LEAs that would may be affected, in preparation for the legislative session, just to be transparent and let them know the general lay of the land. So it's hard to give a specific answer to your question about how they would feel, because they is 160 days. However, they're aware of this and have been for some time, and we've met several times. One time, even on a Zoom, Vice Chair Wood and I met with the LEA heads and their business administrators that were invited, and this Utah School Superintendents Association. We've had a couple of different discussions about this, and so they know that we could not give them any answers. What we told them was that it may happen. We're going to do everything we can to minimize the cost for them, and this is all just for this year. The working group with legislators and others will determine the way ahead for USDB in the future years. So they are also aware that this is only an FY26 situation. Yeah.
Can I just follow up briefly?
Follow up, yes.
It would all, and I don't think it can be done on the spot, certainly, but I also hate to vote on this without seeing this information. So maybe, again, help me with how soon we could get it. I would like to see what the impact would be on LEAs. Oh, I did not, I quickly went through that, sorry. Never mind, then you can do it on the spot. I will look and see what that would be. I'm sorry, I did not see that. So never mind on that second question, let me just check, thanks.
Okay, while you're looking, we'll go to Member Bogus. Oh, I'm sorry, were you in the queue? Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So my question is to the maker of the motion, in particular the amendment, in that it seems to replace language. Is that its intent and that's just not on the screen? Because without the striking of language, I would have further questions.
Maker of the motion. Well, first off, I don't think, so go back, I don't know who's scrolling. That motion that is in blue, that the board approve FY USDB and review the impact, that is not before, nobody has made that motion. So the motion that is made is the board approve, okay, but the board review, that was not part of it. That's what I'm saying. That's not part of what we're discussing right now. So her motion, remember Earl's motion does not conflict with the italicized verbiage because that is not on the table right now.
Okay, so am I clear that the committee made and approved a motion and then that motion was not brought before the board?
I defer to Chair Wood on that one.
Oh, the motion from committee was that the board approve the fiscal year 2026. And in addition, that we would be bringing the impact to the board, full board, to look at a potential of charging our small LEAs.
Have we done that?
It's in your backup.
That's what I thought, okay.
Yeah, so that was the two parts, was we would bring the motion to approve, and that you would also look at the impact of what it costs. And then the new motion is that we would approve the fiscal year 2026 with the ability for USDB to charge up to 50%.
So this is additional language.
This is and.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl?
Yes. Oh, yes, sorry, I didn't know if someone was here. Yes, my light was on. I'm going to speak to it. If you look in your documents, you'll see that the budget as outlined has, let me put my glasses on. There'll be, 53.4 positions cut. Those aren't carry over. I mean, we can't make the decision in August and then go, okay, now we're going to really keep you on. Those are going to have to be decided because this is this next year's budget. The 25% had less cuts and the other 50 had less cuts. The point is that we're still going to have to make cuts. How are those going to, and we'll still have to provide services. It's just, what do those services look like? So the 50%, I don't know if I'm answering anybody's question, but the 50% maintains significantly those services. This is for next year.
Yeah.
This is not speaking to the components of the, so anyways, but those numbers are in there. You can go to slide, I'll just, if it's a help, go to slide number, I don't know, 7. That kind of gives you the impact as far as that goes. This cuts are still going to need to be made for a number of personnel. And some of those are vacant positions, others are not.
Member Davis?
I think that's a really important point that you just said, because I think it got communicated earlier or understood earlier that there wouldn't have to be any cuts if we charge the 50 to 25%, but there still will need to be cuts because you're only paying for half of a person or a quarter of a person. And my concern has never been asking for some contribution from the LEAs, but my concern at this point now is timing, because we've got, I know we need to make decisions for next year, but we also don't know what we're dealing with our final numbers here. But the bigger issue is we voted at one point to have a working group add to this decision. Now, legislatively, they've said they want a working group with these certain stakeholders to contribute to this decision. So I don't want to make this decision right now and say, it feels like it just gives an illusion of freedom to that whole entire working group that we have to put together. Because they'll say, well, you're saying this is just for this year, but you've already decided how you want to tackle this. So it's an illusion of freedom that isn't really there, in my opinion. But can we hear from our finance team, just who's been working so closely and with Vicki combined, to get a feel for the repercussions if we were to do something like this now or to wait until August, and from the team, and if this is the best way to move forward at this time, or if we do have time to let the working group do its work and come up with this or something akin to the charter account, like Deborah had suggested in the past, or other ideas that could come forward. Can we hear a little bit about that? With timing in mind?
I believe, Scott, she's asking you.
Yeah, sure. So we're one team, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Scott Jones. So to Board Member Davis's point, Chair, we have been working together. If I understand the question correctly, can you proceed with this action item? Absolutely. The key takeaway from today is Vicki did a good job of telling you, the board, that there's risk out there, right? And then depending on how we close could have second and third level effects on how we start next year, right, with the budget. That doesn't mean you can't pass a budget now that could be subject to amendments, based on what we know when we know it and how accurate it is. Her telling you this today is right in line with the Budgetary Procedures Act things, so that we've identified to the governing body that, there's risk here. You can proceed with setting the budget, but to the point about where all the work has been done internally with here, we still want to empower or enable, or whatever that is in the positive way, the working committee that is I believe statutorily required, right? Yeah, so they can still work even if you do this thing on, because we would provide them the information and move together towards that solution. So does that help answer Board Member Davis's question?
May I
or-
follow up?
Yeah.
I guess so. What I'm looking for also specifically, are there any repercussions of doing this now? Because we're saying
Well-
this would be a one-time expenditure, and what I heard Ben Leishman say in committee is part of the reason we're in this problem is that people were hired with one-time monies of carry forward. So are we going to hire ongoing salaries with one-time funds with this one-year term solution pending whatever else happens in the future?
Well, so that precisely, Chair, is what I would recommend flow through that working committee. Ultimately, it's going to be the superintendent's decision on how to proceed, but that's what I mean. You can still work through that with the working committee and don't do any hiring actions until we will know eventually what to do it. So will the working committee. So yes, you can pass the budget, but that doesn't mean you have to start taking action on the budget until after the working committee is.
But what about
through it.
charging the 3%? That's what the motion we're talking about now.
Right, so, or that as well. You don't start charging until you know for sure how much you have to charge and how much you have to do that, which the working committee can help do that with the support on the team, so.
So last clarification, this is just basically saying that the same thing we already said in rule,
Yep.
which is you can do it if needed once we get the working committee going and decide. It's not saying we are doing this right now to hire people.
Right.
But I'm seeing them shaking heads no, and you're
well,
shaking
I'm
yes.
saying right to they're shaking their heads no. Yeah. So we're
I'm
saying the
seeing,
same
yeah.
thing, but
Everyone
yeah,
shake
sorry.
the same,
I'm not
please,
saying
no.
right to you, I'm saying right to them going east and west on the head shake.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for
Right.
clarifying.
Sorry about that.
So, but if we vote yes for this, it doesn't mean we're doing it. It means we're just saying what we said in the rule. It's a possibility.
Right, you're passing a budget, but all budgets are estimates and are based on decision-making processes that need to occur in the future. When you adopt, what the legislative estimates are, they're just that, they're estimates, right? And then as your staff, we're the ones that need to come to you and say, well, we're following the budget, we're following the direction of the board, we're doing those, that's what you can accomplish still with the working committee.
Okay,
So,
I'm so sorry, Chair. Can I last follow up? Last. Who will make this decision? If we pass this today that we can charge the 3%, does that mean that it goes straight to Superintendent Coleman, and whenever he deems necessary, he's going to charge the 25 to 50%, or does that come back to us, or will that go through the working committee? What's the process from here?
If I'm reading this motion correctly, Scott, tell me if I'm wrong here, that's up to the superintendent. This motion says that the USDB may charge 3% or lower schools up to 50%.
right, that's a may too,
Yes.
Chair, so you and I are talking, I'm talking through you, but to answer the question and then to answer your question, it's a may, and that's exactly what you want to do because you want to make an informed decision about how much to charge and when to start charging it, right? So I don't think you're undermining that I think that, we do it. However, we do want to emphasize the fact that we have this great committee that's set up and they can advise the decision makers and the leaders to execute accordingly, right? Once we know more, we'll know the one thing that is not going to change is time. It's going to come. We're going to know. And then they can make decisions and the committee is involved right from the beginning. Hopefully that addresses Board Member Davis's questions and concerns, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We've got quite a lineup here. We've got Member Carey. I'm in the queue. You can't see me. I'm sorry. Member Earl, Member Booth, and then Chair Wood here. So Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may direct this to Deputy Superintendent Jones. So you said, there's important questions. One is, how much to charge, when to start. My third question would be when to stop. And my fear is that even though this says we're going to should this pass, consider this surcharge for the fiscal year 2026 budget. Increases like this have a tendency just to live on in perpetuity. So is this a realistic estimation that, look, they're going to need this, I call it a surcharge, just for FY 2026? Or is this just to say, we know we need it for 2026, we may need it for 2027, 2028, we don't know, so we're just saying 2026. So I'm going to ask what you said you couldn't do, which is predict the future, but the best estimate, is this going to be a surcharge that we will need to impose? I have one district that's not affected, I have another one that is. How long do you anticipate the surcharge being fiscally necessary? Thank you, Chair.
So, Chair, I do anticipate, to answer the question, that it's fiscally necessary in FY '26. How much? When we start, that still remains to be worked on through the committee. So then, as part of the monthly budget process, through monthly budget report process, USDB can update you on the revenue that is generated from that, if they, it's a may, if they decide to do that. Meanwhile, in the interest of what we call in accounting terms or budgeting terms, the out years, 27, 28, 29, we all need to work with the committee to help make recommendations to the legislature on what right looks like. And I really do believe that if we trust the process, it will actually work out. I really do. So, but I cannot guarantee anything. I'm subject to all the whims of the economy of, there's things I don't know as far as, revenue. The legislature has to make decisions for the wider concern of the state and those types of things too. But I do feel confident that for at least 26, we at least need to have the capability to generate revenue from that source. What differences it'll make as far as how many positions, those types of things, I would just ask for, an abundance of caution of committing to, well, we won't have to cut this much or we'll have to cut this much. That will come. It will come in the next 30 to 60 days, probably July timeframe, when we have a better idea of where they're closing for fiscal year 25. So, but good on them to identify to you the risk, and now we can get into the committee work in the decision-making process. So I don't see the passage of this motion to it. Did I answer Board Member Carey's questions adequately, sir? Chair.
Yes, you did.
Thank you, sir.
Just my comments here, I'm going to speak in opposition of this motion here. We have made a motion months ago that took the 3% out of the equation. That we said, did we not? We said we can charge schools 3% or less. We made that motion a couple months ago. This here, we're in a predicament here, and Member Carey kind of asked the question here, and it's been discussed here. Like, we don't want this to be ongoing. We look at the results here, 50% still doesn't get us where we need to be, and that's just a general throughout the state. Some people may need to pay a little bit more in order to get out of this by next year. My recommendation is that we stay where we are. We've already messed with the 3% or moved it so that we can charge them. And then January or whatever that fiscal year ends, we go back and we put that rule back where it was, and Superintendent Coleman has 1 year to figure it out. And unfortunately, some LEAs are going to have to pay a little bit of money. Some are going to pay 20%, some are going to pay 0%, and some might have to pay 70%. But for us to put a cap on it, in my opinion, all it does is it makes it more probable that this might be ongoing. So again, I think Superintendent Coleman and his staff understand the needs of what needs to happen. They understand the mess that they are in, and they also understand what needs to happen in order to get out of this mess. And so I want them to have the ability to do that. So again, I speak in opposition of this motion. ready to let them do the work that they've been charged to do. And then hopefully at the end of the year, look back and fix our 3% rule. Next up is Member Earl, Member Booth, and then we have Chair Wood.
Member, let them, I have spoken once, I'll speak again in a minute.
You've spoken twice, if we're keeping
I
track.
have spoken twice.
But we're always happy to hear from you. So you're deferring Member Earl, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, Member Booth, and then Vice Chair or Chair Wood.
I want us to be hopeful. And I certainly am grateful for the work that is being done, that has been done, that sheds more light on where we are, as difficult as it is to accept the fact that we are where we are. As the working group proceeds to find solutions, and I hope that they will attack this, those of you that are going to be serving on that working group, that you will come in ready to roll up your shirt sleeves and discover some solutions. I recognize that the big challenge here are the teachers, and they are not easily found. And when we start jerking them around and saying, oh, we don't need you this year, but we're going to need you, but stick around because we're going to really need you soon, because we already need more than we already have. We need to have 20 something more people than we already have, but we're going to continue to go without those 20 plus people, and we're going to lose some others because we don't have money to fund them. But please don't leave, because we've got kids that are in need. And so we've got these children who are going to have some kind of a diminished educational experience. And I know that people will step up and do everything they can to make this work for this very tight, difficult year. But I'm just we've got to figure out, along with what are we going to do financially, and what is the timing for all this, how do we minimize the negative impact on the education of these children and the stress and anxiety of the parents who will be involved in this process, concerned about their children. And I'm concerned about, I resonate very much so with Matt's suggestion that we don't know, and to set a cap of 50, we may have to charge more in order to meet the needs of those kids. And I think that the parents would hope that we would charge more to meet the needs of the kids, rather than just cutting back on services that are already strapped. We just cannot, in good conscience, just vote, we approve this, and now deal with it. When we're talking about the kids that we saw here a month ago, or maybe 2 months ago, and all the others that are out there across this state who are really relying on us for their educational opportunities. And I know you all know this, but let's not lose the child and their adoring parents who are so concerned for them as we're trying to figure all this out. And I know the reason that you're spending all the time, we've all got good hearts, we all want to make this right, but we got to understand that our superintendency here in our Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind definitely have got some fancy dancing to have to dance around this, and to keep teachers on the line, and to figure out how they're going to let which ones go for a short period of time until we can find the funding to get them back up to speed, and then how we deal with the incredible growth that might be coming along in just a few weeks. I don't know how you solve that either, but I'm worried about you, and I want you to know that we will work hard and roll up our shirt sleeves to support you in this difficult year, because this is one of the toughest situations that I could imagine for you, and we want to help. We want to make this as good as it can possibly be, recognizing we can only do what we can do. But boy, I hope we can somehow miraculously do more than we think we can do right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. Let me just reiterate the lineup here. We've got Vice Chair Wood, and then Member Earl, Member Bogus, Member Davis. I do see, Scott, is that your light? Did you have a?
Well, so I think it's a value add to address Board Member Booth's concerns. We've been very considerate of the teachers. Their contracts, to my understanding, can be corrected, go through July 18th, right, of this year. So, and that's what we've counted as part of an obligation from this year's money, is to make sure that, you know, we're all being considerate about that. Time is always the enemy, and it's the most precious resource in situations like this. But I just want to assure Board Member Booth, the general public at large, and, you know, anybody else, right now we just absolutely cannot state this will happen or this. We need to close. We need to let the committee do its work. We need to think we are where we are right now. We've identified risk. We're addressing the risk, but we are very conscientious about the teachers, about the kids, about the operations of USDB, both in the current, present, and the future long term. And I really think that'll get fleshed out for the committee. There's going to be hard decisions that have to be made. That's just what is going to need to happen. But I really do think that along the lines of his concerns, which are very valid, we will do the level best we can to communicate and try to resolve these as quickly as possible in the interest of support to the mission and to the people. Mission first, people always. So, okay? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chair Wood.
So I want to clarify, when we passed the rule that removed or dealt with the 3%, basically we said USDB may contract with all entities. This motion gives guidance to USDB and what the board's philosophy is and how we want you to make contracts with those. Would it be 25% or up to 50%? Would it be none? So just to clarify that this is giving guidance to you as to what we would have you do if we choose to pass this as amended. My question is, when we look at the impact, where does it align with, I guess, the comment of, is the juice worth the squeeze? When you've got one school, $161.65 at 50, how much does it cost you to invoice, to track, to, is the cost, you know, is it even? Is it pennies to invoice and track? Are you getting that full amount? I'm talking to those that have been doing the invoicing.
Oh, okay. So good question. And we have looked at that as far as, you know, our charter schools that we might be, we've gone through and we've looked at how many FTEs or a percentage of an FTE is going to a certain district or a charter school. Obviously, that's going to vary. There's going to be a lot of variation in those schools. And you're right in that when there's a charter school and we might be providing a consultation teacher of the visually impaired, that's going to be very, very, very minimal. And we have had many discussions on, is that even worth it as far as all of the tracking of that, the invoicing. We already do have like the student logs and whatnot, but we would need help in being able to have the capacity to build it, to set up the contracts and to bill them. Michelle and I do not have that capacity. Right now, that's what's happening. We are the ones that are developing those contracts that go out to the 3% districts, but also we also provide contracts to the districts and charter schools that we are not charging, and it takes up a lot of time. And then Vicky's office, the financial office, has been the one that has been invoicing them, but it will increase the capacity at a great level. Is that what you were asking? Please.
Okay. Hold on. There you go.
Okay, if you look at your board packet and you go to the estimated FY 2026 outreach contracts for LEAs, it identifies exactly the amount you would charge for if we charged 100% for our services, what it would charge for 50% of our services, and what it would charge for 25%. So if you look at those totals, you would have to ask, is it worth the $161.65 to charge that charter school for those services? And that's at 25%. Or is it $323? This is for the full year, by the way, $323.29. Or is it the $646.58? So that's the question that you ask. There might be, as we go through this, it would make sense to me to say this is a standard. Anything below this doesn't make sense to charge because it's going to take, the juice is not going to be worth the squeeze. But there are other amounts and totals in here as you look through that you can see that that would be a value add and would be helpful to our students because it's a huge cut that we're looking at. Well, I shouldn't say cut. The appropriations are going to be short 5.8 million. So that's a lot to overcome and a lot for us to deal with. And it has a tremendous impact on our staff. So that's the answer to your question is you'd have to look at those numbers. And I think if we look at that numbers and give a threshold, that we would have a better response to your question.
Yeah, we have a follow-up. I just want to remind the board, I mean, we're trying to, I'm looking at time here. The motion before the board is that we can charge 3% or less schools up to 50%, right? And so if we can start narrowing down comments or, you know what I mean, if we have questions that pertain to this, like I'm not voting for that unless I get it, that's one thing. But if it's just questions just to not ask questions, but to gain understanding that doesn't pertain to this, let's get those offline. So follow up, go ahead.
Well, I'm wondering if this amendment is limiting, because as the rule stands, you have no limit. You can do what you need to do. And if the amendment limits the creativity to move forward, where if you could look at that and as you say, okay, this is the X is going to cost us, you know, we're going to need an additional FTE. And over here, we're trying to make sure we're not laying, and now we're going to hire, like there's not a balance where, but this will bring in enough that this keeps these. Also at the point of how many of these, if you start to charge these smaller LEAs, we'll say, we'll figure it out ourselves, even if they don't have the full capacity to give the quality or that they could, that we risk, that there's a greater risk in a limiting factor. Any comments to that?
Yep, if you just want to, yeah, there we go. I appreciate the flexibility, and I think I would love to have the flexibility that we could do as long as we have the permission to do so, like whether it's 25 or 50% or whatever. If that's something that we are allowed to do so, and the board is permissive of that, I would very much appreciate it.
And if I also could, Michelle and I think it's better if we share. Also, when we don't want to be charging the districts. I want to make that clear. This is not something that we're comfortable doing because the relationships that we have with school districts are very, very critical and important to us. That being said, it's kind of the lesser of two evils because we also have a staff that we need to keep employed so that we can provide the services that are needed for the school districts. Again, this is not something that we are pushing as far as, yes, we want to do it. However, if we can't, that means that those educators or some of the services that are being provided, we just can't provide. With our staff, with our current staff. Now, we would do the very, very best we possibly could. And we have educators that would be doing the very best that they possibly could. But Michelle and I both are very, we know our educators, we know the capacity that they have. And so we do need to be able to charge so that we can have the staff to be able to serve the students.
Superintendent, did you have an addition to that?
Yeah, I did. I appreciate Vice Chair Wood bringing this up because regardless of how the amendment comes out, our hope is we do not want to run afoul of the desire of the board. And so the percentages are one thing, but if the board is willing to give us more flexibility, I still don't think we would go above 50%. But flexibility, like the associate said, is the most important thing. We just didn't want to get in a position where like we have to charge, but we feel like the board doesn't want us to charge anything, and so we need. You see what I mean? This is why we're just hoping for some guidance here and flexibility in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl.
And I probably will ask the same thing Cindy asked. I want to know what we're approving is the budget. The budget itself indicates that there's a 53% staffing decrease. We're not approving whatever the committee or whatever, right? If we don't give some flexibility, and maybe we don't, you're saying we don't have to, but without that, then we're approving the budget. The budget's what it is. It doesn't matter if a district's set aside 100% and would like the same services. The individuals, they'll have to go find their own services if you'll meet services of IEP, but it won't be the same services. So there won't be the personnel there. I just want to know, and maybe Scott can answer this, what is the impact if we just pass the budget today? That's why I'm asking for some flexibility. We may not need the 50%, right? I don't want it, I actually quite honestly don't want it the 100%. I wanted it at 50%, so we're having to be trim. We're getting the personnel we need. But I want to know, if we only pass the budget, what does that mean tomorrow? Not July 18th, because you've got to hire people. People, my districts, I don't know about yours, but they're approving a budget probably this week, if not next week. They need to know if they need to set some contingency money aside. Not we'll wait till a working group decides to make some recommendations. And the working group is, we've asked for the working group, we've asked for recommendations to create a solution for this. But what is the real effect if we only pass the budget? You can only go with what the money is expected for next year. Am I right in that? Even if we've given the flexibility, the documents tell me that there's not a flexibility there. It's what the money is. So I don't, if someone can answer that, I'd love to know.
That's Board Member Earl, that's what I was trying to say, and I couldn't quite say it. We need to know what we have the board's blessing in doing and what we don't. And if the board rule already allows us to charge where needed, we are going to charge the very, very minimum possible just to get the students served the way they need to be. A 50% number, we believe we can do it within that number. We're still going to have cuts. It'll be lean, but we believe if you want to pass a motion that has a number on it, if that makes you feel more comfortable than saying, USDB, here's the budget, you also have our blessing in charging the minimum you need to serve the kids appropriately. I don't know if you'd even be comfortable with that kind of a motion, but that's where our mindset is. We just don't want to leave here today where you say, here's the budget, you can't bring any additional revenue by charging districts. That would be the biggest problem of all.
We've got Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So I have a statement and two questions. One is, I've heard a few times the reduction in services, but I don't think that's actually legal. These services have to be, they're part of IEP plans. They're federally mandated services. So someone's paying for them somewhere. They just may not be coming from USDB. Truthful. Okay. So I think we need to make that very clear. The kids are going to get served one way or another. Like that's important for me. So I guess my second question would be, I'm trying to think of how to articulate this. Do we run the risk of paring down the USBE staff in such a way that it won't recover long-term? You're shaking your head, which tells me you see where my brain is at. Could I go ahead and just address that to Superintendent Coleman?
Yes, and for clarity, you said USBE. I'm assuming you meant USDB.
Oh, if I misspoke, I apologize. Thank you.
You are talking USDB staff,
I am speaking
right?
USDB
Okay.
staff, yeah.
Yeah, address to Superintendent Coleman, please.
Yeah.
That's one of the risk factors we have considered very strongly is first of all, the kids' needs, but that's tied inextricably with the need to employ these highly specialized educators that don't just come and go easily. They prepare for careers here, and if they leave and go do something else, then yeah, we can't bring them back. So that is one of the two most significant factors of risk of recovering in future years that we've been considering if we are not able to work with the districts and get the revenue we need to serve appropriately.
Okay, may I ask one final question? So my other concern is, do we run the risk of any LEA just deciding that they're not going to use USDB anymore should they be charged for their services, and they're just like, meh, and then all of a sudden you have employees that you can't pay for? And I'm looking this way, but I've got some concerns here.
Thank you, Board Member Bogus. So back to your initial questions, as far as we are obligated on IEPs, legal obligations on IEPs. And we have signed on as USDB representatives, so we've obligated funds for USDB. It does fall back to the districts to be able to, for them to provide those services if we cannot provide those services. That being said, a lot of these districts can't provide those services because they've got 0.3 of an FTE, or they've got 0.7 of an FTE, or they've got, so it really isn't feasible for them. So it puts those districts in an extremely difficult position. If yes, they 100% could say, yeah, we're not going to contract, or we're not going to pay for those services at 50%. But then they're in a really bad position as well. So Michelle can speak to that as well.
I just also wanted to address Board Member Earl's question as well. We have to stay within our appropriation. Yes. So in order to stay within our appropriation as it is outlined, we would have $5.8 million reduction what we're used to, right? That's why in slide 7 you'll see there's 53 positions that would have to be eliminated for the year. Not all of them are vacant. So that's people's lives, and those services to children would not have it. Now, we did everything we possibly could to avoid any IEP-related cut, but it cuts into the bones. We're back into the bones to get to that full 5.8. Hence, the reason to be able to charge allows us to continue those services throughout this next year, as I hope and pray that the working group is able to address a long-term funding mechanism that resolves these issues. I think there is so much more vast work that needs to be done with that. So even if we did this as a one-time thing for this year, it would be my prayer that they would have a long-term mechanism solution. But at this point, 5.8 million, we have to stay within our appropriation. We can't go beyond our appropriation. So unless we have an ability to get some other funds in this manner, then we're looking at 53 positions that are going to have to be eliminated. And that's some vacant, some not.
I have one small follow-up. Is that statewide? How does that extrapolate?
Yes. Statewide.
Okay.
Statewide. And 23 of those positions are vacant positions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Davis.
So my understanding is that if we pass the motion without the amendment, it's basically saying, this is our budget. This is our budget. We're going to be down 53 spots. Even though in the rule we said you can charge up to this amount, we're saying we're not going to, because we're passing this budget right now without any kind of addendum to it or amendment. Is that accurate?
I don't think so. Again, I'm looking beyond the deputy superintendents at Scott, who just sighed and turned around. So Scott, can you clarify? Or Deborah, either one. Yeah.
Because those are solid numbers. I mean, Deborah's nodding, but I don't. Does the rule trump the budget that's voted on, or does the budget trump the rule because we're saying we're not going to use the rule?
Or here.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, does the rule trump the budget or the budget trump the rule?
If we vote for this budget today without an amendment, then we're essentially saying we're not using that flexibility that we put into the rule. This is our budget, and we're going to be 53 spots down, and it's done.
So,
Or with the amendment, we put in some of the flexibility that we allowed with the rule.
so through the chair, if we have to budget to what our appropriations are, that's what the legislature appropriated, and we have to appropriate. This demonstrates what that actual impact is, and it shows that they have been over obligated for a few years now. So in order to take them back to appropriations, if the rule does allow us to charge and the board agrees that that's the best route to go, we can do that.
And preserve some of the
Preserve
positions, not
some.
all, but some.
Correct. Correct.
And have
Then
the
we'd have to go
flexibility.
through that work, which we've done a little bit of that. But now based on closeout, that could change some of that work as well. We won't be able to bring back as many.
So we need to kind of wait and watch for those numbers.
Yes.
But can Deputy Jones speak? Because I can tell he's dying to say something.
Budgetary Procedures Act, the law trumps the rule. You have to follow the Budgetary Procedures Act, and so you have to adopt a budget.
We can't,
Yes.
we, get a microphone.
If we adopt it with the amendment, are we essentially saying all those numbers now become flexible? Because we could infuse,
Always amend the budget.
The budget, yeah. So what Deputy Jones said is,
we amend in August if we decide ultimately to use some of this.
well, so you
No,
have a
but
little bit
but
of a
you can pass this
complication.
now And then amend the budget in August.
There's a little bit of a complication. So to Deputy Jones's point, we have to follow the Budgetary Procedures Act, which is law. So we budget to what we are appropriated. The other piece of this is in order to charge the LEAs, that comes through as the funding source of dedicated credit. We are only appropriated $5.1 million to be able to collect from the LEAs. We cannot collect more than what we're appropriated. So if we're going to charge the LEAs, then it's likely that we would have to go to the legislature for a supplemental to increase that dedicated credit
Because the
level.
fee schedule,
No.
access code, or?
Not the fee schedule, it's the funding source, it's the funding source that was appropriated.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you. Member Bogus.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, probably through Superintendent Coleman. These FTEs, we're talking instructional time, drive time, prep time, all of the things that an itinerant teacher would consume in that space. So when we're talking about FTEs, we're not talking about instructional time to the 8-hour-a-day thing. We're talking about like 4 hours of instructional time and a lot of stuff that's built into the very complex infrastructure that is the service delivery portion of USDB.
Yes, when we charge a percentage or a full FTE, it includes the instructional time, it includes all the time that FTE has to be dedicated to serving that contract, which would include travel, prep time, and direct instruction time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Brinton.
Thank you, Chair. I am just wondering if there's been communication with any of the smaller 3% districts and their superintendents to know how many will still contract with USDB if they are required to pay versus going to find outside sources.
Michelle and I have been in contact with all of the district special ed directors, not the charter school directors, but the district special ed directors, We have not gotten a yes or no back from them, but we have communicated with them at different times during this past year. You seem at our lead meetings in this spring, and then also during UC meeting. But we haven't gotten like, yes, we will, or no, we won't.
But we've communicated that
Yes.
this was a concern that we've been looking at, actually since January, we've been looking at
Right.
talking to them.
We also have some have asked for numbers, like what would that look like at 25% and 50%? We have given them that information as well, but they have not said, yes, we will, or no, we won't.
Okay, members, let's get ready to vote here. We've got okay, never mind. Vice Chair Wood.
I'm going to amend the amendment. I'd like to say that the board approve the fiscal year 2026 USDB budget. Oh, it's left my brain. With the ability to charge all outreach services as necessary to maintain a balanced budget.
Let's make sure we have that on the screen appropriately. Chair Wood.
Oh yeah, for fiscal year 2026. And I'll speak to it if I can get a second. I may not.
Let's just make sure that blue verbiage is correct. It's not blue anymore. Now it's that.
Mm-hmm.
So the amendment is that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB budget with the ability to charge all outreach services as necessary to maintain a balanced budget for fiscal year 2026. We've got a second. Back to Chair Wood to speak to that.
What I'm looking at is that I think that we can have the flexibility if there's a way to balance out those small ones that it's not worth it. To invoice, to bill, it's not worth it. But if there's some that it is, and we've looked at the numbers, we looked at the sliding schedule, that ability to work within it. And I think that the initial amendment just put some caps and some structure there that I'd like to see you have the flexibility to look at. I know you're going to charge as little as needed, and what's of value to you that you're not going to need additional employees to make it work. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Member Carey.
Yeah, this is just for clarification, probably to the maker of the motion. The way I understand the proposed motion is with the ability to charge all outreach services as necessary to maintain a balanced budget. So there would be no cap.
Can I follow up? Yeah. So if you look at the initial, there's a $5.8 million under budget, right? To charge all of them 50% brings in 3.6. To charge all of them brings in 7.2. So somewhere in the middle is the sweet spot. It's not 50, it's not 100. So let's allow the superintendent and his staff to figure out how do we best serve all students in the best way.
So may I? So I guess my concern is, if I understand correctly, the organization that didn't do the accounting properly the first time, we're now saying we're going to empower you to charge what you feel, to charge all outreach services as necessary to maintain a balanced budget. And I understand there's new people, there's different people, but basically the organization that didn't do its accounting correctly that got us to this point, now we're saying we're going to empower you to charge what you feel may be necessary. Is that understanding correct?
Well, a new law passed that put the finances under our director of operations and his staff, and I trust them completely.
And, okay. And Superintendent Coleman, did you?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that this is not due to an accounting error. This has been years of underfunding for the requirements that the students have in the state that we've talked with the board and the legislature extensively about. There have been some accounting errors as well on top of it, but that did not lead to where we are with this now. So that needs to be, I think, clear as part of this discussion.
Response? Okay.
No, I just want to speak against the motion.
Sure. Let's get Member Lear.
I don't know if you intend this with this motion, Leanne, but does this include the possibility that some LEAs would be charged 50% and some would be charged 10%? And that worries me both as a philosophical equity issue and also possibly a legal equity issue if students in San Juan get a different opportunity for services than students in Salt Lake.
Well, we have been at this point charging inequitably, right? We've charged the 3% districts and not charged below. So this would be, if you looked, we have and I don't think it got attached, but it's something that came out in October. There was a sliding schedule where it was by number of students. And so it was, we've had our 3% and then it was the 1%, or I'm just, so that's what I'm looking at, is that if you're under a certain dollar amount that you owe, it's not worth it to invoice that dollar amount.
Yeah, no, I understand.
And so, does that change how we've already been doing it? We already said, well, we were okay with this group being made and this group not. Are we okay if that group decreases?
And I mean, I can't make the kind of the sophisticated or the technical argument I really want to make on the fly like this, but I think you could justify, we could justify why we were doing it previously, why it was being charged that way previously. It kind of a economy of scale to some extent, but I don't think they necessarily would do it intentionally, but I worry that it could end up looking like I worry that it could end up being discriminatory if they have this much flexibility, because that's not going to be their concern. They're not going to be looking at not just fairness, but racial equity or those kinds of things, and yet it could end up being inequitable as applied. And I'm just voicing that concern. I can't even figure it out right now, but that's what struck me when you put this much flexibility into it. If you said something like, if it said something like outreach services as necessary, I don't know. It seems like you could put some limitations on it without putting that much flexibility in it. I don't know. That's just my concern. I don't know enough about the students and where they are and what kind of services they're getting now to know exactly how it should read, but it just strikes me as concerning.
Would a based on services necessary or student count, does that help or is that not help? And if not, vote no. This is just my idea of how do we give them flexible. If it fails, it fails.
I like that. No, I don't disagree that that's one way, definitely a reasonable way to go. I'm just concerned that it might lend itself to more inequity than we have now, and then that has concerns legally as well as, like I said, philosophically. So I don't know. I'd almost be more comfortable with saying, I don't know, 25%, or I'd rather go higher for everybody with a student count over, I don't know, something like that. I don't know. I can't figure it out that quickly. What's that? Yes, I would support the working group figuring out something with a concern for equity. I just don't think that's that wouldn't be, and I'm not saying they don't, you guys don't care about it. I'm more saying it's kind of beyond what your responsibility is. Yeah, so yeah, if it were left to the working group with, who could look at those issues more intently, I would be more comfortable with that.
So we have an amendment to the amendment before us here, and that is that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB budget with the ability to charge all outreach services as necessary to maintain a balanced budget for fiscal year 2026. I think we can vote. I see your light, Michelle. You want to? Okay.
Thank you. I was going to address your question. So what we have done, like the 3%, that is determined on the number of students within a certain district, right? So what we're trying in an attempt to be equitable, we would say those of you who have this small amount would not be charged. These ones would be 20, like if you have more than 500 students, then that charge rate goes from this range to this range. Right now, the threshold is set at 20,000 students or above are the 3%. And those are the ones that are charged. You could do something like 20 to 10,000 is this rate, 10,000 to 5,000. I'm just saying these are ways in which she's talking about a sliding scale as you could determine rates and amounts to be equitable to those smaller districts who do not have the budgets to really accommodate this kind of a ask. That's kind of a thing.
And I know we're belaboring this, but just
We are, yes. Nobody can hear you offline. There you go.
Oh, I'm
There you
sorry.
go.
I'm not so much concerned about small districts versus large districts. I'm worried about what it would look like if certain small, like if certain small districts, you're in San Juan, you're going to have more Native American kids. You just are. And you're going to have more low-income kids in Salt Lake. And so is how you're charging meaning lesser services for certain kids or
That would be an IEP team's decision.
Yeah.
We would not, it doesn't go with anything.
it doesn't, but would it?
Nothing to do with that.
It can't.
I know it can't. I'm just wondering if unintentionally it ends up looking like that. And I don't know enough about it to know if it's an impossibility or improbability or.
And we're happy to talk to you.
Yeah,
Okay. We've got.
so anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Member Earl?
I'm voting against this. When we had this before our committee, I wanted to know exactly what 25% looked like, what 50% looked like. I don't know what this looks like. And for me, I think there is some accountability for, different things. This is clear to me. I know broadly, right? We won't know till numbers come in. There may have to be some fluctuation, but at least we've got an expectation going out and at least some clarity, right? And maybe even some of these districts may not have to be charged based on what you're saying, but at the same time, we have a staff understand, right? We know kind of where it's going to fall. I don't know what this means, and that's where I'm uncertain with that. And that's why we asked you to do the deep dive on that, so we had what that looked like. And I appreciate you doing the work on that.
Okay. So the motion before the board then is that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB budget with the ability to charge all outreach services as necessary to maintain a balanced budget for fiscal year 2026. Let's vote.
Member Green is a no.
Thank you, Member Green. And that motion passes 8 in favor, 5 against. Those against being Member Carey, Member Kelly, Member Earl, Member Green, Member Davis. So, okay, where are we now? We are back to that's an amendment to an amendment. So our motion then is to ultimately vote on this again. Is that right? Can I get that verbiage back up? Just wait one second. Okay, so the final motion for this item would be that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB budget with the ability to charge all outreach services as necessary to maintain a balanced budget for fiscal year 2026. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 11 in favor, 2 in opposition. Those no votes coming from Member Carey and Member Davis. Chair, back to you, Chair Wood.
All right, our next motion is that the board approves the fiscal year 2026 USDB enrichment activities budget.
I think we just did. Yep.
Yeah, we
got
voted
that one.
twice
So
on
the
that.
motion before the board is that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB enrichment activities budget. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. We're going to pause just for 1 second. We've got a question from Member Bogus.
So is this the motion that came out of committee? Because to the best of my recollection, this is not on the committee summary.
Chair Wood.
It's on my summary of actions. Number 3.1.
So I thought the motion that came out of committee was much more robust. Let me see.
Member Earl.
No, they were separate budget. They were separate items.
Oh, they were. We didn't, yeah, but yeah, sorry. Yep, it was. This is the motion that came out.
So the motion that came out of committee and is now before the board is that the board approve the FY 2026 USDB enrichment activities budget. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green, are you still a yes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And that passes unanimously with with those that are in attendance. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Wood.
This is just for informational services. Purposes. We finalized the makeup of the USDB working group with Member Brenton, Member Earl, and myself as the board representatives. And I was hoping that you could see who was on there, but when I went to the information, did you find it? I didn't find it in backup. Under the working group, there was no memo attached. Does anyone have that? Oh, it is on the summary. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, that concludes our work, and we will be meeting next week, discussing transportation, probably safety and outreach services.
Okay, sounds exciting. Thank you, USDB staff, superintendent. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your information and help here today. We appreciate your efforts. Board members, we are moving backwards to agenda item number 8. This is the Standards and Assessment Committee report. We will turn time over to Chair Earl.
I'm just not used to this. Thank you. We are going to start with R277476. Let me read the motion. The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-476 Local Innovations Civic Education Pilot Program Draft 2 on second and final reading.
Excuse me, this is 8.4. You said draft 2, is that correct?
Yes.
Just double checking.
Yeah, I'm making sure I've got the right thing. Yes, that's what I have.
Did draft 2 come out of committee or draft? I've got draft 1, that's why I'm asking.
Oh.
What came out of committee?
They might have updated, there were a couple of things they updated, but let me double check on my thing. I know that, give me just 1 second. It is draft 2. I'm getting a confirmation. So if it's
Okay.
on your agenda as wrong, I apologize. It is draft 2 that came out.
That's perfect. Just
Yep.
making sure.
Yep, thank you.
The motion before the board then is that the board continue and approve R277-476 Local Innovations Civics Education Pilot Program Draft 2 on second and final reading. Board members, let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green.
Are we good? Are we still waiting for people?
Now we're good. That passes unanimously. Back
Okay.
to you, Chair Earl.
Okay, the next motion before the board is that the board approve R277700, the elementary and secondary school general core, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-700, the elementary and secondary school general core draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Bollinger.
And I can, do you want me to speak? There were some questions, and if I don't get this quite right, Member Bollinger can address those, around a couple of pieces in this draft. I checked with staff, and let me just be specific about what the questions were around. There is a half credit for class. We added another half credit, so it's a full credit for the, I'm not got the right narrative here. Give me just 1 second. Let me pull it up so I can be exact for everyone. The bottom line is it says half credit for one, half credit for the other, which really equals the full credit. It was an addition of additional half credit this year for the civics class, right? I asked staff, do we need to combine that into one credit and have it labeled a specific way? The only thing is, and I think we're probably going to see legislation this year, is that we will, I think Representative Welton wants to use, maybe put in law, half of those, those half credits could be used for some other, like a debate or something, I can't remember, yeah. But I asked if we needed to convert that into one, and they said they would prefer it be left separate, and that the way it's cataloged or whatever, it'll be clear. The other question that came up was there's a question around the 9th grade. The courses are not intended to be taken in 9th grade. The 9th grade item in there is to start with the cohort. Next year, that group will be the one that has to take the credit. It's not intended to make the class a 9th grade course. And when they put it into the course catalog, is anybody here? The course catalog, am I saying that right? It'll be a course that will be looked at in 10th, 11th, 12th. It will not be cataloged as such. So the concern that all these 9th graders, before they've taken some other courses, I think it's not going to be, it isn't going to be into, the probability is slim. I don't know if that made sense to everyone, but those were the questions that were brought up. Staff felt that where we're at, I tried to get a hold of Representative Welton to see if there was additional clarity, and I wasn't able to get a hold of him. But as I conveyed the concerns to staff, they felt like this is still, the way it's put in the course catalog will allow for prevent the very things he's concerned about, if that makes any sense. That was a lot of information. But if there's if anybody wants to make an amendment, we can do that. I feel like we've adequately covered it, and if we need to, we can make further changes. So.
Okay, so just to reiterate the motion, I see Member Bollinger is back, or has her light on. But to reiterate the motion is that the board approve R277-700, the elementary and secondary school general core draft 2 on second and final reading. Over to you, Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe I can direct this to staff possibly, but I did have an opportunity to connect with Representative Welton, and the concern that I had, and the reason why I reached out to him, is because the way that this rule is written, it says American constitutional government and citizenship 0.5 units of credit. The way that the code reads, so HB 381 specifically says 1.0 credits of the same of the American constitutional government and citizenship. And I understand the intent of what the understanding is that U.S. government and citizenship would be half of that. And I just wish that that's how this was reflected. If we had it say American constitutional government and citizenship 1 credit, including the 0.5 of U.S. government citizenship. So I'm not sure how to word that. So maybe staff can help address that for us, and how we can clarify that for LEAs. But that is something that Representative Welton was concerned about.
Robert Austin, Humanities Coordinators, Secondary Social Studies. I really think I totally understand that kind of concern. I think that I don't foresee any confusion on part of the LEAs regarding the 0.5 for U.S. government and citizenship, and then the other 0.5. We have actually a couple years of implementation and conversation and education to make sure that they're aware of that. The only nice thing is the 0.5 and 0.5 will allow the flexibility for some LEAs to provide half that year course, possibly in the junior year, and then the other half in the senior year, or as a full year course in the senior year, depending really on staffing, flexibility, local decisions regarding that course.
Yes, back to you, Member Bollinger.
So is the intent then to allow LEAs to choose when they want that other 0.5 to be taught? Because my other understanding, talking to Representative Welton, is that he didn't want it to be taught until after American history was implemented, which means they wouldn't be able to take it their freshman year or their sophomore year with that other 0.5, either world geography or world studies.
Yes, my assumption would be that would be the case for LEAs, that they would be looking. In most of my conversations with school districts, they're looking at the vast majority of students would take this course in their senior year. U.S. government and citizenship originally was created to be an entry into voting and into the civic responsibility, which is why it was dedicated to be at the senior year, and 80% of students take it during their senior year. I don't think that will change, although because it's going to move to a full year, there may be some staffing challenges, and so and just in terms of students kind of being able to have flexibility regarding their schedules, I would see that there could be some students taking half of the year or meeting that requirement through some of the other requirements, which is what Representative Welton was also looking at, things like debate course is meeting some of those requirements, and that would possibly be met in their junior or senior year. I don't foresee this occurring prior to the junior year. We can make the course code consistent with specific grade levels, so it's only available for specific grade levels.
One more follow-up.
Sure.
Would it be helpful if, as we're working, because I know that Representative Welton was going to take back and make a little bit of cleanup on this as well. Would it be helpful if it said 0.5 of U.S. government and then 0.5 of American constitutional government, and then would that be helpful in code?
It's possible. I really don't think. I think we could certainly clean it up when he's looking at cleaning up some of the legislation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see some lights on here. Are there proposed amendments, or are we commenting on this rule here? If there's proposed amendments, I'd love to jump somebody and get ahead here. But if not, then we'll go with Member Lear, or Member Earl, then Member Lear. Member Lear, go ahead.
It's just, and so yes, this is just a comment. There are other rules that allow students to take those classes whenever they want. mean, so we can pretend that we're putting them in senior year or junior year, and maybe 95% of the students do that, but technically, ninth graders can take Calculus 5 or whatever, no matter no matter the desires. So, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of pretending in some of these designations for senior year, junior year. Am I wrong, or is it more recommended, or?
Yeah, I mean, the recommend. No. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Board Member Lear, at least the practice is that in most LEAs, U.S. government and citizenship is seen as a course that has been traditionally taught at the to seniors. So I would imagine that as much pretending as we're doing, the reality is that the practice will be, the vast majority of students will be taking it later in their high school careers. I will only say that there are some people who would argue that sooner is not necessarily counterproductive to their civic learning to have it at a 10th grade level, for example.
Of the flexibility. Thanks.
Member Earl. Okay, the motion before the board then is that the board approves R277-700, the elementary and secondary school general core draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Green?
Is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. And Member Hall, are you with us?
Yes.
What's your vote, Member Hall? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. You got it.
Member Hall's a yes.
Thank you. We got it. Okay, that passes 9 in favor, 5 in opposition. Those opposed being Member Brinton, Member Davis, Member Carey, Member Bollinger, and we have one abstention. That changed, sorry. It passes 8-4, 1 abstention from Member Reel, and then the no votes, which were just read out, including Member Boggess as our 5th no vote. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Our next one is R277-707. So the motion is that the board approve R277-707 enhancement for accelerated student program, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Thank you. The motion before the board then is that the board continue and approve R277-707 enhancement for accelerated students program, draft 1 on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Member Green is yes.
Thank you, Member Green. Member Hall?
Member Hall's yes.
Thank you, Member Hall.
Sorry.
That passes unanimously with those who are with us. So 13 in favor, 0 in opposition. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277736 juvenile court or law enforcement notice and information dissemination, draft 2 on second and final reading.
I'm going to ask for clarity just again, because mine says draft 1. I want to double check that draft 2
It
did
is
come out
draft
of
2.
committee. Okay.
Staff confirmed that a little while ago with me. They printed me a new copy.
Perfect.
To make sure it's accurate.
So the motion before the board then is that the board continue and approve R277-736 juvenile court or law enforcement notice and information dissemination, draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Member Hall is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green and Member Hall.
Oh, yeah. Yes, thanks. I forgot to do.
Gone. Okay, that passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention. That abstention coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve the combined science of reading SOR and R277406 early learning program and benchmark assessments, rubric, and as an incorporated document, draft 1.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the combined science of reading, SOR, and R277-406 early learning program and benchmark assessments, rubric incorporated document, draft 1. Let's vote. Member Green?
Member Hall is a yes.
Thank you, Member Hall.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention, 1 no vote. The abstention coming from Member Brinton, the no vote coming from Member Bogus. Chair Earl.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277406 early learning program and benchmark assessments, draft 1 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-406 early learning program and benchmark assessments, draft 1 on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Member Hall is a yes.
Member Green's a yes.
Thank you, Member Hall and Member Green. And that passes 13 in favor, 1 in opposition. That no vote coming from Member Bogus. Chair Earl.
The motion before the board is that the board approve R277326 early learning professional learning grant program, draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is that the board continue and approve R277-326 early learning professional learning grant program, draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Member Hall is a yes.
Member Green's a yes.
Thank you, Member Hall and Member Green. That passes 13 in favor, 1 in opposition. That no vote coming from Member Bogus. Chair Earl.
Yes, the motion before the board is that the board approve the Box Elder School District School Counselor to Student Ratio Plan.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the Box Elder School District School Counselor to Student Ratio Plan. Let's vote.
Member Green's a yes.
Member Hall is a yes.
I can.
Thank you, Member Green and Member Hall.
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Chair Earl.
And just a little clarification on this. We asked for some additional information from this particular entity, and they did send that on, and so that's in your backup. And so with that, the motion before the board is that the board approve the Syracuse Arts Academy School Counselor to Student Ratio Plan.
The motion then is that the board approve the Syracuse Arts Academy School Counselor to Student Ratio Plan with the additional information provided by the school. I added that. I apologize.
No, I could throw that in, but
Okay, that's
that
the
was what they
motion.
did
Let
for
it
us,
be
yeah.
done.
Yep.
Okay, let's vote.
Member Halsey, yes.
Member Green's a yes.
Thank you, Member Hall and Member Green.
And might I add to the record that I think that was the quickest standards and assessment report out.
Let me call out, that passes 13 in favor, 1 in opposition, the no vote coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Chair Earl, to report that that was the quickest
I mean, I'm
ever.
not, just saying. You all owe me cinnamon bears or something.
We're going to put you at the end of exhausting rules every time.
So, no, actually, I just have to say the other bodies have done an exceptional job on the things they had to. We just had a heavy lifts. We didn't on
Agreed.
this. So.
We've done some good things today, I think. So appreciate all the board members' work and commitment here. We're going to move on to agenda item 9. This is the audit committee report. Member Hall is with us online. Member Hall, would you like to, you're with us online still. Would you like to take this, or can the leadership assist you?
I can take it, and the leadership can also assist, because somebody's got to make the most of there. I can't read it while I'm driving, but I will say, we're entering into some uncharted waters here. We've never been before as a board, and I don't know if somebody wants to make the motion first. We can make the motion first, and then have C.A. Davis and Kevin Johns kind of speak to that. What they're going to do is they're going to give some high-level context to the situation here, and just trying to be I know this is on the public record, but still trying to be as discreet as possible when it comes to this situation. So if you'd like, we can have C.A. Davis and Kevin Johns give some context, then we can make the motion or the recommendation to the board.
Thank you, Member Hall. Why don't I'll be fine to make the motion that came out of committee, and then we'll open it up. C.A. Davis, if you would like to, I'll make the motion. If you want to just kind of share some background with that, as Vice Chair Hall has mentioned here, and then we will open it up for discussion or amendments or any other motions. The motion that came out of committee is that the board consider action pursuant to R277-114-3(3) Debbie, please.
Okay. So Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis, and just a little bit of background on this, because as I guess interim chair of the audit committee, Hall stated, this is the first time with this provision in R277-114 that we're moving forward with this investigation and then the board taking action. So that's why we're providing a little bit of extra explanation. So essentially, a few months ago, internal audit on the public education hotline received some concerns, some significant allegations. Given the nature of those concerns, which fell into both categories 1 and 2 of the oversight framework and 3 and 4 of the oversight framework, and that's important. I'll tell you why in just a moment. But so we had several allegations, and based on the nature of those allegations, it was deemed, hey, we'll kind of loop in board leadership, and they directed the audit committee to kind of, okay, how should we move forward, especially considering the provisions of 114. And 114 essentially says, okay, there's corrective action. It could be formal or informal, or there's the potential with items, allegations of noncompliance in categories 1 and 2 for the audit committee to direct internal audit to investigate. So that is what happened in this case. The allegations that were specific to categories 3 and 4 were referred to the superintendency, and then the allegations related to categories 1 and 2, internal audit performed the investigation, and you have the investigation report in your packet. packet. It includes a response from management. So you get the feel for where they're coming from. They were really good to work with. They definitely acknowledged, okay, there's places for improvement, room to grow there, and they're very interested in the outcome here. So we've done the investigation. The question is, what are the next steps? So based on what is in R277114, it says, based on the results of an investigation, the board may. So it is to the board, and there's 4 things that it says. It says, take no further action, resolve the issue informally. Number 3 is direct the superintendent to pursue corrective action as described in the rule, or take other action. So you had the motion from the audit committee, which is, hey board, let's figure out what we're going to do. And again, this is precedent setting because this is the first time this has happened. So at that, I don't know if there's other members of the audit committee or if there's a substitute motion or anything, but it's before the board to consider action.
Let's go back to, go back to Vice Chair Hall to add any additional comments. Go ahead.
Oh, I believe Director Rasmussen has the suggestion that we'd like to make to the board, and it's the second, I don't know if it's up on the screen or not, it's the second option that we have on there. I don't know if you were able to get that in time, Director Rasmussen, but we do have a recommendation we would like to make out of those 4 suggestions that were given. And then Board Member Boggess has an amendment she'd like to make very quickly to that. I do want to say there's some underlying, there's still an underlying situation that Superintendent Deputy Jones is looking into. So I think this recommendation we want to make to the board will really complement that and help execute that when everything's said and done.
Thank you, Member or Vice Chair Hall. Do we have that recommendation that we can pull on the screen? I know Member Boggess has it with her, but she's not screen sharing. It says number 2 here, and you can see board members at the bottom. It was at the bottom. Let's see if we can find that. So we have a, oh, here we go right here. So that's all right. So the motion, the original motion was that the board consider action pursuant to R277-114-3 and I believe that Member Boggess, you're going to make this motion? Please, I'm going to turn time over to you.
I have a substitute motion. I move that the board deems the question costs in the amount of $136,754.30 unallowable and directs the superintendent to pursue corrective action for both findings with Weileman School of Discovery as described in R277-114-4 or R277-114-5, including a repayment for the unallowable paid professional hour costs and a determination of allowable use for the SFY 2025 paid professional hours funds. And I also have an amendment.
So we have a motion that's been stated, a second to go to here. I'm going to go back to the maker of the motion. However, there's an amendment that's coming forth.
I would just move to add a 3rd bullet point that states or any other actions deemed appropriate by the Deputy Superintendent of Operations.
Okay, we have a 3rd bullet point, or any other actions deemed, we want to scroll it up, appropriate.
By the Deputy Superintendent of Operations.
By the Deputy Superintendent of Operations. Do we have a second on that? Okay, we have a second. Would you like to speak to that, Member Boggess?
In short, I would just like to give our staff the flexibility they need to finish this out.
Okay, do we have any discussion on this matter? Member Davis.
I would agree with, I'm sorry.
Oh, well. Okay, Member Hall, go ahead, and then we'll have Member Davis.
I'm so sorry, Vice Chair. I just wanted to say I would agree with that 100%.
Thank you. Member Davis?
So this is amending of the substitute motion. What was the motion that came out of committee? Is it possible to scroll up so we can see that? I'm really sorry. I had to get water and then I spilled it, so I had to clean it up so no one would slip. And so I missed the main motion that came out of committee.
Yeah, you can see that there, and it's asking that the board consider action pursuant to those, and so there were options. And then there was a motion made in regards to, I think Vice Chair Hall said option 2, and then this is kind of built off of that.
It may follow up. Why was there not a specific motion that came out of committee? Why was it so open?
Vice Chair Hall, do you want to respond to that, or maybe Debbie? Debbie, why don't you go ahead and respond to that?
Okay, the reason the motion from the audit committee was slightly vague was because, again, this is the first time we're doing this, and the rule doesn't specify kind of how we close out the investigation results. And so at the point when audit committee met, we had not done an exit conference with the client, with the charter school, and they had not had the opportunity to respond. And so the committee was interested in, hey, what will the management response be? And so they said, hey, internal audit, this is the timeline, see if they want an exit conference and a response, and if they want to respond, and if they do, let's work through that process, and then at that point, send us the management response, and then the committee will kind of decide, hey, is there anything we want to bring to the board that would be more specific? And so the substitute motion is really the third option in the 114 section to, hey, let's have the superintendency, do the corrective action, since they have things in process under categories 3 and 4 of the oversight framework. So it kind of split, and then it's coming back together, but that was the circumstance.
So audit members had time to review the response and all that, and then came up and feel comfortable with this.
I won't speak for the audit committee members, but I believe so.
Some of them are speaking. So.
Member Lear?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion before the board then. Oh, Member Carey, go ahead.
Maybe just a question for clarification. In the top half, it references the superintendent has the ability to address the first 2 bullet points, but it seems like the third bullet point would be overseen or conducted by the deputy superintendent of operations. Is that understanding correct? Are we involving both the superintendent to address the first 2 bullet points and then the deputy superintendent to address the third bullet point?
So the use of superintendent with the first 2 bullets comes specifically from the rule that says essentially the superintendent, like direct staff, the superintendent. So the superintendent being the defined term that could mean staff. And I think as the committee had kind of talked, and because Deputy Superintendent Jones was aware of those other, the superintendent's aware as well, but Deputy Superintendent Jones was looking at it because it was kind of financially related. I won't speak for what the superintendency would do, but I think the Deputy Superintendent of Operations could be handling all 3 bullets. It's within the definition of superintendent that he could.
So we're using the global definition. Superintendent is anyone on staff?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Thank you. So the motion before the board then, if I can get back to or is this it? Is this the motion? Sorry, this is the so this is what we're putting before the.
Yeah, we were in the middle when you took over. We were in the middle of a
Sorry.
middle of a motion.
Yeah, well, I'm problematic. I apologize. The motion before the board then is that the board add a third bullet point or any other actions deemed appropriate by the Deputy Superintendent of Operations. Member Lear.
Thank you. I did have a question. I just had to remind myself and then ask for clarification from the auditors. Remind me how many years that the school was not appropriately doing fulfilling the requirements of the not the professional practices, or not the professional payments, but the other, how many years was it that they were misbehaving, is what I'm asking. Because they're asking that they don't have to repay it, and I would never think of taking it back from the teachers, but I think part of our discussion was that possibly there'd be repayment from the school, so.
Okay,
Yes,
so
please.
Kevin John, Deputy Audit Executive, thank you for the opportunity to speak to it. I just want to restate the question, just to be clear. Your question is related to private but public education related activities, right? Not
No,
the paid
it's
professional
the-
funds.
It's the other one. It's the paid
Okay,
professional
paid
funds.
professional funds. All right.
Yeah.
So there was 2 years in question
Okay.
where they used the funds, as they would state, for professional development, but not consistent with the requirements found in state code. The third year in question, state fiscal year 2025, that's one of the reasons we had this short timeline to turn around this investigation, is so that there could be a final conclusion on whether or not they use those funds appropriately as well. So they're in question right now as well, or potentially could be questioned, but they're not determined unallowable based on this current motion. So 2 years that they would have to then the substitute includes as the second bullet point. Just to be clear, the second bullet point includes that there would be a determination made on whether or not state fiscal year 2025 is allowable. But the primary is saying the first 2 years are unallowable. So you would make a determination that the first 2 years are unallowable, and therefore they'd have to pay back those years. And the third year, you're saying is or is not questioned right now?
It's TBD, isn't it?
I think it's 2D, but yeah, determination of allowable use for fiscal year 2025. So I think, right, there's 3 years in question. 2, that the book's closed on it.
Okay.
1, obviously they have through the month of June in order to
Okay,
make a
that's what
determination
I-
whether or not they meet the requirements.
Right, I needed that reminder. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. The motion then is that the board add a third bullet point or any other actions deemed appropriate by the Deputy Superintendent of Operations. Let's go ahead and vote.
Board Member Hall is a yes.
Thank you, Member Hall. Member Green? One more call from Member Green. Okay, so that passes 12 in favor, 1 in opposition, the no vote coming from Member Carey. So this takes us back to our motion with our substitute motion. Is that right? Oh, here we go. And just for clarity, this I know it said Member Hall. Member Hall worked with Member Bogus. Member Bogus made the motion, even though it says Member Hall substitute motion. It does come from Member Bogus, who is here to speak to that. So the motion before the board now is that the board deem the questioned costs of $136,754.30 unallowable and direct the superintendent to pursue corrective action for both findings with Weilenman School of Discovery as described in R277-114-4 or R277-114-5, including bullet 1, a repayment for the unallowable paid professional hour costs, bullet 2, a determination of allowable use of the SFY 2025 paid professional hour funds, and bullet 3, or any other actions deemed appropriate by the Deputy Superintendent of Operations. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. And this is just a procedural question. For number, I guess, bullet points, the second bullet point and the third bullet point, after that determination has been made, and should the Deputy Superintendent of Operations deem appropriate additional sanctions, will this board have the opportunity to review those determinations prior to the imposition of any penalties or fines on this school?
Scott, I would ask you that. Yeah, well, if that's in the rule, I'm not as familiar as I should be. Maybe you are. Scott, please.
So, Chair, subject to any corrections of what I'm about to say, this position would make recommendations to the board on what would be, what this position deems as appropriate corrective actions or whatever is determined. I mean, I can't say that right now, but it wouldn't be a unilateral, well, I'm just going to put you on a payment plan and do that. It would become and do. Now, what I do need help with on this, so I appreciate the question, is whether or not the board would need to vote on what I'm recommending, or I just need to notify you what this position. This is uncharted territory. I've read the rule and the bill file, or the bills and the code and all these several times. So, whether you'd have to ratify my recommendations or do that, I think that is up to you. But I was just going to work through that with board leadership. But before any action would be taken by this position, or really any other position, you would be informed of that, what was determined or things. So, but I don't know if it takes a vote or anything. Yeah, I just have to report to the board what to do it. I wouldn't do it just without your knowledge or anything. I would inform you of what was determined. Does
Chair,
that help?
follow-up?
Follow-up.
So when you say inform you, would that be informed, and when I say you, but does the rule require that board leadership be informed, or that all members of this body be informed?
Yeah, so we rate it that we're required to report to the whole board of what we're recommending or that we're going to go move forward with. So,
Chair, if I may, just because it is uncharted, if I may. And again, understanding that this is a road I don't think we've traveled down before at this length, would that reporting be in a setting like this? Would that be an email to us? How do you foresee notifying the entire board of the determinations that have been made?
so my plan was to, or is to do so in a formal memorandum to the board, or formal notification to the board, saying, as a result of these motions and then the follow-up procedures that we took within, applicable code, law, et cetera, this is what we've deemed as, or this position is deemed as needing to take place or occur or happen. And it would just be in an email chain. I would not plan on doing it publicly here, but you would get notified via that route. That was the plan, but again, since this is new, we can modify that however you see fit.
Chair, I have one. Thank you. I have one more question to Chief Audit Executive Davis.
Sure.
So, Chief Audit Executive Davis, the process that we just heard from Deputy Superintendent Jones, is this extrapolation from R277-114? I guess what I'm asking is, where is this process or these extrapolations coming from in terms of I'm required to give notice but not a vote? I'm going to do that in a memo versus bringing it back in public. What rule is this being pulled from, if I may?
So it would be the R277-114-4 or 5. He'd have to look at which one applies based on the nature, whether, I think there's one for contracts and one that's non-contracts, but that would outline the process. I don't know that it specifies, it's a memorandum or an email, but it would include notification, but it is in that rule.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Scott, I see your hand up. I want you to make a comment, but I do want to ask, well, go ahead and comment first, then I have a question for you.
And I would capture this as part of standing operating procedure or a desk manual for this position if it's, identified as being the one by the board, so that there would be documentation and an audit trail on the procedures or processes in there. So by way of an SOP, but this is the first iteration. So that's the plan. Over.
Thank you, Scott. I went and asked, this is why I stepped away. I went and asked the AAGs. Typically, we do this in a closed session, unless I'm not remembering correctly. We don't often throw this stuff out like in a vote. Like, I mean, this is new. This is foreign. And quite frankly, yeah, I'm glad to say an official memorandum, okay, but I'd feel more comfortable if a school is going to go through this process to go into a closed session and talk about that, because this could have some implications on enrollment. And yeah, there might be, and so we'd have to get AAGs involved. I recognize the sensitivity here is all I'm reminding board members of, I guess. That's what these comments are, is that this is not something that should just be like, oh yeah, that's an easy call, right? This should be done discreetly and well thought out, and in an environment where we can have free discussion and open discussion and ask those questions and take the proper time, and then come out and make some votes if necessary, however that looks. But yeah, this is obviously, it's been mentioned several times, this is new to all of us. So not speaking for or against this vote. I know I'm wasting time here, but speaking on what that process, maybe we need to, as leadership, as board members, as some conversation, say, what does this look like? Obviously, we'd hope to have the superintendency involved moving forward. So anyway, thank you. Member Lear.
I had two different separate questions. First of all, I'm looking at this, these consequences, and it seems like on the third bullet, that should be an and, not an or, because it seems like under one, that's one of the things that we're saying yes. Number two, we're saying yes, and then number three, there might be additional consequences.
I would agree. I didn't read it, but I did think it as I was reading it. And the second one should have an and after that, and then the or would be removed, and I think that would satisfy what the intent of.
Okay, all right.
Is that?
Yes, that's fine. And
is there
then
any
my second.
opposition to those changes? Okay.
I
Please.
think it's pretty important.
Just point of clarification. So if we change that to, if we remove the or, what you're saying is that those looking into this couldn't make a determination that repayment may not be necessary, right? Like when it's or, it's we have the discretion to exonerate. But now what we're saying is, no, you've been found guilty of 1 and 2, and there may be more.
Well,
So that's the way I read that change, and I would object to it.
well,
Member Lear.
and first of all, it's not guilt because it's not a criminal matter, at least not yet. But they are, yes, the message is the board is saying you are responsible for this repayment, you're responsible for this repayment, and then the third bullet, and there might be other consequences. And that is absolutely the way I was reading it. But I had a related question that there don't seem to be any consequences outlined yet for the violation of the professional activities on school property rules that went on for a number of years, for as far as we know. But that might be something Scott tries to itemize. Are you looking at that too, is what I'm asking?
Debbie threw a hand up super quick. Does that overrule your question to Scott?
No, go ahead,
Okay.
Debbie first, please.
Well, I was just going to say, in the body of that paragraph, it says, direct the superintendent to pursue corrective action for both findings. So in that, it says,
Yes.
Look at both findings, but it does allow discretion for that first one, since it's not necessarily monetary. There's not question cost like there was
Right.
with the second one.
That's what I was wondering. So there are not right now any monetary penalties that are proposed. Okay, I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something.
Scott, and I want to recognize that we still have an issue at hand regarding an and/or situation here. So Scott, make a comment, and then we'll go back to the.
So for the good of the group and the good of this particular item, I would call attention to R277114-6, where any entity has an appeal process too. So if if it's the decision to do a protective, or to a particular corrective action plan, there's an appeal process where they can come to the board and say, this position that, is saying this is a thing, they can come to you and appeal that particular notification on the cap. So I believe there's some good processes and procedures. We just need to try the process.
Thank you, Scott. So I'm going to ask, who's driving here? Kelsey, will you remove the and after the second bullet point? That one, nope, yeah, that one where Elise is. That is how it was read. Now there's a question of and versus or both. So we want to make sure if this is the motion that is on the floor. If there are any amendments, then now is the time to put those forward regarding this matter. Cindy, I see your light is on. Is that regarding this, or is that in for something else? Regarding Scott's comment?
Yeah, regarding the appeal. I just, seems like.
Hold on one second. If somebody will consider the and or debacle here so that we can tackle that while Cindy's asking her question, that would be helpful. Go ahead.
If I'm remembering right, we've done those appeals in executive also, so would an appeal now be done in the public? Is all this going to be in the public now? Is that the new way to go? We're naming schools and doing all of this in the public and appeals?
So there's nothing in the rule that I see, or the code or anything, that prohibits you as the board from deciding where to do it. So yes, in the past, when we have had appeals and those types of things, we've done them in executive session, but I think that's at your direction and your discretion. I think you could do it in executive session. I mean, I'd have to defer to the attorneys for that, but I don't see any problem with doing it in executive session or not, depending on it. This is why I wanted to emphasize that I would make sure, or I will make sure, that you're notified of what the potential is, and and then I don't know if they'd appeal it or not, and then you can decide at that point where you want to hear the appeal, I would think, but I think so. Does that help answer her question, sir?
I believe it did.
Okay.
Member Lear?
Well, as Debbie C.A. Davis read the recommendation from the audit committee, it did say both issues, which suggests that the last bullet should be an and, because the first two bullets only address the first issue. So I guess an amendment or a proposed amendment's in order. Is that what you're saying?
If there is an amendment, we're happy to entertain it.
I
Or
would.
it could just leave as is. As is reads that the first two, 1 and 2, and then third says, or any other actions deemed.
Which I don't think reflects the body of the recommendation that came from the audit committee, which was there would be consequences for both violations. Now, somebody can correct me. Did you hear that also from the audit committee? Right. Yes. And bullets 1 and 2 only address 1.
So, yeah, 1 and 2 are in there. Sorry, Carol,
Right.
let me make sure I'm following here. 1 and
Yes.
2 are in there. So those are already going to be pursued.
But they also address just the one concern, the one problem.
I thought it was the two bullets. What do you mean the one problem? We've got
The
two
one,
bullets.
the one problem with the paid, and I forget all the exact terminology, but you guys can, the auditors can more accurately, the one problem with the professional hours that were paid without the appropriate documentation.
Right.
And that's bullets 1 and 2.
1 and 2, yes.
The first bullet being for the first 2 years, the second bullet being for the still undistributed third year.
Okay.
And so there is no penalty listed specifically. Scott could come up with something, but there's no specific penalty listed. So that's why I'm saying that any other actions should address the second problem. And it may be nothing. And maybe his recommendation is there's no way to really compensate the state for that misuse of funds. But it also would allow him to say, here's an appropriate penalty I'm recommending.
Okay, so we're going a little bit backwards here. Do we have a motion? Do we have an amendment?
My motion was to change the or to and, so that he would then have the flexibility, Scott, would have the flexibility to do the first two things that address the concern from the audit committee, but he would also then be able to consider if there's any appropriate penalty for the second issue that the audit committee was concerned about.
So your amendment then would be to, and let's put this in a different color, Kelsey, if we can, add and at the end of the second bullet,
Yes.
and then remove or at the beginning of the
Yes,
third bullet.
that would be my motion.
Okay.
I have to add one other thing.
Speaking to it or?
No, it's
Okay.
not on a completely different issue. So I'll let that go for now. Go, yes.
So do we have a second for that, to add and remove or? We've got a second from Member Booth. You've spoken to it. Member Lear, would you like to speak more? She's not even hearing me. Member Carey.
Thanks. I would just speak in opposition. Again, it's interesting because by suggesting that other actions may be deemed appropriate, we're recognizing that this is an ongoing investigation. There's still materials that need to be reviewed and weighed. And despite that, we're saying, but there's no possibility of vindication. And I've never, ever seen an investigation where you can divvy out the punishments before the investigation has concluded, or in this case, the audit. But by adopting this change, this board would be saying exactly that despite the fact this investigation is ongoing, we feel pretty confident that we're going to mete out the punishment before that's concluded. I also just want to echo that I'm troubled by the fact that this matter is being discussed out in the open. There's a part of me that believes if this were a district school, we would not be here in public discussing this item. But that since it's a charter, let's bring it out here as an example. And so I would like to know, and I don't know who to direct this to, but I would like to know why we've departed from long-held practice to have this addressed in executive session and conduct this review in public. Is that required in Rule 114?
Not sure if we have somebody who wants to respond to.
Oh, but that was just a mistake, right? Like, you talking about the 20 million there?
I don't think we have, you have a response? Okay, let's get, hold on one second. Member
Be there.
Debbie is going to respond to your question. We've got a couple.
Thank you, Chair.
We've got two things happening from Member Carey, from what I understand. One, he's speaking against the motion, and then he directed a question which Debbie is going to respond to.
Yes, and hopefully this kind of captures both elements that were asked about there. So first, the investigation and the allegations internal audit was assigned to look at is complete, and we exited with the charter school, and they provided a response. So that is done, and in accordance with R277114, it says, based on the results of the investigation, right, the board has those four options, one of them being direct the superintendent to pursue or take corrective action. So it really is a corrective action process based on the investigation that is final. And I think as the audit committee members, please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not recalling, but we discussed the sensitivity of this and can we have this conversation in public or not? But because the investigation was final and based on the verbiage in the board rule that said the board has to decide, it was determined that, well, it didn't seem, and I believe our AAGs were in the audit committee meeting as well, that there was a basis to do this in an executive session, a closed session. So that's why it was pursued the way it was.
if I may.
Please.
Thank you. So at the beginning of this part of our agenda, there was a lot of talk about, well, we looked at it and these were issues that were, a first impression. And because of that, and because seeking more clarity, the decision was made to bring it before the board. That sounds different now, because what I'm hearing now is we had to bring it here because we could not discuss this in closed session. So is the reason we're here discussing this in this forum because this was not appropriate for a closed session of this body?
If you have a response, great.
I think the discussion on clarity was with the audit committee directing internal audit to pursue an investigation, and it said, do the investigation in accordance with 116, our audit procedures, which we did, but it's silent on what do you do when you're done with the audit procedures. It didn't talk about the reporting, and so that's where we had to seek clarity from the audit committee. Should we do an exit conference? Would you like a response from management? That's where we were seeking clarity. And then the rule is clear that, hey, now this comes to the board based on the results. And I'm super glad that AG Buse is coming up.
Michelle, thank you.
So normally under 114, this is done privately by the superintendent. This process is done by the superintendent staff. This happens with special ed funds that a district has to end up paying back, or a charter school has to end up paying back. At the end of that process, though, those records themselves are public records. But it isn't done in open meeting here. It's done by superintendent staff.
So I guess go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Well, I guess that asks the question, like, why are we doing this then? Why is this here?
I don't know. I can't answer that for you, why this was put on.
How do we put a stop to
this.
this? Do I just say, please vote no and we move on? Like what? I don't
The other
know.
concern that I have is that you are supposed to be the appeal body, and you shouldn't be ones making this decision because you were supposed to be the appeal body. And so now you're going to have to do what it says in your rule, that you have to identify another method to review the appeal because you've been so involved in making this decision at this point in time. You're going to need to allow them an opportunity to appeal and probably have to have a hearing officer hear that rather than you as a board hear that.
Thank you. And maybe I'm missing what Joe's saying, but I don't like any of this either. And I know, it just. It's new. I don't know if it's supposed to be done this way, but to bring this out and have this debate here is just uncomfortable. So I've got Member Bogus, Member Kelly, and Member Davis.
Are we speaking to the motion?
The motion, I know we're all over the place, but the motion is simply to add an and or remove an or. Well, Member Bogus has the mic. Let's go for it.
Well, then I would move to saunter for 3 minutes.
Okay, let's do. Here's what we need to do. There's we need to pause for a minute, but we have a time certain at 6:15 to start our executive session so that we can do training. We've got people who are ready to do that here, and then go through that, and then we can come back out. But if we need a few minutes to look over this, and dinner is here as well. I don't know how to pause this. Give me a.
Technically, there's a motion on the table, but you could move to table it until tomorrow. You could postpone it till tomorrow. You could postpone it indefinitely. You have a number of options available to the body.
I was going to motion to move this agenda item to the executive session. Is that appropriate?
That's in order.
Yeah.
Michelle's shaking her head no. Let me get some more mics on here.
And not at this point in time, it doesn't look like it's something that's imminent litigation. So I don't think that it would fit under any of the exceptions under the Open and Public Meetings Act to go into closed session. It's just normally not done publicly.
But we could, there's a motion to saunter. That motion could be turned into a motion to table if necessary. Is that what I'm understanding?
Someone could make a motion to table it.
Then I would move to table this item.
We've got a motion to table this item. Do we have a second?
A second.
A couple seconds. Member Davis, are you speaking to this motion? To table?
I would support tabling. I just want to, for the public record, a comment was made that if this was a district, we wouldn't be doing this. I just need to look historically. We've had a ton of corrective action and ton of audits, and both districts and charters have been treated the same as far as if the name is withheld or not.
Okay, so.
Just for public awareness.
Member Carey?
Yeah, just for more public awareness. That wasn't said that way. I said there's a part of me that suspects. So please don't sit there and accuse me of saying something that I did not say. Thank you.
Member Davis, are we?
I'm just saying, just historically, it hasn't been done that way, even if some feel that it is this way now. I'm not.
There's a motion to table. It's been seconded. Is there any opposition to tabling this? Member Hall or Member Green?
No.
Oh,
Opposition, thank you.
thank you for that clarity. And I believe Member Hall had to jump off. He reached his destination. This matter is considered table. We will address this. At this point, let's prepare to go into executive session. This is agenda item 14. And I'm going to make a motion, and I'll ask board members as we're preparing to go get dinner and bring it back in here, and we'll get started here. But I'm seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, and pending or reasonably imminent litigation. This requires do I have a motion? So moved. So moved, thank you. Seconded. Well, I've got two so moved. I'm taking one of them as a second. Let's do a roll call vote. Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Member Booth? Yes. Member Brinton? Yes. Member Davis? Member Davis? Member Earl? Yes. Member Green?
Yes.
Member Hall stepped away for a minute. I'm a yes. Vice Chair Wood? Yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Lear? Member Lear stepped out. Member Reel? Yes. Member Kelly? Yes. Okay. Thank you, board members. Go get some dinner. Board members, we need to do just a revote. I neglected to mention one of the reasons that we're going into closed session. All I need is 8, quite frankly. And Randy's here. Michelle's going to make sure that we are streaming. Oh, she got caught up. Make sure that we're streaming, please. Okay, I'm doing it.
This is Jerry, and we are streaming.
Board members, I need to redo a vote. It's Michelle Elise Newey, Deputy Superintendent Newey. I think I've got the board. I just need staff to bring it down a little bit.
We need quiet in the boardroom, please. Thank you.
Nothing like a good gavel, right? I need to re-seek a motion here to step into executive session. And the motion I'm seeking is that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, and or pending or reasonably imminent litigation and for security reasons. So moved. Do we have a second? Let me do a roll call vote. Member Bogus? Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Member Booth? Yes. Member Brinton? Yes. Member Davis? Member Davis? Yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Green? She may have stepped off. Member Hall stepped off. I'm a yes. Vice Chair Wood? Yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Reel? Stepped out. Member Kelly? Yes. Okay. We're going into closed. Thank you.
Testing for Jerry. 1, 2, 3. Jerry, will you please respond? Thank you, Jerry.
Board members, let's go ahead and come out of executive session. Make sure we have a quorum here. We do have a quorum. I'm seeking a motion that the board comes out of executive session. So moved twice. We'll take that as a 1 and a 2. Let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. Member Bogus? Yes. Member Bollinger? Yes. Member Booth? Yes. Member Brinton? Yes. Member Davis? Member Earl? Yes. Member Green? Member Hall? I'm a yes. Vice Chair Wood? Yes. Member Carey? Yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Reel? Member Kelly? Yes. Okay. That passes. There's a small handful who's absent, but we do have a quorum. We are going to move, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we're going to move into board elections, and then we are going to move into our consent calendar.
So, sir, I have a series of motions that should precede those agenda items.
Oh, you sure do. Yeah, I can't skip everything. Thank you, Member Bogus. Please proceed. Man, good call. I was just going.
No, it's all good. I move that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar. Please vote. Voting is open to approve the consent calendar from UPAC. How many votes am I looking for? Cindy's gone. Sarah stepped out. Emily's gone.
She'll be brought back. Sarah will be here in a minute.
So I should be looking for 12?
I think you should be looking.
No, I 11 then. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In case number 24-2073, I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2073. Please vote.
So they'll go in order, Kelsey.
Two more votes, Member Earl. One more vote. Member Britton. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In case number 24-2104, I move that the board approve the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2104. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In case number 24-2116, I move that the board approve the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2116. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. In case number 24-2123, I move that the board approve the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2123. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Member
In-
Bogus, did you vote on that
What
one?
number? Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
Did we get next? Oh, Sarah's back. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Member Bogus.
In case number 24-2143, I move that the board approve the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
The motion is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2143. Vote, please. That passes 11 in favor, 1 abstention. That abstention from Member Bogus. Member Bogus, back to you.
Thank you, sir. In case number 24-2145, I move that the board accept the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2145. Is that correct? We're on 2145?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. We're moving to the final UPAC motion. So in that case, number 24-2185, I move that the board approve the recommendation of UPAC.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 24-2185. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board appoint the following individuals to serve on the Student Advisory Council.
Before, wasn't there one that we were sending back?
We just skip over it, because we're taking no action.
Okay, that's, okay.
Member Box.
Thank you. I move that the board appoint the following individuals to serve on the Student Advisory Council. In District 1, Madden Hebden. In District 2, Claire Gunderson. In District 3, Lillian Palmer. In District 4, Rima Youssef. In District 5, Natalie Rodriguez. In District 7, Brody Meyer. In District 9, Reed Simmons. In District 11, Libby Topham. And in District 15, John Holler.
Second.
The motion is that the board appoint the individuals who were just stated to serve on the Student Advisory Council. We appreciate those students who are willing to do so. I did not write their names down, so thank you, Member Bogus, for reading those off. Board members, please vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the USBE appoint, or no, that is not what I move. I'm going to change my motion. I apologize. I move that the USBE forward the name of Stacy Hutchins to the governor to be appointed to the Utah State Charter Board.
Second.
The motion before the board is that the board move the name of Stacy Hutchings forward to the governor for consideration to serve on the State Charter School Board. Let's vote. There are, that passes with 12 votes in the affirmative, 1 no vote coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Member Bogus.
That concludes my business, sir.
That concludes your business. Thank you. All right, let's move backwards to agenda item 13, board officer elections. And I'm going to, who do I turn this over to get out of the way, Sybil? Does this go to you, board officer elections? No. It says your name on here. Kelsey, well, can I run this? That's, well, okay, I'm just trying to, okay, that's true. I did tell Molly I was going to run for first vice chair so I could sit next to her. I've gotten used to it. Okay, so we have board leadership elections here. As you know, just a little bit of background before we move forward. As you know, we voted was it December that we held that elections meeting? And one of the things we voted for was to have 3 members of leadership. And there were several reasons for that, and we voted for that before considering the names who were up for leadership. And so with us losing Molly, we didn't vote for 3 to have Molly in there. We voted for 3 because we knew the workload and we wanted a better balance in leadership. So we'd like to move forward with getting another vice chair that can help on with that balance and the workload and working with board members. So far, since Molly left. Look at Randy throwing out Burns. I know, this is great. So here's what I have. We have been keeping an eye on emails, and let me know if I've missed something, but so far we have one candidate from Amanda Bollinger. Are there any additional individuals who would like to put their name in for this? Okay. And admittedly, she called and I told her, "You're new, you don't understand what's happening." Yeah, so I'm going to turn time over to Amanda to speak to the board, if you will, Amanda, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be short because we have a long agenda, and I've had an opportunity to reach out to each of you individually and have a conversation. But just maybe for the public to know my purpose or my desire is really, I am a big fan of Adam Grant's work. I don't know if you have read his book, Think Again. But the premise of that is that it's really important to make sure that we listen to and talk to people that have different viewpoints, because it helps us better understand how other people are looking at a policy or a law or whatever we're voting on. And sometimes when we have conversations and we hear those points of view, it makes us stronger in our own point of view. Other times it helps us see things in a different light and it helps us change our mind. And sometimes we still are rooted in our own beliefs, but we can have compassion or see it from other side. And this is one of the things that I think is so important in leadership, is to be able to make sure that everybody around this table has their voice heard. That's really important to me. And I hope that you've seen in the work that I've done in the few months I've been on the board that that's something that I don't just say, but it's something that I do in action as well, is to try to bring people together and find ways that we can find the best solutions. And that's really, I am very solution focused, and I would just be honored if it's the will of the board to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Amanda. Now, I opened it up and said, is there anybody who would like to do this? Is there any nominations that, I don't want to rob anybody of anything. Is there anybody that would like to nominate somebody else for this position? Okay. With that, we have one candidate, Amanda Bollinger. We're going to put this to an official vote. You ready? We don't typically do that. Last time we did it through Ben or something. Do we vote? How does this work? So we can just vote, like push the button and, okay. Is there somebody who's willing to make a motion? Vice Chair Wood.
I move to elect Amanda Bollinger for first vice chair position.
The motion is to elect Amanda Bollinger to the first vice chair position. It's been seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, it's unanimous. You're in. Thank you. Do you want to say anything else?
I think you should have to sit in that chair.
We get. You're welcome.
It's not worth it. It's a good seat.
Thank you. I'm looking at consent. I think we know there is a lot on consent. Are we okay to let Scott run through his monthly budget report, board members? Let's do that. Scott, are you okay? You ready for this? Okay. Thank you. This is agenda item 12, by the way. We're going to do consent, but we're going to do after. I misplaced this budget report as I'm looking through that. Was that your question? I don't even. It is getting late, yeah.
So there,
Let's hold on one second.
It would be easier to move the budget report to tomorrow for unfinished business than it would be, because I have a feeling we're going to pull items from this consent calendar and debate them ad nauseum. And I'm just wondering, in the interest of, judicial economy or efficiency, if we should consider doing the consent calendar now and moving the budget to tomorrow.
Here's what I'm hoping I'd like to see. And Scott, tell me if I'm way off. I know you have scheduled 30 minutes. We usually rush you every month, quite frankly, and you're really pretty quick at that. For the consent calendar, we understand, we recognize that things are going to get pulled. And if the items get pulled that have a heavier conversation, then at that time we can move that to tomorrow, so we don't have to break it up if we feel like we're going to run into a brick wall here. But I do recognize that this meeting, although scheduled to end 20 minutes ago, I think we all kind of knew this might be a later evening. But what I'm happy to do the will of the board. Scott, what do you anticipate? Again, not trying to rush you, but what do you anticipate for this section here.
Well, so just, there is, Chair, there is the action item in this month's monthly budget report agenda item. Item number 3, the distribution that Mr. Frost and Mr. Uri were going to present. So that's going to take a little bit of time too. So by 30 minutes is do it. So whatever direction you want to take with it, if you want to move it to tomorrow, that's fine. But
well, again, when I look at what we're going to lift potentially tonight, 30 minutes is, I would say, is less than what we're going to spend on consent. Some of us won't be here tomorrow afternoon. So let me just take a minute to get the will of the board. Is that okay, Scott? Are you okay if we do this tomorrow? I'm asking you, and then you have to answer to Sam and Dale. Okay? Yeah, they're fine. Okay. Okay. That's what we like to hear, yes. Okay, so board members, with that, let's move to agenda item 11. This is a general consent calendar. And so if there are items to be pulled off the consent calendar, let's turn a light on. I've got member Bogus first, and then member Earl.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to pull, whoa, it just disappeared. I'd like to pull number 2.
I'm sorry, for clarity, are you saying pull 11.2 or contract number 2?
Oh, that's a great question. So we are on agenda item 11.
Yes.
So it's number 2 under agenda item 11, and then 1.8.
And 1.8 would be the state cooperative contract purchase with
It starts with a K, and they're doing business
Clio
as
DBA Class Wallet. Okay. So I've got pulled, I've got the approval of meeting minutes. Is that correct?
Do you need to pull?
The approval of meeting minutes and 1.8. Is that correct?
Do you want me
Yes,
to
sir.
pull it?
Next, I've got, who do I have next? Vice Chair Wood or Member Earl?
I can
Vice Chair Wood, go ahead.
I want to pull off 11.6.
And I'd like to pull off 4 and 7.
11.4 or the contract?
11.4 and 11.7.
Okay, so to be clear for the rest of the board, within the contracts, I have contract number 8. And then for agenda items, we are pulling 11.2, 11.4, 11.6, 11.7. Is there a motion for the remaining contracts / agenda items? Member Booth.
That we approve the remaining action items on the consent agenda.
The motion is to approve the remaining items, action items, and contract items. Is that right, Randy?
That's correct.
And, okay, on the consent calendar, let's go ahead and take a vote. There it is. Okay, that passes 12 in favor, 1 in opposition, Member Bogus being the no vote. Okay, let's begin with the contract. Member Bogus, 1.8.
Thank you, sir. So if I could direct a question to Deputy Superintendent Jones or whoever he designates to answer this question. Have we done any sort of survey about this program?
Or I guess it could be called software, it might be a better word.
So each year, Chair, if I may, we do get feedback from the LEAs who use it. This is a statewide cooperative contract with Class Wallet. The LEAs are not required to choose it, but the feedback that we do get, we don't send out like something like Qualtrics or anything like that, but we do get feedback on how well it's working to meet the distribution timelines that are required in rule, by August 15th. So by all indications, there's been no complaints, but they do, LEAs are allowed to choose or do it, and they can use the contract for that. Does that help answer the question? No formal survey, but
May I follow up?
we do get feedback.
So my concern is that we're not asking teachers. And so when you say LEAs,
Business administrators, yes, ma'am.
yeah.
Through the chair.
Okay, and I appreciate that. So if I may, teachers find this program extremely cumbersome, almost useless. I know many of my peers forfeited their legislative funds a few years back because this program was just so bad. And I don't know that the company itself is bad. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying teachers don't like it. And I realize it's only $116,000, and in the grand scope of things, that might not be much, but it's just not something that works well for educators. It's super cumbersome. I have no love lost for the way this software works and the way it interfaces, and my peers don't either. So I would just think we should think deeper. And so my follow-up question, Chair, would be, do we have another option to fulfill whatever requirement this fulfills?
I don't know if there's another option. Let me just speak to that because I have experience with this as well. Mine's on the other end, and I don't mean to be like combative or anything. My feedback through my school is positive. And so I understand that there's obviously differences. You're seeing one thing, I'm seeing another thing. And so I don't know if I'm ready to throw it out, me personally, but is there another option, Scott, that can be looked at? Or maybe you've already vetted that, I don't know.
Well, just as a reminder, this is a choice, right? It's a statewide contract that LEAs can choose whether to use this particular vendor as a result of that. They don't have to, it's not required to do so. So if they're not happy with it, they can actually choose their own vendor. They can go out so the short answer is yes, there's other options. The process, though, would be for the LEAs to go and choose their own vendor. We don't mandate that they have to use Class Wallet or the statewide contract. This was just provided as a alternative to meeting the requirements of getting teacher supplies and materials funding to the educators. So I think that would be a decision at the local level. There are other systems out there, and all LEAs are using those other systems, but this is just a choice or statewide contract that was established years ago for it. If the board doesn't want to offer that anymore, I'm sure that's fine too, because there are other alternatives out there, but this was just one that could be a cost savings measure and to ultimately try to get, money to the end of the row, or so to speak, to the teachers. That's it. So does that help, sir?
Does that help, ma'am?
Yeah. Oh, I apologize.
You're good.
It's 8:30. Yes, that does help.
I know. You're good. So
I'm happy to defer to the will of the body, but this is not something I will be voting for.
Sure. Is there?
I would, in fact, I'll just make the motion. You can sub it out if you want, but I would move that we direct staff to come up with an alternative to Class Wallet to fulfill this obligation on our behalf.
So the motion that you've just put forward is to look for other alternatives other than Class Wallet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there a second to this? Not hearing any. Let's go. Is there another motion that can be entertained? Member Lear.
Wallet as outlined in the agenda.
In the contract. So
The contract, yes.
The motion is to approve agenda item 11.1, contract 8. Is that accurate?
That's exactly what I meant.
Is there a second to that? Okay. let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 12 in favor, 1 opposed, that no vote coming from Member Bogus. Let's look at agenda item 11.2, which was pulled. Is there any movement for 11.2, Member Bogus?
Approve the minutes.
The motion is to approve the minutes. Second. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. There are 3 more items that were pulled, 11.4, 11.6, 11.7. Member Earl. And before, you're probably going to jump to,
I'm going to 4.
you're going to 4. Let me ask, are 6 and 2, or 6 and 7, are those
Do you want me to
time
go to 7?
consumers? Or, I'm just
No,
wondering.
I don't know.
Who pulled it? Oh,
I would, yeah, I would second hers too, but what do you want to do?
I want to tackle 4 without leaving 6 and 7 out there.
We'll do the other 2 and then we can tackle 4.
Well, give me something
Okay,
for
all right, I
0.6.
would like to move the Physical Education Standards Review Committee report, and I would like to make an addition to it.
Okay, this is,
Well, what?
I know, I'm trying to get this right. I feel like I'm in trouble here. The motion is to move the Standards Review Committee report forward, but Member Earl wants to change it.
Just, yeah, I want to just add one thing to it. I'll tell you what that is, then
Let's hear
someone
it.
can second it. I would just like to add, this is the physical education. I would just like to add to it that, and I know this is in health too, but just the connection between healthy food choices and how your body functions, you have the physical activity of your body.
So how that's added to the report, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, from the board.
Okay. And is that up here?
No.
That we can see? Can we get
No,
that up
not
there?
really. Who's driving? Do you want me to kind of say something again? The connection between healthy food choices and the function of the human body, something like that. I don't know, that's not fancy, but you get the idea. Right, the food actually fuels your body, and then your physical activity, right, that kind of thing. Hydration, yeah. That's it. Can we read it again? Connection between healthy food choices and the function of a human body, I guess I don't know if that's clear enough. You get the idea? You could even put hydration on there if you wanted to. It's all under physical activity, right? Yep, that works.
The motion then is that the board add to the report the connection between healthy food choices and the function of the human body. It's been seconded. Member Bogus?
Thank you, sir. So I just had a question, but it's not necessarily to this motion.
Okay, let's vote on this motion then, and we'll go from there. And I think we're ready to vote as soon as it's up.
I don't know if this makes a difference, just a question. The motion that I read said something about the function of the human body, and then what's listed on the screen removes the word function. I don't know if it makes a difference, if it was intended, but.
Member Earl?
I know, I don't know if how does it appear that when the official.
Just for the public record, on the official minutes, it reads the entire the language that you see on the motion stock on the left-hand side, it reads the entire language. Some of it gets abbreviated for our voting system because I only have 120 characters. It's like old Twitter. But if there's ever a shortening that I feel makes the motion not understandable, I go in and add those details after the fact.
Appreciate the clarity. So let's pick up voting. We've got two more we're looking for. Booth and yeah, we're approving this right here, and then we'll go back to the whole motion. No, I need two more votes. Yeah, now we're unanimous. No, you got it. No, all right, let's keep moving. So the motion now then, how does the overall motion look is that the Standards Review Committee is requesting board approval for recommendations of the committee to be incorporated into the drafts of the public standards prior to requesting board feedback and public comment, and that the board add to the report the connection between healthy food choices and function of the human body. That's the motion. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. Through you, I would like to know from whomever can answer this question, what does this committee mean by a weight-inclusive approach?
Who's that to? I'm glad it's through me, but who are we directing that?
Well, I may be a specialist. But
She's here.
is she?
I'm Terry Davis, physical education specialist. The comments that were in the review committee were listed as they would like to go away from a weight-inclusive approach and more towards healthy behaviors. And so that was a note that they wanted to do some wording to change weight-inclusive that's currently in the standards to healthy behaviors.
Thank you.
May I follow up?
Sure.
So then do we need to amend this document because it is listed under things that we should emphasize? And I understand and I appreciate your words. I don't think we should emphasize that being overweight is healthy. I know that some of us struggle with it. I know that sometimes it's medical. I know that sometimes it's something that it follows the genetic code, but emphasizing that it is healthy, I don't think is good for our young people. I think being inclusive of all body types, great. But to imply that severe obesity is healthy, I think is not a good thing in our health standards. So my question then goes back to what I originally said, which is, should we amend this document?
I think that if you would like to, you can. The review committee they had discussed that in depth, and they had also viewed the same thing that you're requesting, that they go away from weight and actually encourage behaviors and not focus so much on weight and some of the other factors that are currently discouraging for kids.
So if I'm hearing correctly, you're saying that the focus is no matter what your weight is, here are healthy behaviors. It doesn't matter if you are here, or here.
Mm-hmm.
You just are focusing on healthy behaviors. You're not saying one weight is good or bad.
Right.
You're just saying, please, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So then I would move to strike that from things that we should emphasize and replace it with healthy behaviors.
Strike what? Sorry.
So under emphasize, I would move to strike weight inclusive approach and add focusing on healthy behaviors. Is that the terminology you used, ma'am? Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, so the motion then, if I get it, if I'm understanding correctly, is within the document under emphasize, you want to strike the verbiage that says something. Weight inclusive approach at the bottom. And you want to fill it in with something or just strike it?
Like to replace it with the words of our esteemed staff member whose name I cannot read and I don't remember, Terry. And I believe she used with healthy behaviors or healthy behavior choices, or please help me, Terry. It's late.
I would love to look up the exact verbiage. If you could give me just 1 second.
That's fine.
See if I can find it.
Jenny told me
See.
this would go quickly. I just want that on public record.
I had just had it, and, let's see. Let's see, I'm wading through all this stuff. Something about the healthy behaviors with the human body.
There you go. I'm happy to. I am happy to accept that language, assuming the second then is, okay.
And did we get that on the memo or the motion? No, repeat that. Healthy behaviors of the human body.
Or the impact, or healthy behaviors impact on the human body.
Healthy behaviors impact on the human body. Is that the motion, Member Bogus? So the motion then is that the board amend the Physical Education Standards Review Committee report to strike the verbiage weight inclusive approach and replace it with healthy behaviors impact on the human body. An apostrophe after behaviors. Okay. Member Earl. This is the motion. We have a second. Member Earl, are you speaking to this motion? No. Okay. Let's go ahead and, are we ready to vote? Let's vote. That passes unanimously. That comes back to the original motion that we'll read as amended, but can we scroll back up a little bit, see if I can get the original motion. That the motion then is that the Standards Review Committee is requesting board approval for recommendations of the committee to be incorporated into the drafts of the standards, of the amended standards prior to requesting board feedback and public comment, and that the board add to the report the connection between healthy food choices and the function of the human body. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Vice Chair Wood.
All right, I have a motion for 11.6. I move that the board remove the instructional material items with the core code of child sex abuse and human trafficking prevention as they are reviewed through a separate process. We remove the following items and send them back for an additional review in the next review cycle. Material ID 19830, 19831, 19813, 19818, 818, 19828, and 19837. Amend the following from recommended primary to recommended teacher resource. Material ID 3179, 3183, 3184, 3185, 3186, 3187, 3188, 3189, 3190, 10273, 10279, 14951, 14956, 14978, 14981, 14989, 14992, 14996, 14999, 15010, 20086, 20087, 20089, 20090, 20095, 2096, 2097, 2098, 20100. Moved from amended from recommended primary to not sampled, 19713, 19714. And amend from recommended primary to recommended limited, 20316, 20317, 20318, 20319, 20320, and 20321.
The motion has been stated and seconded.
Would you like me to speak to them?
Let's vote. You want to speak? Please, go
Do I
ahead.
need to?
Go ahead, please, Member or Vice Chair Wood.
Okay, just quickly, they're really grouped in sections. The first one, we will be going through the instructional materials later in the month for core code or for the child sexual abuse and human trafficking prevention. They have to be approved separately by the board. The other two that were removed, they had some questionable, like the narrative evaluation questioned some of the things that were in there that were inappropriate and should not be in front of children. The next section, it said that it was good for teachers, but would not stand on its own. Therefore, we recommended it to be a teacher resource. The next one said they were unable to review the materials and it was not recommended for use. So we moved it from recommended to not sampled. And the last one said some of the biggest strands covered on the end of year tests weren't found in the program at all. Some of the links had access denied. The online platform was limited. So we moved from recommended primary to recommended limited. Member Lear.
Was that just the sexual abuse materials, or was that the whole range of things that you said you were moving categories?
So the only ones is that there's sections, if you go through there, right at the top, it said child
Yeah.
sexual, that's what goes to standards to,
Yes, got
that's
that.
it.
And
Everything else were just based on the evaluator content in their different
recommendations?
recommendations.
Okay, so those came from somebody else?
Yeah,
not-
they were from the evaluators.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's all. I was not clear, and I was wondering if there was a reason that you were moving those in different directions. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Lear. Board members, the motion has been stated. It's been seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. So what does that overall motion look like then? Does it sound something like the board approved the 2025 spring instructional materials report as amended? Is there, I'll just consider that me making that motion. Is there a second to that? Second, okay. So once again, for clarity, the motion is that the board approve the 2025 spring instructional materials report as amended. Let's vote. That passes 12 in favor, 1 in opposition, then no vote coming from Member Bogus. Member Earl.
Place, the board released the draft math standards for public review, including board member recommendations from the June board meeting. Would you like me to read through those? No?
Some of your motion is to release. So the motion that's before us is to release them for public review, but you're asking for something different. Is that right?
Yeah, and I can explain what needs to happen there. Do you want me to do on a second, or do you want me to?
Tell me what
Yeah, so there's two provisions. In our policy, our procedures allows for us either to release it or to send suggestions back, amendments or whatever, to the writing committee, and then those would come back before us. In the document itself, if we have a 2/3 vote, then we can move forward I would like to see more of a mix instead of waiting another couple of months, but I would like some things added. There's some recommendations that I'd like added, but I'd prefer not to wait till August. I'd prefer that, I feel like these are clear enough that they could be addressed and put into document. So that's the motion I'm making. I realize it's it would require a 2/3 vote in order for that to happen. If it doesn't, then I would recommend these items go back to the writing committee.
So let me make sure I have your motion clear here. First off, there's two options that do not require a 2/3 vote. One is we vote to send the standards to the public as presented by the writing committee. Two, and this is where we are in the process, the board has the ability to send those standards, to look at those standards, make any amendments, and then send them back to the committee, and the writing committee will do what they do and then bring them back for review again, which would be at our next meeting in August. You are proposing with this motion to, instead of send them back to you have amendments that you want made, instead of sending them back to the committee and spending 2 months, because we don't have a meeting in July, and then having them come back and do this again in August, you're proposing we tackle this tonight and send them out to public review as soon as staff has the ability to make those changes within the next little while.
Tonight,
which would
Just kidding.
Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure everybody's clear. Which would change the process, because that's not part of the process. You're combining two options, and in order to do that, change the process, you would need to
You'd
get
be like a
2/3
suspension
vote.
of the rules, or yes, a 2/3 vote.
Right. So what are you attempting to do first? Are you attempting to get a 2/3 vote to change the process, or are you attempting to put forth recommendations?
Yeah, I'd have to do that.
So does this, does this motion that the draft mathematics standards are released for public review, including the public comment? Or would it be released for public
That's not the full
including-
motion, sorry.
That's what I'm confused by the motion.
It would, sorry, I thought I sent it to a few people, maybe the wrong ones. That the board release the draft math standards for public review, including board member recommendations from the June board meeting.
Okay, can we get that?
There you go, I think that's including the board member recommendations from the June board meeting.
Recommendations that we will make now.
Mm-hmm.
In a few minutes.
Yep. Which maybe you guys won't accept any of them. Maybe we'll accept all of them. I don't know.
Okay, so the motion is that the board release the draft math standards for public review, including board member recommendations from the June board meeting. This would be a change in process and would require a 2/3 vote. Before we even start down that road, do we have a second? We have a second. Would you like to speak to that, Member Earl?
Yeah. Let me just, how long do I get? I'm kidding. Just a couple things. First of all, part of our process allows those changes to be made. Even at this point, it allows changes. I would rather have the changes on the front end before it goes public comment rather than have it at the back end after we've had public comment and people have put a lot of work into it. People have already put a lot of work into it. Can I just say that? As a matter of fact, I appreciate the thoughtfulness as I've gone back through all of the changes that were made and the thoughtful engagement from the writing committee. They were very deliberate on that. I just feel like this, and it is to me, I'm going to say that, to me, others that I've heard from, and I'm talking constituents, that we have a very strong math program and that we're not still moving along with maybe traditions or thought processes that don't really lead to success for kids. And I want it narrowed in scope, and I want it very deliberate, intentional. And so with that, that's why I have a number of motions here. So, and they're clear. I condensed them from what I submitted the other day so that they could be very concise and easy for the public release.
Okay. So to restate the motion is that the board release the draft math standards for public review, including board member recommendations from the June board meeting. Member Carey.
Yeah, I really made an effort to understand our approval process as a board of standards. And I've come to the conclusion that it's probably easier to understand quantum physics in Braille than it is our process. But having said that, I do support, I don't want to lose these months of not getting feedback from the public. And I understand it's going outside of the normal pathway, but I do think that getting this input, it's not just applicable to these set of standards, but whatever may emerge, this public feedback is going to be important and instrumental. So I value that. I support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. If I may direct a question to the maker of the motion, just to clarify. So this motion, is it saying that we're going to send out the standards as they are written in addition to these recommendations where people are giving feedback on these recommendations and on the current standards? Or is this saying we're making all the changes that are on this recommendation document in the standards before they go out to public comment? Like, are we voting to approve all of these recommendations is my question.
Member Earl.
So most of these recommendations, and I don't know, do you want me to read through those? Maybe that's the easiest thing to do. Reordering the order of the standards. Introduction, competencies, standards, math skills. It's just reordering them. The second one is including a time and money competency and standard in the lower grades. I guess we could just put that, do you want to, but it seems to me like our staff could probably put together a basic time and money standard to put on there. I'm not real picky about that. Maybe others are. A competency around scientific notation. It's just a competency. Number 4 is just check to make sure the incorporated language that's indicated on the items correlates with what's in the current draft, because I think there's a couple of them that they said we changed this, but then it was the old piece. That seems pretty simple. Change this one I would recommend that this is changed, that we changed mathematical ideas to mathematical concepts. So that one would be a change. And then 6 would be remove the phrase, they develop strategies to agree and disagree respectfully. 7 would be include the simplified. This would be a comparison of the two. You'd have the simplified, which is a recommend I have, and then the mathematical standards. It doesn't take either of those out. It just has those as a kind of comparison. The same thing with the data science standards. They can keep the data science standards that are in there, the ones I'm recommending. And then the last one is a question around, is there an interest level for an algebra 2, and geometry? I just want to know what the public is interested in. So that's the recommendations. The other recommendations I had, I'll submit as public comment. So,
Thank you. Hopefully that offers clarity. And I know we're not speaking to these
I know, yeah.
recommendations
I just
right now.
want 'em to know
No,
what they
I
were.
think it's valuable to those board members who are getting ready to make a vote to even see if this is on the table. So appreciate that. We've got Member Booth, Davis, and Lear. Member Booth.
Member Earl, so I'm just wondering how, as we look at the process, I know that this is just a small part of what you originally have shared with the writing committee, and they've already spent some time reacting and accepting a lot of your recommendations, implementing them. How, just a ballpark, how much more was there in addition to what you have in front of us here that has already been considered by the writing committee and implemented into their document that we're voting to release?
I don't even know how I measure that. I don't know. Maybe you went through the document. I went through it, but I didn't measure 56% or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I'd even measure that.
So is it correct that what we have here was already presented to the writing committee, but they did not include it in the document that they have now updated based on the recommendations that you made earlier? Or are some of these things already implemented into their rewrite based on your feedback?
I don't know. I'd have to go look. I'm pretty sure I did the ideas and the strike. They developed strategies.
So how would you feel about having these recommendations that you've been very thoughtful and very specific? What if those were released as additional things for the public to react to, but not requiring them to add in an extra step so that they now take these a second time and implement them into the document before we get public? So we would say to the public, here is some feedback from the board that has not been implemented, because in effect, if today we decide that these 9 items we all voted and said, yes, this should be a part, then we have not given the writing committee, whom we have charged with the responsibility to come up with the document, the opportunity to, we're superseding them just because the board is more powerful than that. But if we had these good suggestions as part of all the suggestions that are coming in, and then allows it to go back to the writing committee for their consideration, then we can continue to look at it after we've gotten that input and after they've looked at all the input together. I'm just confused on process, on how we don't jump in the middle of the process and make recommendations or require them to make changes that might be altered with other public opinion, or as we see the whole thing laid out. Because right now, if we say we're going to all vote, we all say, okay, yes, we all agree on this, these 9 things need to be implemented, then that's eliminating the role of the writing committee at this stage when they haven't even had the public input yet.
So we can do that, then that would be sending it back to the writing committee. And that's what I did not want to do, because I want to get it out for the public, because I can't talk to the public or anyone else until it's been released. So in order for us to get feedback.
The writing committee present, because they've reacted to your suggestions and made a number of changes. Can we now send that out, keeping these important changes that you wish to make or suggest for the board to make? And then when they get the feedback from everybody, then bring these items into the picture at that point.
That is the current process.
That's what I'm
They would
asking.
go to standards and assessment.
So it's not eliminating the opportunity for this, But if it's got to go back to, you're saying that you want it to go back to the writing committee right now after we vote.
No.
No, you don't
No.
want it. You want to skip the writing committee.
She wants this incorporated
No.
to the writing committee's document that goes out to public input.
Exactly. But to do that, we have to vote and say that because the writing committee has already said, I don't think so on these specific points. Is that correct?
Maybe, I was gonna say, I don't think there's a couple of them, the reordering of it was not part of the provisions.
I just don't know. I'm just asking the questions because I haven't been involved in this. So I'm
Yeah,
just wondering.
the reason why we put that in our process is so we could continue, meaning that we could have, until we got it closer to where we wanted it. I don't think it's quite close enough for me. You guys can all disagree with that if you want to. I would like to get these provisions in there. Quite honestly, I'd like a lot of public feedback on some of these things. That's why I'm asking to put the two things in. But at the same time, I don't want to hold up the process. I can't do anything as far as I can't talk to the writing committee, I can't talk to the public, I can't gather any information in until they're released. So, but the other point is we can either do it now. That's the point of having this ahead of time. We can either do it now or we can do it after all the public comment. And I'd rather not do that. Quite honestly, I'd rather have that feedback earlier. So we're not at the end of the process making amendments. I'd rather speed it up at the end instead of continuing to, does that make sense?
It does, but do your recommendations, your 9 recommendations, counter or significantly change what the writing committee is recommending to the public?
And I'm asking on those areas where it does, I'm asking both items be sent out. I'm not asking for theirs to be eliminated.
Okay.
That's on, if you look at the simplified math skills, yes, I'm asking that the two pieces go out. I'm not asking for theirs to be eliminated and the other be substituted. That would not be, to me, that would not be a fair process, right? And the same with the data science. Leave those in, I have suggestions, and to be able to compare the two. So I'm not asking for those to be stripped out. I'm asking that the two be allowed to go for public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member, that was tense. Am I the only one? Goodness, okay. Member Davis.
So this is a relatively new process because we've changed a lot in our process. And so historically, we weren't able to submit a lot of feedback to the writing committee prior to this point. So you submitted a lot of feedback to the writing committee, and they incorporated a lot of it. And these are the parts that they didn't feel they could incorporate. Or a couple of them you said weren't included. So process-wise, where we're at is then, without changing our process, then the writing committee, having incorporated some of our feedback, much of it, would go out now if we voted to have it go out now. And then we would get 90 days of public input. And then these amendments would go to Standards and Assessment Committee to be incorporated after.
It could be a lot of amendments. It could be that, it could be none.
Right, but if we stuck to our process, these could go to Standards and Assessment Committee. And if I had amendments,
Without
they'd go to
public
Standards
comment,
and
yes.
Assessment,
Yeah,
and someone else
exactly,
could go.
without public comment.
Okay, can we just hear a minute also from our staff about just their process and the where they are in the process and the choices to include or not include, and then just so we can kind of get a feel for if we want to change the process right now or not, or just have these go back to Standards and Assessment after we get public input on what's already been done?
We can. We have 3 board members lined up for comment as well. Let me get some clarity to your question. You want to ask staff where we are in the process, but I think we know where we are in the process. Clarify your question. What are you seeking here?
Well, I guess I just want to know from them, were these, why were these not included? Do we include them now? I mean, yeah, I'm not inclined to change our process. That's the thing. And I would just like to have them have a chance to speak. I don't know who's here to speak,
Are you asking?
but I know there are some of our math folks back there.
Are you asking to ask staff to come speak against the motion?
I'm asking them to come and share just their, I'm looking at their faces. I would just,
The thing is,
yeah, I'd
we know
like
that
to
we
hear them
know the
speak to the
process
process.
already. We know the process. The motion here is to change the process. We already know the process, right? And that's why I tried to set this up beforehand, because we know that we are in the part where the writing committee has taken feedback and they've made some adjustments, and now they are bringing it back to us.
Okay.
Right? I mean, we know
I
all
would like
this
to
stuff.
invite staff to speak to the process of the extent that they took our recommendations, mine included, and incorporated them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have a specific staff member in mind?
Any of our math folks.
All right. Arm wrestle. Okay.
Molly Basham, Early Learning Mathematics Specialist, and can you repeat the immediate question? Because we were discussing in the background.
Yeah, I just curious about your process that you've been through and the group's been through, and we submitted our feedback to you, and to what extent you were able to incorporate that and what that process was.
Yeah, thank you.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, help me understand the relevance of this line of questioning. It's 9 o'clock at night, and now we're talking about a process that I don't know what bearing that has on the motion that's currently before this body. And I know that, we all have feelings about this, but I'm asking the chair to please help me understand the relevance of this line of questioning, because it seems inapposite.
I'm not, truthfully, I'm not sure either. That's why I questioned the questioner so many times. I'm not sure how.
My question is, what
where
extent,
we are here.
how much of our feedback has been incorporated? That's what I'd like to know.
And this
But
will
what I
affect
would like
the
to know-
process. That's what I'm wondering is, does this affect what we're deciding on the process here for either making either voting for or against this motion here? I'm not sure how it's relevant to the motion, Cindy. I guess that's what I'm asking. I guess that's what.
Well, if they say, well, we didn't have time to really look at your feedback that much and we only incorporated 10%, then I'm more likely to change the process.
If they say, I thought about it carefully.
Well, that, he was directing that to me.
We've got a light from Cindy, and now I'm thinking here. I don't want to spend more time debating whether or not this is out, but Molly, quite frankly, I don't know what you can add to this. Molly, go ahead.
I'm like, my mic's not live. If I may, one thing that I do think can add, and it's not even entirely answering Board Member Davis's question, but when you all are discussing the process, one thing worth keeping in mind is that we're in step 8, requesting permission to release the standards for public feedback. Step 9 is the 90-day public review. And then there is step 10, which sounds like it might be getting bypassed in this discussion, in which the amended draft and all of the writing committee responses to public feedback will go back to all of you for another 30-day review, at which point you can review all of those changes, the justification why the writing committee makes the changes that they do based on public feedback, and then you have an opportunity to submit additional suggested amendments, and that goes to standards and assessment in step 11. So that is just something I would like you all to keep in mind for the discussion about the process moving forward, is that you do have another review and feedback step in the process before it goes to standards and assessment.
Thank you. I've got Member Lear, Member Kelly, Member Carey, Member Brenton. Member Lear.
What I was hoping to hear from Molly 2, is why, and I think this is maybe what Member Davis was asking, why were these particular, give us feedback about why these particular items were not incorporated. And I do have a follow-up to this, so don't jump all over me until I get that follow-up after Molly explains this to keep it straightforward.
So to speak to that question and Member Davis's original question, the writing committee did go through every single piece of feedback that was submitted. If you look in backup, there's a 66-page, very fine print PDF of the Excel document that the writing committee used to ensure that they went through and touched on and discussed every single piece of feedback that was submitted. So discussions around the various points were had. We reconvened the writing committee, the lead writers and us, we worked together for probably close to 30 hours in the month of April to get all of that feedback incorporated and ready when we were hoping to take this to the May board meeting. But they really thoughtfully considered every single piece of feedback and made revisions. And in the instances where they chose to not incorporate feedback, it varies from item to item, but they had strong opinions, sometimes dissenting. There was discussion and disagreement at times amongst the writing committee, but strong opinions one way or the other, or research or developmental appropriateness of a suggestion to back their decisions.
So these are that's why these particular items were not included. You did consider them,
yes,
but then, like you said, there were various reasons that they specifically were not included.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful, and I think that's what Member Davis was getting at.
Okay.
The second part of my question is it possible? I've always said this, I honor the work of the writing committee. And I don't think it's fair to insist or push the writing committee to have discussed things and decided that they didn't jointly feel like they were good additions to their recommendations to say, well, but you've got to add them now. Would it be possible to send out what the writing committee recommends and honor their integrity, honor what they developed, and then have a separate list that says, these are additional suggestions from one board member, and let the public respond to those as a separate list, a separate piece, so that the writing committee, their joint work is honored. Is that a possibility?
I mean, what I hear you essentially doing is speaking against the motion. You're not ready. You're saying you want to release what the writing committee is asking to be released, and then Member Earl or any other board member could send out whatever they want.
Right, or I don't even care if we send it out. There happens to just be one board member with 9 recommendations.
Well,
So-
we're probably not going to have the board send out, here's the writing committee's recommendations, and also the board says, here's some board members, you know what I mean? The
Well,
board,
but
it's
we
going to be
only do
confusing.
have one board member who wants to do this. So-
Well, the board member, the board member has worked
Okay, there
with
are
several,
other people
yes.
who would, if that were an option, there were
Right.
other people, we'd have board member 1, board member 2, board member 3, then that isn't possible. But I thought that perhaps if there was only the one, that we could both move things along, but also honor the work of the writing committee. And I
Appreciate
feel
that.
like if I have to choose, then I feel like I'll honor the work of the writing committee that holistically worked together and decided this is what we recommend, and not force them to integrate or include other comments that they've already considered and said this doesn't reflect what we want to include. So
Thank
well,
you.
I don't think we should be forced. The committee should not be forced to include recommendations they've already, and saying it nicely, they've already rejected.
Thank you. Member Kelly.
Called a question on Member Earl's substitute motion.
Okay, the question has been called. It's undebatable. So we are about to take a vote to call the question. All right, so let us know when you're ready. Yep. We're ready. Call the question.
Member Green is a yes.
That passes 11, 12 in favor, 2 in opposition, those opposed being Member Bogus, Member Davis. So the motion then before the board, and it does require a 2/3 vote, so we need, it needs 10 to pass. The motion then is that the board release the draft math standards for public review, including board member recommendations from the June board meeting. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
That motion fails 8-4, 6 against. Those against being Member Bollinger, Member Reel, Member Lear, Member Wood, Member Davis, and Member Booth. So if I go back to the recommended motion, Member Davis, go ahead.
First.
Member Earl.
Yeah, I would move that, that the board release the draft math standards for public review. And see, I don't know, maybe this is too close, and that the recommendations are added as a separate, not as a separate, but as a appendix or something, I don't know. Yeah, however you want
An
to.
attachment.
I don't know if that's too close. I don't know. Is Michelle here?
This kind of goes to what Member
Huh?
Lear was speaking of.
What's that? It is a change in the process. It would have to be 2/3. There won't be enough votes to go out. There won't be enough votes to go either way. I'm telling you, if we don't figure something out, this goes nowhere and it sits here.
So I'll speak to this.
Let's get a motion put together. We're asking questions in the middle of a motion here. So first off, we need to know if the motion is in order, because we did just vote to change the process and that was rejected. And
But we can continue, I mean, there's more than one way to change the process.
Okay.
Right?
So let's
it's
put a
just-
motion
All right,
in.
let me get creative here.
Okay.
Help me think,
Do you need a few minutes?
maybe?
That's what I'm asking. If you
Yeah.
genuinely need a
Let's
few minutes?
take a
Can we
a
take 5
sauntering
minutes? I know
break.
we're getting
Yep.
late, but let's. Member Lear has a thought. Member Davis was next, then Member Lear, Member Davis. Do you defer?
Well, I'm just saying, I would speak to this if it was a separate, if it was just this list and it had a header on it that said some board members would like feedback on this list, I could support that. But I couldn't support having it all incorporated into the current draft standards. And that could be
yeah.
a compromise if we don't have votes, like Member Earl said, to do either thing. That could be something that could get some feedback still, but preserve those that want the feedback on the current draft
Yeah.
standards.
I think that's what Member Earl is trying to get at. She's just trying to formulate how that motion will
Yeah, I'm
look.
just supporting what she was saying.
Okay, perfect. So, and this is why you guys are sitting next to each other. So we're going to go over to Member Lear, and then we'll come back to the two of you.
And when I suggested what I just suggested previously, there were 2 or 3 other people who said, oh, wait, I've got comments too. So I think in fairness, to be fair and sporting, that it shouldn't be just Jenny's comments, but if there are 2 or 3 or 5 other board members who have comments, and I'm just saying they didn't think they had a chance, because this is a new, well, I don't know if now in the moment is their chance. I think given that other people were saying, no, there's a process and I'm not going to prepare additional comments because the committee didn't incorporate them, I think other people should have that opportunity within the next 2 days to provide their additional lists as well. I don't think we should just, I think that point was very well made to me. I thought the only person with additional comments was Member Earl, and apparently there are others. And
Can I offer some clarity, Member
Yes.
Lear? When we said there were others, that meant that Member Earl was working with other board members. It doesn't mean that other board members
had separate lists.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Okay, then if there aren't any others, then great. Then I would support doing that in order, but it's so long as it's crystal clear that one board member suggests this and the writing committee suggests something else.
Okay, so.
It could be some.
Member Earl, have you do we have a motion? It sounds like Member Earl's gonna freestyle, is that what I'm hearing? You have
I
a-
can't see Michelle. Okay, so, but I just don't know if it's too close. What can I do? As a separate addendum. Okay, all right. Oh, does someone have it there? Okay. I make motion that the board release the draft math standards for public review and recommendations from the June board meeting be included as an addendum for public comment, right? I don't know if I have to have public comment. Is that enough to say that?
I think it should say recommendations from the board members instead of June board meeting because you're changing the standards. Separate. And so it shouldn't just say June board meeting. Right.
Well, instead of listing the recommendation, it was referring to the recommendations from the meeting. But we can, that works.
Member Earl, will you look at this and make sure that this motion is what you are hoping for? And as you're looking at that, Michelle.
Yeah, that works.
Would this require a supermajority, or is this just a majority vote?
No, it requires supermajority.
Okay. So the motion then, that is the potential motion, we don't have a second yet, is that the board release the draft mathematics standards for public review and the recommendations from the board members be included as an addendum for public comment. Do we have a second? We have a second. We have a point of information. Then we're going to go back to Member Earl to speak to her motion.
Does it need to be included in the motion that when it goes out to public comment, it says some board members, so it doesn't appear that every single board member has already approved or, wants the list?
Member Earl, this is your
I
motion.
know, well, I'm asking if it doesn't need to be, and that's understood by whoever's going to send it out.
I'll make an emotion, I'll make an amendment to that effect once this other stuff.
I don't know if we need it, I'm just.
Member Earl, how would you like to address this before we move on to the next?
I just don't want a little target around it and someone to say, bad ideas, don't consider this, and then these are some board members. I would like public comment in the most considerate way, like anything else. So that's all I'm saying. So it could be that. It could say additional points to consideration. I don't care how it's considered.
I'd be happy to put my name on it, but I know that that might drive people away. So I don't know if you necessarily want to put my name
Well,
on it.
I don't think it should have anybody's name on it, quite honestly. It's just considering, it's just
We just said additional
considerations related to the standards, something like that.
But in fairness,
So, okay.
everybody's speaking, and I'm making an amendment when you're ready.
Is this your motion?
That is my motion.
Okay. And have you spoken to your motion? Or would you like to speak additionally?
No, I'm good.
Member Lear, you're up.
I'd like to say, because I believe in the integrity and the responsibility of the writing committee, and I don't think we should in any way suggest that ideas that they have not chosen to include are somehow part of the writing committee's recommendation. So I think my motion would be, my amendment would be, and the recommendations made separately by board members or by several board members. And the recommendations made separately by several board members be included so that it identifies those as made separately by board members. That's fine too, just so we, again, not any disparagement of the board
continue to
members.
speak to that,
I'm
can we just
sorry.
you're good. We'll
Okay.
just make sure that this is correct. We'll get a second if there is one, and then we will turn the mic back over to you. But you are amending the motion. And so you would remove, let me make sure I understand here. So you would put that the board release the draft mathematics standards for public review and then strike the original, and you'd say, and that the board released, no, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's fine.
And the recommendations made separately
By several board,
by several board
right,
members. Okay.
and also release the recommendations made separately by several board members. As an addendum, as an addendum for public comment.
let's just make sure your motion, I'm not sure I'm following your motion,
Okay,
Member Lear.
all
Make sure
right.
it's correct up there, okay?
And also relieve the recommendations made separately by several board members as an addendum for public comment. Yes, that would be my,
Okay, so
would be my
let me,
amendment.
let me restate this motion. It's in its entirety. This is an amendment, and then we'll see if we get a second and we'll have discussion. The amendment would read in its entirety that the board release the draft mathematics standards and also release the recommendations made separately by several board members
to be included.
to be included as an addendum for public comment. So between the board members and B, throw in a 2. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Member Lear, speak to your motion.
I just think this honors the writing committee, but it still moves the process along as Member Earl has requested, which is reasonable.
Thank you. Member Carey.
I'm just in queue to make a motion.
Okay. Seeing no other lights then, let me restate the motion. Let's take a vote here. The amendment is that the board release the draft mathematics standards and also release the recommendations made separately by several board members. 2, we still need to get in there who's driving this, to be included as an addendum for public comment. Let's vote. Member Green?
Sorry, yes.
Okay, that passes 11 in favor, 3 in opposition. Those in opposition being Member Bogus, Member Carey, and Vice Chair Wood. Okay, Member Earl.
Make one comment. I just want to be clear that the writing committee's work, this is not adversarial, and I hope that was not portrayed in some way in something I've said. It really is to try to make these standards excellent standards. So I hope that's not the way that's portrayed or anyone takes it that way. I feel like they've been very thoughtful and engaging in their comments. There's a restriction for board members. Like if I have a question on something, I can't go ask a committee member. So it's, oftentimes I feel like there's a communication barrier that takes place when things could be communicated. And so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Probably wasn't necessary, but.
Thank you for that clarity. We have an underlying motion. It's essentially the same motion that we just voted on. But let me restate it. It is that the board release the draft mathematics standards and also release the recommendations made separately by several board members to be included as an addendum for public comment. Let's vote.
Member Green is a yes.
Thank you, Member Green. That passes unanimously. And that concludes our consent items. Board members, just for before we seek a final motion, let me just reiterate what we have. We have tabled agenda item 9, I believe. We have tabled agenda item 9 with no date on it, but I think we will get some discussion out and see when we can get that back before the board. We have tabled agenda item 12. Thank you, Scott, for your patience. That's the monthly budget report, 2 information items, and an action item. I would like to briefly, if I could, give a quick chair's report and open for board member comments before we step out. Just on my board chair's report, I wanted to quickly inform you there's some appointments that people have reached out and saying we would like so-and-so to be on our commission or other board of directors. So, for example, Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones is joining or remaining, Scott, on the remaining on the Taxing Entity Committee for the Redevelopment Agency of the City of Riverdale. And Jordan. Thank you for your service. The West Ed Board of Directors, we have Lexi Cunningham, who is getting back, or not getting back, but remaining on that board, will serve another term. And then they typically pull the superintendent, which would be Molly Hart. So I wanted to give you that information as point of information. And I don't have anything else to report, but I just wanted to give you that information. Are there any board member comments before we seek a final motion? Not seeing any board member comments. I'll seek one final motion. Motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.